talk to your daddy. Y'all, let him talk to his dad, please, please.
Hey, what's going on?
Thank you for the glizzies.
Listen, your daddy is talking.
What's good, Pops?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Thank you for the glizzy.
No.
Thanks for
Y'all, please just stop because
Thank you for the weights.
we trying to get him some help. Please, just don't keep entertaining.
Thank you for the glizzies.
Don't entertain this madness. We trying to truly help our son.
Thank you for the cap off.
No, listen to us. He's talking to you, Tej.
Quadruple glizzy.
Is he high? What's wrong with him?
Tell your dad what's
Thank you for the galaxy. Oh my gosh. Woo! Ooh, ride it like a cowboy. Ride it like a cowboy.
I'm gonna start calling names for real.
Thank you for the glizzies.
Aisha T.
Thank you for the
Y'all,
glizzies.
please just stop. Don't do this. We
Thank you for
trying
the
to have a
glizzies.
family intervention. Please.
Tasty. Thank you for the roses.
No, please.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the heart.
Stop it. Listen. All these people, please stop.
Thank you for the ice cream.
Don't entertain this. He don't need this. He don't need it.
so
He got a
Thank you for
job.
the chili.
He got a job. I work. I got a job. His daddy works. He don't have to
I'ma
do
eat
this
it.
type of stuff. Tej,
Thank you for the lightning.
what are you doing to do this? What is
Thank you for
making
the
you
roses.
do this,
Gummy.
son?
Ooh, TikTok.
Are you still there? You still there? I'm trying to see if your dad's still on the line.
Thank you for the
still there,
roses.
Mike? Hello?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm still on.
Yeah.
Listen.
Stop it.
No.
Green. Thank you for the glizzies.
He talking to you.
Thank you for the roses.
He talking to
Man,
you.
I'm chilling, Pops.
No. That's not what he asking. You are not
Thank you for the football.
sweaty and everything.
Tasty. Thank you for the roses.
Okay.
It's CJ from Grove Street.
You're gonna have to come down here. You're gonna have to come over because
Thank you for the love.
Okay.
Come on, you better break yourself, folks.
You're not talking to me, and you will not talk to me.
Thank you for the donuts.
You will not talk to me like that. Do you hear me?
Thank you for back up.
Oh no.
Thank you for the roses.
You will not. I will back you up.
Step back. Thank you for the basketball. Woo! Celebration. Thank you for the celebration.
Hello and welcome to Critically Drinking, where we strive to set a higher bar for conversation every single stream. Thank you for joining us. Now grab your drink, take your seat, and let us get ready for the show. Rashawn will be with you shortly to let you know what's on tap for the day.
Yeah. What is going on, good people? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and we are here with a special, unscheduled live stream. Now, listen, we got Inya in the building with the eyeballs. We got Inya with the eyeballs. We got Duri in the building. Now, listen, that wasn't even a new intro. I just find these people so fascinating. These new NPC people, it is the weirdest thing to me. Yeah, man, his mama. Right, just losing his mind. I'm going to say you're welcome for the glizzies whenever I finish from now on. Thank you for the glizzies, absolutely. Ironically, the mother's helping answer the viewer count by being on cam, trying to get him to stop. Yeah, it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious, man. His dad was on the phone at the beginning. Oh, it was just so hilarious. And she's begging the crowd to stop, which they gotta do more. Oh my God, they're trying to get her son some help. Oh, attention is a heck of a drug, y'all. Attention is a heck of a drug. But Reckless Logic did reach out to me. It looks like he does. I believe I said 3 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully, I did communicate that properly. But he's running a little behind. Now, I know it's been a minute since Reckless has been on. He's been taking a break. And I know CTV, and I know they be showing up a little, you know what I'm saying? They be showing up a little later sometimes. So, we'll definitely give them a little bit of time. And I also haven't checked any messages either, but I'll assume that he is on his way. But in the meantime, y'all, I'll let y'all know what we are talking about today. Mandrell, the big picture, Mandrell had a stream the other day. So Reckless was in the chat. I was listening to the chat for a minute. As long as I could. And Mandrell was having a conversation. I thought it started off really good. They were having a dialogue about, I can't remember. I know it stopped along the lines of religion. It got like religion and race got conflated, and it got like bogged down with OG J Speed and Freezy. but they decided to move on to a topic about men. Why is it important for men to be able to control their emotions? And that conversation kind of got derailed. And that's what we were going to talk about today. And I brought up the video. I called Mandrill. I let him know that we were intending to do it. So, yeah, we will be having that conversation. So hopefully Reckless is on his way, because y'all know I don't like to waste too much time. But Vaughn Bryant's in the building. Hello, sir. Good to see you. I saw you pop up on the stream. That was good. Started off well with spirituality. Yeah, for some reason, all of a sudden now I can't remember what it was about. What in spirituality was it about? I forgot. Yellow cap chart shows Rashawn is having a great day and there's a 69% chance of a body roll. Oh, let's make that 100%. Yeah, let's get that 100%. Okay, cool. My bad. Hey, Inya, sorry, driving. How are you? Yeah. Let's make that 100%. So, yeah, we'll talk about that today. It was Mandrill. I know, I know at least one person I think messaged me about it. The existence of God. So I think the second part of that conversation completely overrode it in my mind. The existence of God. About cultures that existed before the Bible was written, which that is true. There were cultures that existed before the Bible was written. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the first half now, because I went back and listened to the second half to get timestamps. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the first half because it was cool. They got bogged down in details that were unprovable. That's where I kind of like tap out on that. What's up, man? Drew? What's going on? Yeah, Reckless, our guest of honor, is not here. You know, Reckless is pulling the Mandrill, but it was Mandrill's first live stream. I know a few people have sent me messages, and I'm like, this is Mandrill's first stream, y'all. Let's be patient. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on. It was his first stream, man. Y'all got to give some grace. I definitely give complete grace, because I understand how hard it is to be up here in front of you people, working the chat, working in the videos, trying to have a conversation, trying to listen, trying to make any notes. I'm trying to make all the different aspects of a stream. It's a lot. There's a lot going on at any one time. So I definitely give a lot of grace to Mandrill. So, man, congrats to you for starting the channel. Congratulations on a successful launch stream. It was well attended. And I thought, at least, even if the perspectives kind of got like a little contentious, not like it wasn't like the Information Man thing, but people had a difference of opinion, but it didn't go into where it could have gone. It stayed just a difference of opinion. It just bogged down the conversation, which in some of these spaces, that's still a win in some respects. So the fact that it did not turn out crazy is still probably, I would say, a little bit of a win. You know, what's up, Reckless? How you doing today, man? I'll let you get your set up.
Hello.
What's up? Oh, cool. So we here now. We'll just let everybody know. Mandrill's first stream, man. Again, congratulations to you. I know you said you're going to do more fitness stuff, but as far as the conversations, man, you know, just do what you need to do. Well, what do you mean, you people? You know what I mean. I mean, you people. Y'all. You, and you. Especially you. All of y'all. Y'all people. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Y'all had two different conversations. Again, one got derailed, but we're going to talk about that. But Reckless, man, glad you are here. Glad you could make it. He's logically reckless and recklessly logical. Boom. But we have Reckless Logic, of course, of his own channel. I appreciate it. I've learned my lesson on my first show. Now you're going to learn many more lessons to come. But Reckless, just to start off, man, I know you are taking a break on your channel, but if you were to give everybody a synopsis of what you do on your channel so that, you know, they can go and subscribe to you, what would you say it is? And I'll drop your link while you're doing that. Boom. I think he's still getting set up. All right, so listen. We have a pertinent question that Mandrill did ask on this stream yesterday. Why is it important that men control their emotions? Technical damage. Reckless will be back soon. Hopefully, he got that Wi-Fi. He got that Spectrum pack. Reckless is on that Spectrum pack. I've been there. But I know Reckless does handle a lot of hot topics, and I know, right? Reckless does handle a lot of hot topics when he's going, like the information T sector. So it's definitely enjoyable. Him and Conscious both get into that, and it's also I say they both do when they depart from it. That's like my favorite content is when they depart from that and talk about like spirituality or philosophy or psychology. They both have a lot of insights into different things. But Reckless, I know, stems from that sphere, and Reckless definitely has a perspective that I enjoy. Oh, we about to have a Spectrum stream. Man, Drill. Hopefully, I was able to add something positive to the conversation. You did an excellent job. Agreed. You most certainly did. Man, but while Reckless is getting his life together, let me see. I wanted to because a couple times people mentioned like these type of conversations that came up a couple times during Manjo's stream. These type of conversations, I'm thinking that what they mean are like relationship conversations, the gender war type kind of conversations. These type of conversations. It's important to remember that these type of conversations is something when people are coming together from different backgrounds. There were a lot of different backgrounds represented. Although a lot of the faces are black and brown, people have a lot of diverse cultures, religions, socioeconomic issues. What you got against the Spectrum? Like, Spectrum is trash. I have Spectrum. They're awful. It's the worst. It is the worst company to have cable through or internet through. Spectrum is the worst. All right, listen. Let's see.
There we go.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, my laptop was giving me issues.
Hey, listen, we all been there.
Yeah, I'm giving a new one tomorrow.
Okay, there you go. That's what's up. But what I was saying is really to wrap that point up. Was it in these conversations where we see people and we assume some sameness, but there's a lot of different difference, even in people that may agree on a lot of things. I know, like the men on the panel, I think one said he was a Hebrew Israelite. One guy said he was a Muslim. Mandrill, I don't think he subscribes to a faith system, practices Buddhism, or maybe he's the Stoicism. But everybody has different backgrounds, and I think we assume a level of sameness quite a bit. But the cultures and beliefs that we share in these spaces kind of impede the conversation sometimes, as opposed to like investigating people's differences. We kind of just make assumptions based on what their worldview is. He said, "What you got?" I digress. I'm on Spectrum. I don't have landline internet. What were we talking about? I can't stand y'all. What's up, Greg Bryant? I don't know if I greeted you. Hello. But something this guy, John Deloney. John Deloney says, words and pictures. When people say a word, a different picture forms in their mind based on their culture, their beliefs, their education, their experiences. So I want us to come from that understanding when we start listening to this conversation and start talking about it, because I was having a debate. It was me, Kendra, and Bree. Yella jumped in there, and y'all had some points to make. And it's like we all just have different perspectives. And even when we say a word, we don't all see the word the same. So it's really important that we have some understanding when we do have those type of conversations, that we don't come with such an air of authority as if we know everything. Somebody put in the chat, and somebody I'm sure knows this quote. It's important, I guess, assume that the person you're listening to knows something that you don't, and y'all may know the proper quote, but I think a lot of those conversations will be helped by that kind of dynamic. But Reckless, when you were watching the stream, what's up, Risa Neal? When you were watching the stream, what jumped out to you? Because I know you, we had messaged each other, and it was like, what jumped out to you, like stood out to you that it was like, okay, this is noteworthy and you wanted to speak on?
Because I know that Mandrell has been talking about creating his channel, and so I was like, oh, okay, he finally started to stream and stuff. I said, let me go over and see what they're talking about. And then when I seen certain people on the panel, I was like, let's just hope and pray that this channel doesn't go in a direction that I think is gonna go.
Yeah. Listen, I know I believe Mandrell can. I believe Mandrell can pivot. I believe he can pivot. If anybody can pivot, Mandrell can pivot. But I know there are things that come with the crew that you run with. There are things that come with the crews. I mean, even you like being part of Conscious Crew, there are certain energies and dynamics that just come with the people that you spend time around.
Yeah.
And then there's certain like reputations that come with that as well. So I definitely, for Mandrell's first stream, I'm going to give like a full like grace that the people that you hang around are not necessarily indicative of where you want to go, but that's maybe where you are right now. So, but definitely, I get what you're saying, because a lot of people had the same thing.
Well, okay, I do want to make this clear though. Like, even though I seen the people on the panel, it was just like I really wasn't putting it on Mandrell so much.
Right.
It was just so that I just wanted him to just be cautious, just like make sure if they try to detour that conversation, that's your job as the host to make sure you center it back. You get what I'm saying? And he did really well, really well.
Yeah. He just had an uncooperative. He had an uncooperative crew. He had a little bit. They was on that. They was on that other topic. But we're gonna start. I wanted to ask you some questions before we get into the actual video, because it was
okay.
I think we have to get to a point where we can dive to deeper levels of the like. A lot of times we say like the words came up: submission and leadership. Submission and leadership they come like those are the two sides of the coin when the conversation comes up. And I know those words only mean as much as the hearer understands them. Like they're going to come with preloaded assumptions. When you hear submission, you're automatically going to think whatever you think submission means. You're not going to think the person saying it. They might mean something totally different. Same thing with leadership, because a lot of people brought up leadership. I saw somebody talking about they were a leader at the same time that they were cussing out men for having a difference of opinion. Like, I don't know what leader means in your mind. You know what I'm saying? The person that's listening. Leader means something different. Submission means something different. And I think we need to stop being so, I don't want to say arrogant, but there's a level of arrogance to it. To think that we assume, to think that we know what everybody's thinking when they say a word. I think there's a level of arrogance there. And I think we need to get to a deeper level to actually ask the question, like, what do you mean when you say, when you use the phrase, when you use the word blah, and then you insert word or phrase there. I think we need to get to that, because I think that would have helped that conversation. I'll remain quiet on what submission makes me think. Of course, Greg. Of course, Greg is always on it. But I want to know the first thing that happened, because it didn't start with submission. The topic actually, again, men's emotions. Mandrell wanted to know, why is it important that men control their emotions? And I think the conversation showed, because all emotions aren't anger. Some emotions might be the feelings of defensiveness, or I needed to, antagonism. I've been antagonized, or somebody's coming for me. Like, some of those are feelings. I mean, they had a proper word for it, but those are feelings that you have to, I've got to defend myself. You feel attacked. That's the feeling. I feel attacked. So I have to defend myself. So I think that's why men have to control their emotions, because sometimes they'll be reacting to something that they don't need to. Mm-hmm. But why, before the men started, the women in the chat started. Mm-hmm. Why do you think it's so hard, Reckless, for women to hear the criticism of other women? And I know we're two men, and we have two different backgrounds. I know you have more like feminism in your background. Like,
y'all in this feminism.
I'm just saying. I mean, there's more of that ideology and that informs some of your thoughts. I'm just saying. But we know we've listened to women, because you spend there's a lot of time around women in your panels and things. Why can't men voice their opinions, even if they use words like trigger words like submission and qualifications? I remember that was on your panel one time, and it's like, qualified, that's like a job. I ain't no job. Like, why can't the criticism of men be heard informationally without like the emotional response, like defensiveness? And why do you think that happens? I know we're not women.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it like this. The reason why, and I'm just gonna be upfront and honest, the reason why there's always going to be pushback when men goes to talk about their concerns is because a lot of times when the opposing parties get to talk about their concerns, there is this dismissiveness, there's this gaslighting, narcissistic behavior, there's this, oh, we don't really care type of attitude in terms of when women or queer people, etc., go to talk about their concerns is okay, we don't care about that. So now that when men have the opportunity to talk about their concerns, it's okay, since you want to tell me you don't care about how I feel, forget how you feel. And also another thing to that is that here's the thing with men that gets me at times, and here I'm just going to be that person, is that it's that because women do it too. But the thing that gets me with men is that men will literally be the ones to say things along the lines of, we don't get a chance to express our emotions. We don't get a chance to do this. We don't get a chance to do that. But yet you're glorifying and amplifying a patriarchal system that reinforces your own oppression. That doesn't give you I'm gonna say the toxic version of patriarchy. Because nothing wrong with patriarchy, it's just the toxicity of it. And so when you're glorifying and amplifying your own oppression, it's like, okay, do you really want help or do you not? So, and another thing about it, another reason why you automatically gonna get resistance, because a lot of times when men speak, they're coming from a place of privilege. And I don't mean privilege in a sense of, you know, I have all the money and I have all the fame and I have all of this. And yes, there's a conversation for that, but in terms of experiences. And so a lot of times when men speak, is coming from they have a lot of blind spots in their perspective. And vice versa when it comes down to women, and vice versa when it may come down to queer people. But that's why a lot of times you get that that response, because it's like you guys are saying stuff, but you're missing a lot of context and nuance. And a lot of times that especially when it's just as of lately, it's been sticking out to me how a lot of the times when men, because even men say it, they're very ego driven. And the thing about it is, you're very ego driven, you cannot be no leader. I'm sorry. Because at some point, when you have an ego, like especially a really huge ego, you have to think, how can you be able to? Because all an ego is I, me, and mine. What about that screams leadership? Because when you're a leader or you're the person in charge, etc., whatever, you're gonna have to think about you and your tribe. And so you're gonna have to be able to think for the tribe and not just for yourself.
I hear you. Let me just greet a couple people that I respond to that. We got B9 Nizzle in the building. Kansas in the building. Yes. Whatever, Kansas, get out of here. We got Mrs. She Said in the building. Shout out to Mrs. She Said. I will be on Shame Sunday tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that conversation. Definitely got a lot of secrets out here getting exposed. We're gonna talk about that. Yellow Pill in the building. Yeah, you were all by 3 minutes. We had a patriarchy counter. But we know that that's a thing. That's a thing. So that's American patriarchy, but patriarchy is global.
Well, white patriarchy is global. But I was gonna say this as well. Because this is also the reason why people are like, oh, you always get on the men. Is that I get on the women too, because I get them about being delusional and believing some of the bullshit that men tell them. But the thing is that what always gaslights me in terms of the men is that it's this performativity that goes into these conversations. It's this illusion. I'm an upstanding man. I'm a very respectful person. I'm this, I'm that. But in all actuality, I know, quote unquote, your true intentions, and I know your true nature, because on the behind the scenes, and I'm okay, question, because I know people run their panels differently. Is it okay if I say names, or I have to edit out names? Because I know people are different.
No, you can talk.
Okay.
There's very few things I try to police, except for like direct personal like assaults.
Assaults.
Like, you're an idiot. Like I try to keep that down, because it doesn't edify anybody.
Gotcha. So I know on the Black Men Unfiltered platform, behind the scenes, when we had like the shows or whatever, that was a whole different language that was going on, and that was nothing that they showcased in the forefront. And so that's why it gets me every time they get into these conversations about submission and being a family man, an upstanding man, because I can actually say this, I've witnessed you guys have your boy talks. I've witnessed you guys talk about women. I've witnessed you guys talk about queer people. I was there. Me and Conscious were in the background listening. And the thing about it is that, and I'll keep in mind, I would never do this, but if I were to actually, if I would have recorded everything and actually released it, it would have proved everything I've been saying for the longest, of how in the daytime they're one person, but behind the scenes in them shadows is something completely insidious in the background. And the thing about it is that it even showcased how the true intention of the word submission, because a lot of times too, when you talk about submission, they always try to use it and frame it as a cooperation, as in this, as in that. But then but when you reverse that same question, okay, would you submit to your wife? They don't want to hear that. And so that, because even men have a problem with the word submission as well. They do. Like, me submitting to my wife, what? They have an issue with it. And so the thing is that, okay, if the true intention or the true meaning for submission is to cooperate, then why wouldn't you submit to your wife as well? Someone who you're going to be having a family with, someone who you're going to be uh, being right next to, being to cooperate with. So that right there, the response with the word submission on both sides lets me know that there's something murky going on in the waters, and they're not being honest, and they're being very performative.
I get you. We were having this debate a little bit earlier too, in Discord, and it was like, I believe there's two layers of this, because there's the social side. I know you understand. There's the social side of this, where the things that we're taught and learn and understand through social interactions that are expected of us in whatever role we see ourselves in. Like, I'm the man, I'm expected to do this. I'm the woman, I'm expected to do this. I'm black, I'm whatever your identities and identifiers are. There are expectations that you adopt socially. But then there's the layer underneath, the psychological layer, the one that you have to live with every day. And sometimes those are in opposition. And I think, like you said, the performative side, I think, is the social side. Because the men feel like, I'm supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be a pillar of the community. I'm supposed to be grooming the youth. And I'm supposed to be teaching. And I'm supposed to be guiding. We're told that. In the spiritual religious sector, we're told that in the social domain, men are supposed to be a certain thing. But then nobody prepares us on how to do that. So the real us knows we're not really equipped. But we still have to keep up that image to be acceptable, because we hear how people talk about people that are not living up to these social standards. They get dogged. If you're broke, you're a dusty. If you can't get a woman, you an incel. If you don't have any kids, you're this. If you don't have, everybody gets shamed for the things that they're not. You know what I'm saying? All the social deficiencies, we get shamed for it. So I wouldn't expect too many people to cop to their deficits and deficiencies. So the performative piece, I understand. The performative piece, I completely understand. What's up, Harris Tribe Media Group and Quantum, who have come in? Hello. But I did want to ask you a question, because a minute ago you said the ego cannot lead. And I'm like, I'm going to tell you, an unhealthy ego can't lead.
Yes. Yes.
But you
So
need an ego. Because you have to have a sense of yourself. You have to have a sense of yourself to lead anybody.
I agree. So
Cool.
So thank you for adding that layer too, because that's really what I meant. It's nothing wrong with having an ego, because everybody has one. For anyone to say they don't have an ego, that's a problem. But to have an unhealthy ego, that's when the problem seems to elevate to a whole new level. Because at some point, if you're going to be a leader, you have to stop thinking about yourself. You have to think about your tribe members. You have to think about, okay, how's my wife doing? Okay, how's my children doing? How is this doing? But also, how am I doing? So you have to think about everybody and understand and know all of your chess pieces, so you can know which move to make.
Yeah, I'm with that. Another question. Beyonce said, I got a big ego, and I co-sign that. Okay, whatever, Quan. Here we go. Why do we think, Reckless? Why do we think that everyone, because there seems to be, because you like the performative piece, why have we adopted that idea that everybody's going to be, especially every man, why do we seem to think that every man's going to be a good leader? And that every woman or every man's going to be a good follower? Like, why do we, because I don't think most people are meant to be leaders. Everybody can't be a leader. That's not normal. It's like there's a math problem with that. Everybody can't be the head chef. Somebody's got to be the sous chef. Somebody's got to be the server. Somebody's got to be the busboy. Like, we need roles in society. So, like, why do we think everybody's supposed to be a good leader? But what does that also say then for relationships with people who are not good leaders? Like, because they still should have relationships. Like, society should still maintain. So how do we solve that problem? Because everybody's not going to be a good leader, but they're also going to be relationships. Like, how do we solve that?
I think one of the things is, I think we have to reevaluate what leader is, because I think a lot of times too that people use the word leadership, but yet they operate in a dictatorship, and I would say that's one of the disconnections, because people want to operate in a dictatorship, tell you what to do. Leaders, quote unquote, they operate by action. They move the way that they move. And I hate to be the one to kind of do like a rewind on the Black Men Unfiltered. That's the reason why me and Conscious had an issue with them talking about leaders and stuff, especially with one of the men on the panel when he said that, yes, I am a hypocrite. Yes, I did say this. I am a hypocrite when it came down to information man giving Conscious or trying to give Conscious an apology, and the guy stopped it. And so the guy responded when Conscious brought it to his attention. He said, "Yes, I am a hypocrite," and that's the problem, because either with the leader is being very transparent. Now, I do understand if you want to be your opposing party, you want them to see your hand, but at the same time, if these are your tribe members, you want to be transparent so everybody knows what to do. They already know what the plan is. They can also verify, make sure there's no insidious objective going on, etc. And so the thing with the leadership is that your actions have to match what you say. Not saying that you're going to be perfect, not saying you're not going to make any mistakes, but they have to match what you say. If your actions are not matching your words, then there's a problem. If your words not matching your actions, there's a problem. They have to line up for the most part. Not saying there's not going to be no mistakes or nothing, but that's the thing with that. A lot of people have this idea of leadership as a dictatorship, and also they have this idea of leadership in a from this stance, this position of dominance, from this position of this hierarchical thing. As in, yes, you may be the leader, yes, you may be in charge, but also don't let it go to your head to where you start mistreating your tribe. It's a saying that goes with when you take care of them, when you take care of your workers or your employees or whatever, they take care of you. That's what leadership showcase. Mm-hmm.
And I like that, Greg. I think leader follower is the wrong way to think entirely. Most people
Yep.
go to work and say, "What do I need to do?" Instead, go to work and ask, "What needs to be
Needs
done?"
to be done. Yep.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
agree. I agree.
There was man. I'm gonna say this real quick before we get into it. Last one, because there's somebody shared with me a Bible verse, because a lot of the people use the Bible. A lot of people are using the Bible to justify their position, which I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's the truth. They were using the Bible. But I also noticed they had a tendency, also, like you said, to kind of lead with what they do, what they've done, like the performative piece, like you called it the performative piece.
Yeah.
But then somebody shared with me this Bible verse. Proverbs 27, verse 2. Let another man praise thee, and not thine own mouth, a stranger, and not thine own lips. Now, we're probably going to hear it quite a few times today, depending on which sections we tap in on. But it's like, I'm so tired of hearing people boast about what they do. Like, instead of showing you the work, they want to tell you all the things that they do to try to give credit to themselves. I'm like, the Bible that y'all using to talk about women need to submit. Like, the Bible also tells y'all need to like humble yourselves. Y'all don't have to lead with your bio. Like, just calm down, share your perspective, understand your perspective is not the only perspective, and then move along. Nobody owes you deference because you came in with a degree from DeVry or you mentored 3 kids on the south side of, Kalamazoo. Nobody cares. Nobody knows, and nobody can feel or see that through these squares. So I really wish people would quit doing that, trying to qualify themselves to strangers. It wastes a lot of time, first of all, in the discussion. It wastes a lot of time in the discussion, but it also doesn't give anybody any useful information. It's all hearsay. Like, nobody can prove it. So that's going to come up quite a bit.
Yeah, because I saw the video that you did last time, and I was cackling.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Listen, my organization's been in business for 2,000 years. It started on the delta of the Nile, and we've been. I'm like, come on.
That shit was so funny because someone had said in the comments, which I agree, is that if he's not gonna do anything else, he gonna run you his resume. I said, I know that's right, because he does it every time he get on Conscious panel, every time he get on that panel. It's hilarious, and I'd be rolling my eyes, and I'd be like, boy.
Yeah. So we about to pull the video up in a hot second. Leaders birth leaders, so there is a mission in the delegation process. Yeah, there should be a process. So my perspective is probably different because rednecks all have traditional family structures. But to me, the idea that a husband is in charge and the family is laughable. I feel you. I believe in a different model. Like, me personally, this is just me, Rashawn. And it's probably because I had a broken family structure. It's more of that. What needs to be done? And who's going to be the best person to do it? And everything kind of ran like that. Because resources were scarce. You threw the best body at whatever problem was up. And it wasn't it wasn't a thing about man or woman. It was like, who's best equipped to handle this task, because
Yes.
this task has to get done. Okay, do we need 2 people to handle this task? And we send 2. If we need 3, then we send 3. It was all utilitarian.
You see,
It was all
I 100% agree with that, because like, at least in my family as well, I've seen that as well. And it wasn't quote unquote the men, or strictly the men, or even the women, or strictly the women doing things. They always sent quote unquote the best qualified person to get it done. And a lot of times, even, and I'm gonna say in my family, even in the dynamics of where you see the men get a lot of the glory, you see the husbands get a lot of the glory, and you think it's them. A lot of times when you start to scratch the surface and have conversations with them, you start to realize it was the wife working in the background, but yet let him just have the glory. So I'm all for who's ever best qualified, which is the reason why I take with this idea that men should be the leaders. No, it's who's ever best qualified. Because a lot of the things is that when you say that you should be a leader, some of y'all can't lead, some women can't lead. It's all about who's qualified to do it. And this idea that just because you have X, Y, and Z between your legs that automatically qualifies you to lead, that's toxic. So
yeah, I don't think it should be based solely on that. I will say on the social, when I talked about the social versus the psychological, I do believe, because both men and women are socialized to believe that men are supposed to be the leaders. I know we had a back and forth. Not you and me, but me and somebody else, we had a back and forth about this. But I really do believe, because we're socialized, and that's the expectation more likely, and the language betrays that. No matter what anybody says, men show up like with the performative piece, so that shows you that they expect to having to be the leader, because they're trying to live it up. They're trying to talk themselves into the position, so they expect that. And then women, when men are not that, they shame the men. So they also must carry that expectation to shame men, because they're not this, they're not established, they're not teaching it. So obviously the social expectation for both men and women is that men are the leaders.
And that's
I'm not,
when
go ahead.
And I was gonna say, and that's when I get up right on the women. And I'm like, stop expecting somebody to do something that you can do yourself. Don't get me wrong. Yes, you have another party, and yes, they're supposed to build upon that. But however, some of these things you can do yourself, because why would you grow up, become a full-fledged adult, and put your livelihood, put your resources, put everything, and put that on the back of somebody else? No, you're a grown adult. Y'all both can have your own and then come together, instead of you being like, okay, you have all of this, I have nothing, and you just worry about it. Girl, what? No, y'all are a team. So with y'all being a team, you have your own, he has his own, y'all come together, y'all mesh it together, and y'all work together. Which is why, like, I never understood, maybe because I am gay, I don't know, but I never understood this thing of when you have to get into a relationship, you can get into a partnership. One partner is in charge strictly of finances, the other partner is strictly involved in terms of housework and all this other stuff. And I'd be like, I don't never fully understood that. Because the thing about it is that, at least from what I've seen, every single time there's been an opportunity to where there's been partners in charge of a sector in a household, or a sector in a relationship. Whenever they have their mad day, that's what they like to use to their advantage. AKA, when it comes down to women may get mad, they may not cook you something. That's why you got to learn how to cook for your damn self. When the husband get mad, he may try to use money as his way to be able to, as his retaliation thing. So that's the thing. So always do stuff for yourself. Not saying that you can't have nobody else, but you got to know some of these things. And the thing about it as well too, if you know your partner's good at something, or you know their specialty at it, what's wrong with, like, you know, be like, hey, can you teach me this? Learn it for yourself, just so you, because the thing about it is that what happened if that relationship does fall apart? What happens when people enter new phases in their lives, and then people move on? When people move on, you're still gonna have to be an adult. And with you being an adult, how was you cooking your food before that person came into your life? How was you paying your bills before that person came into your life? You're still an adult. You're not going back to mama's house. You're not going back to daddy's house. And if you do, by the grace of God, hallelujah, praise to you. But a lot of people don't have that luxury. So how are you going to survive and get through society, get through life with base? And keep in mind, these are basic necessities as an adult, especially in this system. With basic necessities, how are you going to do that for yourself when the said person that you're in a relationship is no longer by your side? Because things happen. And now keep in mind too, Not all people just walk away. Some people lose their lives. Spouses die. Spouses lose their lives. Some people go to war, go to the army. They lose their lives. People have diseases, like these things that happen. So you have to know how to do things for yourself to be able to move forward. That's it.
I just want to shout out to Moesha Stand Account. I thought I saw you earlier, but I don't think I greeted you. Hello, hello, and Godless Sewing. Hello to you.
Hey, y'all.
Young Yetis here. Appreciate y'all. You said a couple things I wanted to ask. I know I said I'm getting into the video, but Reckless keeps saying stuff that makes me want to ask questions. The domain you control is the domain that you're going to use to control. I like that because so it makes sense. People, that's what people, whatever they have the leverage on, is where they're most likely to try to abuse you if they have that in their character. So that's important. But you said something about being gay, and that made me think, because what a lot of men are complaining about is masculine women. So if we're saying that women are stepping into the male role, like, you almost would have a better insight into this. How do two men in a relationship decide who's going to make the decision?
And that's where, this is the reason why you see a lot of gay people speak on these issues, because the same dynamic that men and women have, it's kind of like the same dynamic that the queer community has. It's like it mirrors the heterosexual community, which is why that toxicity of believing the masculine person is the man, that feminine person is quote unquote, they're both men, but that's the woman, in which some quote unquote masculine beings believe that the feminine one should submit to. Like, it's the same dynamic. It's the same thing when it comes down to the dynamic. It's
crazy.
Like, because that's the reason why I always say, even though it's queer phobia, whatever, I think it's all about femophobia, the disrespect of the feminine beings, because it's always this expectation that this feminine being has to be this weak, docile, silent, can't really say anything. It's the same dynamic, the exact same dynamic. It's very similar, but for me, I always call it it's called the mirror effect. And what I mean by the mirror effect is that when you have a group that oppresses another group, whatever group that is, that marginalized smaller group always mirrors the oppressors. That's the reason why when it comes down to melanated communities, we kind of mirror white massa when it comes down to the way that our family structures are. Because keep in mind, we have families here. We don't really have tribes and stuff like we did back in Africa. The same way that you may see the queer community, it may mirror the heterosexual community, to where now, I'm about to get a little graphic for y'all. I'm so sorry for the heterosexuals. So sorry. Is that whenever you have gay black men and they may be having sex or whatever, it's called pussy, or they may use but that it mirrors the heterosexual community because it's the mirror effect. So I think that's just the response to oppression. So it doesn't matter what group, oppressive group that you're coming from, or whatever dynamic relationship that it is, it's always going to have that mirror effect, because that's all you know. Because a part of oppressing is wiping somebody of their identity and then giving them something else to replace their identity, which is typically full of self-hate. And with that being said, that's all you know. And so that's your blueprint, that's your map, and that's what you go based off of. So yeah.
I hear you. And I know me and you have actually had this debate about the difference between patriarchy and oppression and all that stuff. My thing is, like, the dominant society, like, just being dominant, just being yourself is going to be influential. Like, everybody's not trying to erase you, like, but you'll get lost in whoever's dominant. You'll get lost in, because they set the tone, they set the temperature, and you can get lost in somebody else's world, because it happens within relationships. Somebody like takes up all the oxygen in the room, and you get lost in their life, and you forget who you are. And they're not trying to harm you, but you, of your own psychology, just give up so much ground. Like, so I think a lot of times, I know we like to say oppressor and systems, and sometimes it's not that. Sometimes you're just not strong enough within yourself to resist the influence of outside parties and systems. So, I mean, I know there's truth on both sides. I'm just saying, when I hear it, it automatically, like, I don't want to give up all my agency like that. Like, it's not just the system. Like, so, but yeah. Let me see. Well, let me pull up the video. I want to let y'all hear Mandrell ask the question.
Okay.
I want to let y'all hear Mandrell actually ask the question, because it wasn't about submission. It had nothing to do with women. I want to let y'all hear, because, Mandrell, he asked a legitimate question to me.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. This is my first live stream. Like I said, it's a test. It's not what it's going to be, but I think I'm off to a decent start. As opposed to waiting around and waiting for everything to be perfect. Might as well start somewhere. Now, Jay Takashi, the next topic is why is it so important for men to learn to control their emotions?
Well, define it first, Mandrill. What are you? Because you're the host of the show, so this is your.
So hopefully, y'all heard that. He did ask a question real quick. Let me just, because man.
Well, define it first, Mandrill.
Oh crap.
For men to learn. The next topic is why is it so important for men to learn to control their emotions?
Why is it so important for men to learn to control their emotions? Yeah, we have fun, especially since there weren't any moderators for a while, so we was acting up. We was acting up in the chat. That was fun.
Well, define it first, Mandrill. What are you? Because you're the host of the show, so this is your topic. So so you define what it is for a man to. What does it look like for a man to control his emotions? Then we'll feed off what you say.
And I'm glad he actually said that, because that's actually important for what I was trying to say earlier about the words and pictures. Yeah. Like, we'll say words and assume that everybody's going to see the same picture in their mind.
Yeah.
So we do have to communicate in a way that illustrates what
clarity.
we're trying to say. Yeah, because a lot of our words we don't even think about it. We've used them for so long, we get the mental pictures immediately, but everybody else isn't going to get the same day.
Yep.
It's a drill though. So what? What? Oh wow, I didn't see that. I hate it. For the record, Trildo is the best. What are they talking about?
Oh,
anyway,
God. What the hell?
One thing I haven't seen is men in your chat with all kinds of pushback like women do. Man, listen. I've seen them in my chat specifically. There have been men that have pushed back on certain things, but they typically don't push back on things about men. Men don't typically push back on things about men. They kind of know that men are having problems in reality. Men don't like to deny reality about manhood. Women, however, seem to like to deny the reality of what's going on with women. And I know that's a whole social dynamic there too. So that's part of the performative piece. Like, men perform like I'm a great man. Women kind of perform in a way that they have to protect the identity of women. They have to protect the image of femininity. You can't bring, don't bring shame on the women, which is why you got Shame Sundays, because women will try to never look at what's bad about their group for whatever the reason. I mean, I know it's social pressure to look good, but I mean, we're trying to come out of that. We're trying to come out of that dynamic of women can't be everything. So bad can be part of the everything that you're being, and it's okay. You can be on the wrong side of the tracks.
Okay.
Let me see.
And then I'm going to start with Jay Takashi because he just got here.
Nah, we're going to skip to the first timestamp because this is where it goes. Let me see.
Okay.
201.
Because you guys know I read Buddhist.
So there is a scripture
Lord,
in the Bible that says, he that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls, right? So when you got people, but we're talking about men in particular right now. When you got men in particular.
Now again, I want to point out we're talking about men in particular. So they're trying to couch it on men, and he talk about men that don't have control over themselves, don't have control. So they're trying to stick on topic. That's how it started. That's how it started.
Freezy is always intellectually dishonest. That's why I don't take him serious. I don't even listen to that man. This is the same man. He wants to bring up Bible scriptures, but yet he also let it be known that he's a producer. He's produced songs for Trick Daddy. Last time I checked, Trick Daddy isn't a biblical gospel artist. Last time I checked, he was the one that had children in his music video while they talked about pussy and dick, etc., and what they would do and have sex. Like, it's for me, it's always the hypocrisy of when people want to bring quote unquote God into conversations to try to prove their point, but yet that same God or conversation isn't relevant in the different aspects of their lives. So that's why I don't take him serious. He is intellectually dishonest. He is a liar. I don't care what they say. And also with that as well, he did the same thing to, I want to say, OG Patrice, when she came up on the panel and she made very good points, and he completely, what he always does, completely discombobulates, everything that she said. It was like, girl, she did not say that. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, but she left stuff vague enough for interpretation. I was listening. Von Eric in the building. Hello, hello. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. But what I was gonna say though, man, I've had disagreements with Freezy for sure. But what I want to ask you though, based on your question, because this is something with the whole leadership thing, this is 3 questions wrapped into one, and I'm trying to consolidate this because this goes into people, this goes into leaders, the messenger versus the message, and what you just said about Christians. So I guess it's like 4 different components. How much can we hold him responsible in his professional life for what he professes in his personal life? Like, do you have an obligation to keep all of your life completely pure and pristine and pious because you profess Christ or Hebrew Israelite or Muslim or Islam? If you have a faith practice, does that have to color every aspect of your life to make sure that nothing you do is in any way seen inappropriate? Because he might have produced a video, but maybe he didn't make those choices. Maybe he just handles. I don't know what the role of the producer is, but how involved? I mean, because you laid a lot at his feet as if he was responsible for it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm most definitely gonna keep. And plus on top, I'm gonna keep laying stuff at his feet, because the thing about it is that when it comes down to different conversations, that is what he does in different conversations. When it came down to queer people, I'm gonna keep that same energy when it came down to him, because when it came down to us, it was all about the man and the woman in the Bible and the natural order and all these different things and how pure and the children, etc. But last time I checked, what happened to the children when it came down to you and your professional work? What happened to the children with you making music about Trick Daddy? Because keep in mind too, the same thing that he said, he told us, no is an option. So yes, you produced it, but you also had the option to say, no, I don't want to produce it. You had an option to say, no, I don't want to work with Trick Daddy. Everybody has choices. The same thing that he told us. So the thing about it, if the car can go forward, it can go backwards. So the same reason that he wanted to lay everything at our feet, I'm a stack it up. I'm a organize it. I'm a color code it, and I'm gonna make sure it's all laid nice and pretty, because I want him to have the same energy, and I want him to make sure he has answers for everything that I lay at his feet, because that's exactly what he did to me in Conscious. Because and this is what I mean with that performativity shit. Yes. Do I believe that when it comes down to people choosing a certain faith or they have a different belief system, do I believe everything in their life is going to be pretty and perfect? No, of course not. But the thing about it is that when it comes down to different conversations, they act like everything in our lives are supposed to be pretty and perfect as well. And then they condemn us for it. Okay, since you want to use shame as your war tactic and you want to use condemning as your war tactic, okay, that's perfectly fine. But remember, we have entered the war and the war tactic of shame and being able to condemn somebody. So now I'm going to do the same thing to you. So yeah, it's going to be right at your feet. But however, for people who believe in what they believe in and don't try to push that onto everybody else, that's what you do. I don't care. But the thing about it is that he's the main one in these conversations telling people what they should do and how they should be. But then at the same time, on the other end, because once again, because he's intellectually dishonest, on the other end saying that I'm just freezing, I just believe what I believe. Then why are you talking and telling everybody else what they should believe? Nah, man, Dre, he gonna get this work every chance I get.
Yeah, he said some wild stuff, and that's where I actually had. I know he was mad at me because I was in y'all's chat going off because he was talking reckless. I mean, no pun intended. He was talking reckless on y'all's panel. He was talking so reckless. I couldn't believe it. But I've heard on so many other topics. But when it came to the LGBT stuff, he was just like out there. And I just want to say, man, this content creator I was listening to said there's no excuse for that.
Ain't no damn excuse for reckless speech.
No excuse for reckless speech, man. So I know you named yourself Reckless Logic. But we gotta watch your speech. Yeah, man.
Not Priscilla.
Yeah, she crazy. I like her.
Yeah,
I like her. I like her energy, but she be just as much wrong. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but she's freezy-ish to me. Like, they'll say just as much right as wrong, and it's like
I kind of watch her for like the sociological and like the psychology and stuff, because like she be dropping gems, and so I go and look into it and stuff. So but I trust me, I get it. I be like, girl, sometimes
it be so far off, man. I'm like, Jesus Christ. But I'm gonna let Freezy finish real quick, because he brought up what derailed. This is what derailed the topic. And I'm gonna say it was Freezy. It was Freezy.
I'm not shocked because he always does.
Now, let me see. I got love for Freeze. I don't always agree with him, but I got love for him. That's what I said. And I'm still sub to his channel. And he put in the video. I mean, because on some of their ideas about marriage and relationships, I do agree. But some of it is more ideology to me. Some of it is more of a, even though they're talking about marriage, to me, it sounds like a faith system. They believe in the power of marriage as if it's something other than the two people coming together. Wow, I had no idea the conversation was that deep. I basically got up there to give congratulations to my brother Mandrell. Overall, I thought it was a good conversation. It had value to it, but sometimes you have to find the value. Sometimes you have to sort through a lot of other stuff.
That have no rule over their own spirit, that means that it's an indication they can't govern themselves. When you see a city without walls, it's very hard to maintain a government in that city. Okay, you can be invaded at any time. You can be influenced at any time, right? So, and I attest a lot of these problems that we're talking about right now to single motherhood. Now, a lot of women in the chat, some women that's listening, that's ghost watching right now, would disagree with what I'm saying, and they probably would say is that old manosphere talk.
And that's where it exactly happened. Because you're talking about men, and he likened it to a city without walls. A man who doesn't have control over himself, a man that can't govern himself, is like a city without walls. You can't protect yourself if you can't govern yourself. What city has walls? Back in the day, they used to. Some of them old walls they used to have around the cities back in the day. It's this biblical stuff. It's 2,000 years ago. If you ain't had no walls, you were just getting pillaged. But I thought that was a good point. Even though he brought it from the Bible, it was a great point. But then he said, I'll bring it back to single motherhood. And the women are going to feel a way about that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. But to me, that's where it all started. That's where this conversation, because he could have stayed with the men, but he chose to bring it to single motherhood. What did you think when you heard that, Reckless?
Nothing at all, because I didn't expect any. I didn't expect anything more or less. Keep in mind, I've been on multiple panels with Freezy, so I already know what to expect. I know what he's gonna do. He's a one size fits all. This is what he does. So I'm not shocked that he was the one that derailed the conversation. He always does. So I'm not shocked. And plus, on top of that, whenever we get into these conversations, you already know the single mother's gonna come up. You already know that. Well, at least
how does that make his analogy relevant? Like a man that doesn't have control, like you can't control what goes in and what goes out if you don't have walls. In art, what we would say now is a man that doesn't have boundaries, a man that can't govern himself. He doesn't have any boundaries. That means people can take up from him energetically, monetarily. They can take whatever they want, and they don't have to replace anything. They can just pillage. They can take emotionally, financially. His time, all of these resources. A man can't govern himself if he's like that, if everybody else has access and he doesn't control that access. So that's why a man must be able to control himself emotionally. The same way a city. If a city does not have walls, people could just come in and take whatever they want. And you don't really have a city if people could come and take whatever they want. That's not really a city. So that's just a landmass. But a city is organized and protected and has boundaries and expectations and laws. So the same thing, analogous to that, is what a person has to do. You have to have boundaries and laws and codes for yourself, the way you conduct yourself. Everybody can't come in and you don't put yourself out onto everybody else either. There are rules and guidelines. So that it was a solid analogy up until he got to the single mother. When you throw in the word but, totally erases everything you said. Pussy control is within, not allowing access. Abs, yeah, not allow access to everything. It's not what goes in, is what comes out. How you decide to represent in each moment is key. We scrapping for value in this at this point. If you are talking about modern women using a city with walls as an analogy, it's oddly anachronistic. Just saying. Yeah, he wasn't talking about modern women. He was talking about men. If you can't control your damn self, who want to be around you?
But I want to say this. I'm subscribing to the men, especially in the Black community. It's going to be on us, man. I'm telling you, like, we done had plenty of conversations about how unruly these women are, You know what I'm saying? And it's a fact. That's a fact that these women are unruly. But guess who's raised? Guess who are raising these kids? These unruly women.
Ooh.
And then once you see the product of that childhood, we wonder why that dude, Jeremy, I think his name is Jeremy Brown, the one that got killed in that restaurant in Chicago. I guarantee you, I bet my bottom dollar that man was raised by his mother alone. I guarantee you, he hold his mother dear.
Hold up real quick. Girl, let me because let me say this, because this is what always gets me with this talking point of being raised with their mother alone. Now I do understand there's cases, situations where being raised with a toxic parent, single parent, whichever one it is. But the thing is that it's so interesting that you say that because I also currently work in the prison. No, I'm being for real. I honestly currently work in the prison system, and when I talk to a lot of the inmates, a lot of them have fathers in their lives. So just because you have quote unquote a single mother, that doesn't always just equate it, just this assumption that they're just going to be effed up. Because the thing about it is that what gets me too, a lot of these people, a lot, not all, but a lot, like I say it 4 or 5 times for people, a lot of people who literally sit on platforms and condemn single mothers literally come from a household of single mothers. But yet we also see representation of celebrities, of athletes, of people who come from single parent households, but yet are very successful, but yet are not toxic, but yet they show respect to other people, but yet it's like this consistent objective just to demean women and or to condemn men or whatever, and instead of us actually having a real fucking conversation. It's like, and keep in mind, we was talking about what? We was talking about men.
We were talking about men. And I get where he was going. He was saying all the conversations that we have about the unruly women, he's still landing at the feet of men. It's like, okay, they're unruly and they're raising a generation of people, blah, blah, blah. But that's our fault too. And they're going to get further into that. But I do want to show an example of what he's talking about. I think Yella will appreciate this. I think Yella will appreciate this one, all right?
Her career. Hurricane Rana by Scarlett. Would she be? Hold on. Oh. Bailey to belly. Yes. There's now Candace. DDT on Lewis. Up to the shoulders. Oh. TKO. And that knee stable. That's a big sign for Reggie. No. Carmella. And now the Oscar lock. Ellsworth's in trouble now. Oscar lock cinched in and out. There's the top.
I had to show y'all some of these unruly women who are out here attacking men. It's ridiculous, and we need to do something about it. Freezy might be on to something. That was hard to watch. I should have given you guys a trigger warning. Absolutely. But yeah, let's see if he lands his plane. Let's see if Freezy lands his plane about these unruly women, or does he stay on unruly women, or does he bring it back to how it's men? Because it's talking about men and emotional control.
I don't even know that, but see, thank you, BMU. That's what I'm saying. You can bet on that though, and this is the problem. What's going on in the black community? You know who's ruling the black community now? It's the black women. The black women are ruling the household. The black women are raising all the kids, mostly all the kids. So when you got people like Jeremy Brown that's incapable of holding in his, keeping his composure, right? Ruling his own.
He has his mother's tendencies.
His mother's tendencies. If you see Jeremy Brown, you seen his mama. That's it. That's what I gotta say. I think that's the major problem in the black community.
Freezy.
Now, I'm gonna ask this question because I didn't really think about that. I didn't really think too much about what Freezy said when he said it. Now I can see we make excuses for women being emotional or volatile. We kind of be like, it is what it is. That's women. And for them to say a man was exhibiting his mother's tendencies, I have a hard time with that one because I don't know that women are typically not known for being in public punching people. Like that's not what most mothers. You're a mom. Most moms are not out punching people. So for him to punch a woman, like punching somebody over a dispute publicly, that's not typical woman behavior. So for him to say like that's his mother's tendency, I don't know. I don't like laying every behavior at the feet of women simply because it's from an emotional base. So I mean that one, that's a weird one for me. That's a no for me, dog.
Once again intellectually dishonest because these are the same people that literally said, and you can attest to this, keeping their composure. But last time I checked, didn't JT call you the F word?
He sure did.
He called you the F word. Didn't he disrespect?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't Yella and Black Men Unfiltered going back and forth? But yet these are also people who had comparing, let them tell it, fathers in their lives. So being unstable is being unstable. Toxic is toxic. But yet we're trying to make this assumption just because there's only one parent there, it automatically means X, Y, and Z. But we also have representation. These motherfuckers, excuse my language. These are the same motherfuckers that are. These are the same motherfuckers that are the manifestation of the exact opposite. So what are we saying? Like they talking about some can't hold their composure if you let them tell. A lot of them had their fathers in their lives, and I'm like, have you not seen your platform where you guys argue back and forth like crazy? Like, let's not forget, like that's what happened. So I'm whatever.
Yeah, real quick, everybody. Now listen, I typically don't stream on YouTube on Saturday, so I'm actually overlapping with somebody who I support heavy. Mr. He Said, I'm gonna throw his channel in the chat. Make sure y'all go over there and say hello, drop a like, a comment. If y'all want to stay over here with me and Reckless, man, please at least go over there, just hit the like button, say hey in the comments, man, pop it through, a sub if you're not already subbed, because I support them heavy. So just show them love, because again, I don't like overlapping with people that I'm typically trying to either watch, or we have a lot of overlap in our audience. So again, I try not to do that. So man, please, let me hit these comments. They can get it together. Now you said something else. There we go. This black woman talk is hilarious, and mix that with the black single moms is like a bad comedy show at this point. Men need other men to guide them so they can get it together. So these black women can get it together then. You think as appalled as homeboy is, he be saving a bunch of kids from single motherhood. Does he and his significant other take in fatherless kids? Woo! Because
which is crazy. Like, I'm glad you said that, Moesha. Wait, it was Moesha that said that.
Yeah, about the
because
taking them in.
Thank you, because they're the same people that literally talk about single parent households and yada yada. But yet, you guys also on a Black Man Unfiltered talk about not dating single mothers. So if you're talking about quote unquote getting the guidance for quote unquote young boys who don't have a father figure, but yet you oppose to be, especially if you're a positive person, that let you tell it you're a positive person and figure and role model, but you also tell men not to get with single mothers. So which one is it? Are we going to fix the problem, quote unquote, or you just want to be just do the blame game and just keep doing the same shit? And it's something that they always like to say. When you keep doing the same shit, getting the same result, but you keep doing the same thing and expecting something different, that is insanity. So what are we doing?
Nah, that's definitely facts. It in the same space as you're right, because they'll talk about the problem with single moms and the kids they produce, but at the same time tell no men not to date them. But I will add on to that. JP, the aspiring matriarch, did say that at some point what men are going to have to do, maybe you don't want to tie your fate to a woman who makes poor reproductive decisions. Cool. What you should do then, if you really care about the community that you say you care about, is then invest in the lives of these young men and their mothers, because again, these are the households that these young men grow up in. Invest in their lives without the expectation of sex and romance. Like, so not just the kids. Okay, it's cool to mentor the kids, but the moms still need help.
I agree.
And if you don't want to date them because they made poor productive choices, and you supposedly care about the kids, well, the kids are still growing up in this household. So we're going to have to start to reorient our brains out of this manosphere red pill talking point. We can't stick on these points.
Well, okay, because you just said something that just got me. Because I 100% agree with that. But also, too, as well, is that yes, every single time we talk about women, them having children and making bad decisions, okay, there's a conversation for that. I 100% agree. But the thing about it is that later on in this conversation, they're the ones that on this panel talking about how women use the child support system and weaponize that against the man. And so my response to them, I think they should have chose better. I think also men need to also be responsible about who they nut in, who they come in, and also quote unquote possibly have children with. If you take issue with quote unquote women weaponizing a system to their advantage, and keep in mind, indirectly, y'all support if you want to be honest about it. But we're gonna get into that once that actually comes up. Is that I think you should have chose better. I think that you should make better decisions, and I think that any woman should honestly not be with you. But the thing about it is that the reason why I'm even saying this is to show you how dismissive it is. It's dismissive, it's tasteless, and it's also a way to be able to dismiss the conversation, the real conversation that we need to be having, just so you can say, okay, I really don't want to take no accountability. I really don't want to have that conversation, whatever. And so, with that being said, I think they should have just chose better. And if you get in trouble about child support, fuck you. You should chose better. But you see how dismissive that is, and that doesn't do anything for the conversation. But and this is what I mean when I said earlier is that a lot of times that I'm sorry, I'm on the roll. Like this is what I mean when I said that a lot of times when men go to speak, it gets this response because a lot of times when other people go to speak, it's this dismissiveness that happens. But yet, when you show that same dismissiveness to them, it's a problem. So,
no, I'm totally with you. Let me check these comments. We got a couple of big ones. It's the oh so holy men that produce these babies with these so-called toxic women. They are the stupid ones. But we can't say that because the unruly one better keep her legs closed. LOL. Whatever, Quantum. As a man, you don't actually see the evil side of women until it's too late. Because if that's the case, none of these women will never get chose. Ooh. And that's hard, man. I'm gonna tell you, both men and women had this issue because we're both trying to perform to the social standard of what's expected of us. But the real us is still simmering underneath. Some of us are better at simmering for longer periods of time because where we are is so closer to what we're performance. But some people, their performance is so far away from who they really are, we find out faster. But sometimes it's like some little thing that you didn't expect or know, but it's kind of close to their performance. But when that mask slips, man, when that mask comes off, man, it's like, surprise. But I think that's all people. And I think that's something we have to learn to be patient and not be so blinded by feelings, not be so blinded by desire. But that's hard to do. It's easier said than done. I get it. But we both have, and I think this is another JP-ism. Like we have broken pickers. A lot of us have broken pickers.
And also, because there was something that Greg said earlier, is that let's not forget, and this is the reason why I keep that same energy when it comes on the freeze, because he just laid it all at the feet of single mothers. So now I'm gonna keep that same energy. I'm not gonna hold back because in these conversations they never hold back. So with that being said, we're gonna lay that same energy when it came down to Freezy and talking about him and his biblical beliefs and how he believes in the family and all those other things and the children because he loves talking about the kids. Then why did you do that? Why did you make music with Trick Daddy? Why did you support an artist that obviously, if you look at his work, quote unquote, don't care about the children? It's a hypocrisy.
Well, I can't really argue that. I mean, that's solid logic. That it's reckless logic, but I like
it. Look, y'all know me. I'm never one.
OGJ Speed. His mic was booming. I'm gonna speed him. I'm gonna speed them up a little bit too, because Freezy and J Speed both talk a little methodically. So I'm just gonna put a 1.25, y'all. That's it. But I want to hear him because he blames men as well.
And on one side or the other side, I'm on the side of truth.
Right.
And the reason why Black women are raising children single in America is not the problem. It's the symptoms of the problem. Because you don't get a problem unless you had, number one, you had an ailment. And what was the ailment? You know, I was looking at some videos last night. And I was looking at videos in Las Vegas and Figueroa Street here and where prostitute hangs at. And I said to myself,
Don't be laughing.
Go ahead, man. Get it out. Get it
Man, Drill left.
I said to myself, when I walk down Figueroa Street and I see these women who are out there pretty much naked, but I look around and look at the men. The men are weak. I'm sorry. And Freezy, that's what I agree along with you, the back of what you said. I don't make the woman the problem. I believe the general of the service who leads his troops into battle with a strategy, he's the problem. Now, you can trickle it down to each individual soldier if you want to, but we have seen it done in basketball and a lot of other sports. When they get rid of the coach, the team does much better. And what I'm saying is, and I have always said, I can agree along with all the men and all the mayhem that they go through with women, because I have went through it with myself. Just got over a case within my house. And so I understand what they're saying. But in the end of the day, Freezy, you said the right thing. It's left up to us. See, prisoners.
I'm not going to go too much into J Speed, but I wanted to know that Freezy did blame men, but he also said he brought single women into it. But, you know, he started with the men, then he brought single women into it. He said, I understand, because every time I saw women out of line, there were weak men with them. So they're couching the evidence of the weak men. They're couching the evidence of the failure in men in the presentation of the women. So I know that's problematic for women.
No, hold up. No, because I think maybe because I had interactions with them on this panel, how are they going to talk about keeping quote unquote weak men, quote unquote, and women acting out of line, but yet I was sitting on a panel with all of their asses, Freezy, Black Man Unfiltered, JT, all them hoes, and they didn't check each other when any one of them were out of line. So this is the reason why we don't take them serious. I'm sorry, I'm just not to be that person. This is the reason why we don't take them serious, is because how are we gonna look at your tribe members and try to check them, but yet you guys, as the quote unquote judicial system or whatever, the board or whatever, the leaders, y'all don't have a checks and balances to check each other. That's the reason why us here in America, melanated people do not respect the judicial, the legislative, and the executive branch, because how you gonna sit up there try to condemn somebody for quote unquote selling drugs or doing drugs, but yet you got politicians sitting up there doing the exact same thing? How you gonna sit up here and try to demonize, excuse my language, for messing with quote unquote minors or whatever when it comes down to the citizens, but yet you got politicians over here sex trafficking children all across America? How are we gonna quote unquote respect the government for trying to condemn us or condemn the American people for quote unquote crimes, which does make sense, but yeah, y'all don't check each other? But yeah, that's the reason why between melanated communities and when it comes down to the government that respect this laws. And this is what I mean when I say they get to conversation trying to be performative. Y'all don't check each other, but yet y'all trying to check everybody else, and that's the issue.
Oh, that's a good point. If I hadn't experienced that, I might have pushed back on that, except I experienced that. Because we're sitting there in a meeting about the differences between the channels and panels and hosts. And like you said, when I got called FAG, nobody checked it. So it's hard to believe that if you won't check the people who are with you, there's no way you're going to check the other men who are out of line. There's no way you're going to check strangers, people that you think are violent, people that are pushing drugs in the community. If you won't even check the people who are with you, there's no way. And I know women ain't blind to that. And I know kids aren't blind to that. That's interesting. Now that gave that's tough. Ooh, that's tough, man. That sunk my heart a little bit, because that means Jesus Christ. Yeah, ooh. Because we out of line on some of these panels. No, there's no code. There's no code. And if you can't instill a code in the spaces that you do control, there's no way to instill a code in the spaces that you don't. You can't even start that work, because you haven't instituted a code, even on what you do control, where everybody's in agreement. That's tough. Let the woman run wild. The man is weak. Requires submission, cooperation. The man is controlling. Bruh. Yeah, it's tough, man. There's no real win, but I logic is right though on that part. Dang.
And like you said, you experienced it where you was disrespected, and that person, JT, was out of line, and no one checked. Even the host did not check him.
Even when I said you didn't check it, did not get
right.
checked.
But then you want to get into the faces of queer people, and also get into the faces of women, and think you're gonna check us? Oh no. And that right there lets you know that there is some on a subconscious level, there is a hierarchical structure that they view themselves and they view everybody else. Because a lot of times too, most people, if you look at a hierarchy, most people won't check their boss. Most people won't even check people that quote unquote are on the same level as them because they don't have that structure or that power or that authority over them. But yet, most people, especially in a system, a business or whatever, a hierarchical structure, they're quick to check the employee, especially when you have the authority to do so. And so that's the reason why I just can't. And my thing is, if there was a structure of them being like, hold up, you out of line for that. You did not have to call that man, especially when you're trying to make the point that you're not homophobic. But I digress. You did not have to disrespect that man just because he disagreed with you. He did not call you out your name. He didn't even disrespect you. All he's doing is just pushing back on information. And especially if you know that you are the host and it's your channel and your channel can be affected by that, then it was your duty, because you're the captain of that ship, Black Man Unfiltered. That's your network. You're the captain of that ship. You should have stopped it and said something on the forefront, because the thing that gets me too, they want to say things behind the scenes, but then when they say things behind the scenes, it's more of a pacifier. It's like, oh, we're gonna save your ego and we're gonna stroke your ego and we're gonna just no. That's the reason why we don't respect it. That's why it's always gonna be pushback until things change. Because the thing about how, don't you dare get in my motherfucking face and try to check me on a motherfucking thing, especially when you let this motherfucking nigga right next to you do whatever and say whatever, and you want to try to put rules and regulations on how I respond. No. If you want to put rules and regulations on how I respond, you better put rules and regulations on the way that they act. Start from the root, and then the symptoms and also the response will change.
That's it. With that. I want to see what your response is to this, because I know a lot of men have this issue, like the damned if you don't paradox, damned if you do paradox. Like, let the women run wild, the man is considered weak. But if you require submission and cooperation, the man is controlling. Like, how do we get out of that? And I know we were hashing this out with Kendra and Bree too. There's a line of like collaboration, but it's hard for most people to walk that line. It seems like it's a very thin line. But how do men find a balance or find a way? Or how would you even, and I know gay male and everything, but still there has to be a way. And again, I probably think that might be the example, because it's two men as opposed to having that preconceived notion of man and woman. I know y'all said y'all still have the mask film dynamic, but how do you decide, like, because even within your structure dynamic, how is that walk between freedom and all autonomy and everything goes, but like, okay, cooperation and submission, like, how does that dynamic, how do you see it from inside and outside?
Okay, so from inside outside, it's just this, is that if the person isn't respecting your boundaries, then that's your boundaries. And so once the person has shown you, for one, that they crossed your boundaries, then you realize what your boundaries are. You are to express what your boundaries are. And then you tell this person not once, but twice about what these boundaries are. And they continue to do the same thing. They've already made a decision. Now it's time for you to make a decision. What are you going to do? Are you still going to deal with that person? Or you're going to do a 180 and walk away from that person, because your time is valuable. And also with that, they're showing you who they are. That's why a lot of times I do not pay attention to what people say. So it's what you do. You cannot tell me you respect me, but when I keep telling you that this is my boundary, and you make an executive decision to disregard it. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people in their boundaries can be out of line. People like, girl, like, what the fuck? But if it's reasonable, I'll say it that way. If it's a reasonable boundary and it's something that it doesn't fucking hurt, then just respect it. If they don't respect it, you have a decision to make. You can walk away from it. And I've learned that as well too. Yeah, it was hard, but at the end of the day, when you finally reinforce your own boundaries, you'll be all right.
No, I agree. It's really hard on the social dynamic, because the men, it's really hard. Now I get it, because there's a lot of and Rico's in the building. Man. Appreciate you. And man, JT's a menace. I know he's favored and friendly with everybody over there, but his thoughts are problematic. But I say it's character issue, but it is what it is. Men are stuck in a space. Men are stuck in a space where, to have access to relationships or sex, they almost have to capitulate. Like, I mean, from the because they don't have any bargaining power. Like, I really think like financial domination was the only way, like the oppressive nature of patriarchy, as you call it, that was the only way that men had like control and like confidence and competence within the dating market, is because they really didn't have like, the market was kind of closed. The market was kind of forced. But now that women have freedom and can even just opt out, I'd rather just be by myself than deal with a man. Men really don't have a way other than to offer an incentive, because there's no control. Like, so like carrot and stick are the only ways to get people to do what you want. Carrot and stick, positive and negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is off the table. Like, we just don't have financial control. We can't, physical dominance, that's off. So it's got to be incentive. Now that women can make just as much money as men, what is the incentive? And men have not learned to provide like romantic or emotional incentive yet. You know what I'm saying? So men haven't balanced that part of the dynamic out. We're kind of stuck in that way.
I was gonna say, to be clean and honest, y'all, we're gonna have to figure it out, because now we're moving into the age of Aquarius, which is talks about the divine feminine being on top. That's essentially why we're starting to see women come into leadership positions, and we're starting to see women get into positions of power, and we're starting to see the more representation of queer people, etc. Because the divine feminine is now, since in the past it was strictly a divine masculine, and it was strictly masculine, and it's something that conscious likes to say, the pendulum has to swing right to correct whatever happened on the left. In order for things to be balanced, you need the divine masculine and the divine feminine. But however, it was never that. It was always just strictly the masculine. The era was strictly masculine, which is why men were always the ones at the table. Men made the decisions. Men, the masculine, decided what was law, what was it, and how things ran. And the divine feminine didn't get a say. So even though the intention and the plan was for both parties, the divine masculine and the feminine, to come to the table and also run the nation, or run whatever sector, or whatever, the way that it should have been ran, and then y'all collaborate together to be able to come to decisions. That was the intention, but that wasn't the actual position initially. So since that wasn't the actual position initially, now you have to go all the way to the right, which would be the divine feminine, which is why you're going to start seeing the toxicity when it comes down to women, because that's the response. You're going to start seeing the toxicity when it comes down to women, when it comes down to queer people, when it comes down to legislation. We are just getting started. And the thing about it is that a lot of the times, this is also an opportunity for men to actually sit back and actually take the opportunity to think about, who am I? What's my identity outside of my money? What's my identity outside of what I can do? What's my masculinity whenever it's not in a state of chaos? Because a lot of times when you let a lot of men speak about their masculinity, there was a robbery coming into the house, and and when there's a burning fire and all that. But what's your masculinity when it's not in a state of chaos? What's your masculinity when you're still? How would you exhibit your masculinity when things aren't hectic? So with all of that being said, this is just the opportunity for men and also for women to understand what's my real position. Like, who am I? What's my purpose? Why am I here? Because now, before, men didn't have that. Honestly, in order for a man to get a woman, all he had to do was have money. That's really essentially what he having emotional stability, that was not really a thing. Being able to know how to take care of a family, as in being able to be part of the household, that really wasn't too much of a thing. All you really had to do was provide money. But now, since that's being taken off the table, it's making you sit back and reevaluate. Okay, these are other aspects in a relationship that I have to master in, or at least be okay in, so I can quote unquote maneuver. So yeah, it's gonna, and to keep in mind too, the people that talking, they want tradition. I'm sorry, we're moving to the age of Aquarius. If you don't get with the times, you will be left behind, and that's just what it is. And it's a spiritual awakening. You will get left behind. There is no going back. I'm sorry. And that's from a spiritual perspective as well. It's no going back. Age of Aquarius comes in, women and queer people, they're going to reign. They're going to roar. And the thing about it is that I think a lot of times men are afraid of that happening, is because they know the reality of how they treated queer people and how they treated women. So they're just trying to, at least at this point, they got to beg for that mercy. Now, I'm not here to try. I'm being dead serious because you within every group you always have the radical, you always have the extremists, you always have the people that's going to be go to the extreme when it comes down to things. But honestly, you need those type of people in every movement. The reason why you need those type of people because those are the people that bring attention to said movements. Because when you have people of any movement that's very respectable, that's very docile, and they talk about their emotions, they speak on the core of what the movement is about. You literally have the narcissistic culture neglect them, push them off to the side. Because let's be very clear, if we have Martin Luther King as our only leader, we will still be we'll still be in chains. But it took someone like a Malcolm X to get his ass out there and start slapping the shit out of motherfuckers left and right and putting fear in people's hearts. So you're gonna need those radical people to be able to bring attention so they can usher in and bring in the people who are more rational and who can really speak to the core issue of the movement. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I was just critiquing a feminist theorist who talked about radical and revolutionary. I'm going to push back, but I want to hit a couple comments before I bring that back. Hopefully I don't forget. But Quantum, talking about you can't control anyone. The point is to let people do them, and you decide if you want to be with them or not. Good Lord, it's not that hard. Quantum, I just watched you and old girl talk about what the men on the panel should have done the whole stream. All y'all do is talk about what men should do. Men should do this. Men should do that. And you talk about you can't control anyone. The point is let people do them. Y'all never let nobody be. So I don't even want to hear your mouth talking about any of that.
Oh, anyway. God.
But didn't men create the system? I mean, are not all of these systems created by men? Name me a system created by women. Serious question. I'm going to say it like this because like a lot of the systems we believe were created by men. We do not know that the idea did not come from women. In my men have taken the credit because like the patriarchal line of things, the power and control has rested in the United States through the hands of men. But that doesn't mean that a lot of things were not predicated upon women because women have pushed for a lot of advancements and changes based upon where their values lie that have become systems. I would almost guarantee that the educational system was spearheaded by women. Our compulsory education, I would almost guarantee that women were probably at the forefront of that because men would have kept everybody on the farms. Like, what do they need to go get an education for? Just to, move some hay bales. And the woman probably like, no, I want my kids a better life than this. So I would almost guarantee if we looked at the history of some of the systems that we have, it was started by women, even though men controlled it. So,
well, yeah, I would say that. But I was going to say, yeah, I can't agree with that. But also, whenever I talk about patriarchy or whenever I talk about, whatever system, I'm also talking about mentality, which can be adopted by men and women. Right. So yes, mammies do exist. They are the guard dogs when it comes down to that toxic version of patriarchy. They are on the front lines, woofing, biting your ankles and everything on their leashes and on their collars. They're gonna do what they do. They're gonna try to distract you so you can't get to the person in the bike. Okay. So the thing is that I'm not gonna sit up here and say that it's only men and only, but no, there's mammies that exist, and there's also women that pretty sure that agreed with men being in charge and men doing this and men doing that, or they suggested ideas that help with this toxic ass system, this version of this toxic ass system. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I'm with you. Shout out to Bree, shout out to Hanifa, and shout out to Billy. Thank you all for being here. Everybody, I dropped the link to Cerebro. I typically don't stream on Saturdays. Again, I don't typically stream on Saturdays, but I wanted to have this conversation with Reckless when we were messaging about it, the conversation from Mandrill. And I didn't know what time he was going live. He didn't have a thumbnail up. So if you have a second device, please make sure you pull up a second phone, a tablet, and just drop Cerebro on, man. Because I hate overlapping with people that I typically try to support. It's not something I try to do intentionally. And why do we take it as a given that society was invented by men? I don't buy it. What say you?
Well, for one, men are in power. Men are the ones that have always made the rules. So yeah, like my question is, on a large scheme of things, who would voluntarily put themselves in chains and shackles? No one would. No one be like, you know what? You can lock me up and you can put me in chains and I can have no rights and I can have nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. There is a mind fuck that goes into the mentality of being a mammy, as in you believe that the toxicity is what you deserve and what you're afforded to just because of you are who you say that you are, or you are who you are. So yes, there is a mentality, but however, in terms of the psychology of indoctrinating women, queer people, whoever the oppressed group are, to believe that they deserve what they deserve, you also got to keep in mind who's ever in power. That's what they want you to believe. That it goes the same way. That's like saying Black people created racism in America. Just because you know that there are coons that do exist, just because we know that there's someone like a Candace Owens that gets on platforms and completely coons out for white massa. But yet we also know, as melanated people, we know that white America created and perpetuated racism, but that did not stop coons from from existing. Even though we do know that anti-Blackness does exist, we also know that self-hate does exist, but those are the side effects of the indoctrination.
Yeah, Enrico, yes. I'm not saying that whoever the dominant group was didn't agree to it and put it and implement it. I'm just saying that there could have been things that were spearheaded or founded based upon the minority parties, like, because this is one of the things that I would say, as much as I'll concede white supremacy does not mean that there were not contributions by all the minority groups that were important or that did not contribute to the success of the dominant group or the majority. So the same way, I would say that although it's been a patriarchy, it would be hard for me to believe that women did not have just as heavy of as half of the population did not have a dominant, an oversized, or maybe I'm not. What am I trying to say? Their contributions may not have gone as noted as they should have been because of their minority role in society. The same way Black people's contributions have not gone as noted as they should have been based upon their minority role. So I'm willing to, I believe that although men are more dominant in society, the patriarchy, the men in control, men are in power, men have held the reins of power, and typically older white males, of course, but still, I know that women have contributed quite a bit to this country, even though a lot of their contributions have gone unremarked or unknown for probably centuries. OG Patrice in the building, and Dawn Frank. Hello, ladies. Good to see you passing through.
Hey.
So let me see where we at. We were at the 206 mark, so we've heard J Speed. I want to get to, let me see, because this is where it really, the women were in the chat. The women were in the chat, and they didn't like the fact that the men had brought up women in their conversation. You know, understandably so. They didn't like it. But the men saw the comments, and Mandrill brought one of them up. So we're going to see how they respond to the women not liking, the woman slander.
Who has the lifestyle and what you are looking for in a woman. You have to be willing to vet her, sit down with her, have conversations with her, right? You have to be able to be a man about it and not go and stick everything that's moving, because that's not helping the community. It's only hurting it, because now you're putting a woman with a child that's bitter toward you, that's going to raise another bitter boy that act like her.
Okay, cool. Here's the thing. We have a brilliant question from the chat.
Absolutely.
Brilliant question.
Yes.
And it's one that I was actually going to see. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike.
Must not be talking about you.
This is a brilliant question from a brilliant woman. Okay, Chris Powell asked, say that's credit to the statement. You see him, you see his mom. At what point are we going to hold adult men accountable for recognizing and rectifying poor behavior?
I just said
very good question.
I just said it.
Did I answer that? Did I answer? Wait. I think my whole summation was the responsibility lies on the men. And I think this is where the manosphere went wrong.
Now, just real quick. You heard him say, I just said it. Everybody got a little defensive because the women got it. When are we going to hold adult men accountable? Because again, they were all citing men, but their illustration for why men need to be held accountable was the state of the woman. Right. So, I mean, we can talk about where they hung their argument on, but they all said that the men were responsible for the current state and for what is necessary to change. But the fact that they mentioned women, the women in the chat got defensive. Now you hear the men, because it was brought up, hey, the men are, why don't we hold men accountable? Which the men were saying the men should be held accountable, but the women, as soon as you brought women up, this is what I talked when I asked that question earlier to Reckless. This is what I meant. The moment you mentioned women, it's like, oh, what are you talking about? So they freaked out in the chat. One of them was talking about leaving. Like, this is another man. This is another man channel. This is another man channel. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. So
I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to because I know it's different if I didn't know who some of these people were on the panel, but I know some of these people on the panel, and like I know how this operates. They do that because they're going to eventually make their way over to slide it over to the women because that's what it happened on this panel. It literally happened, and the women know that. It's like having a slightly racist person and they start talking about black people and you kind of on eggshells because you kind of already know what a conversation is going to lead to. It's going to happen. You're talking about Freezy, who's already happened. He already laid it out at the feet of single mothers. So that was already strike one. He already did it. And then you also have Black Men Unfiltered, who has a network that's dedicated to blaming women for everything. So you have these two individuals that's already there, that's already made a staple, already made a presence known of where they stand, how they operate, with the way that they think. Yeah, I'm gonna be on eggshells because we already know this conversation and how it's gonna run and how it's gonna lay out. And then on top of that, when you actually look at the whole video, that's exactly what happened. So it's not like it's wrong, but it's like it's a actual response because we know that it always happens every single time. Most time.
And this is what I mean. I think it's actually almost a form. It's a form of a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's also an illustration of the actual conversation that comes up, the whole submission conversation. And I'm gonna say it like this, because the men actually did say it was the men's fault. But what they use as an example to show why it was men's fault was the women. I can see how that seems like we're laying it at the feet of women. But each man said it's the man's fault for the position that women have found themselves in. So I can understand why women would only hear the part that makes it seem like she's down bad. But even the men are down bad because we're subject to the women. There are mothers, there are aunts. So we talk about how many single mother-led homes there are. That means they're at the forefront of our community. So if their position is bad, we fail because we've let them lead. If we're talking about leadership and community, all the men were saying that they failed. But again, the fact that women were mentioned because men don't exist in a community only of men. They can exist in a community of women and children. So it's going to be remarked upon the state of the women and children. If we failed, it impacted women and children. There is going to be some residual. There's going to be some overlap. So I'm okay with that, but I also understand how women hear it. But once women got defensive, and this goes back to all this stuff ties together. The original question was, why do men need to exhibit emotional control? And that's because when women get in that fear place, like you said, Reckless, you said we know because of who we're looking at and where we are, they're going to say certain things and they're going to do certain things and they're going to jump to certain conclusions. Now we know if everybody feels that way, they're going to operate off of that feeling. So in the chat, they were operating off of that feeling. And why men need to have emotional control is when everybody operates off of that feeling of your reputation or what everybody perceives of you or what society says you are. You can't then react off of their reaction. You can't react because everybody thinks a black man is a villain or a monster or an animal. You can't react because everybody thinks you're a threat. Because what happens is you end up giving them what they were expecting. Black men are animals. You can't be talking about black men and animals, but then you're acting like an animal and everybody see? And that's what happens here. Everybody's like, see, y'all gonna be talking about women. But then as soon as they got defensive, the men got defensive back in reaction because they couldn't control their emotions. But most men are trash. Most women are trash. All politicians are trash. Don't be trash. How y'all don't laugh every time Mandrill start talking? Everything he says sounds sarcastic as fuck. It takes to realize he did serious. It does. Let's take a minute. That's why these conversations are so annoying. Right. Take the accountability as long as it's still our fault. However, when they do that, they place blame instead of actually getting to a solution. Now that's a problem. I will tell you that their conversation right now. They do break
that's
down
the reason.
Circular.
No, but that's really I wanted to say as well too is that's the reason why they get defensive because they already know that that's a way of trying to shift the blame, of trying a strategic way of trying to shift that blame. And I'm like, I see it happening. It's starting to happen. And then eventually down the road they fully say it. So But I 100% agree with what you said when it came down to the to reacting and getting that defensive part, because I think that's what typically always happens in these conversations, or I'm gonna say any sensitive conversations.
And I would say also in relationships, it's this same dynamic. Like when people talk about shit testing, women will like bring in an emotional component, and it will test your ability to maintain your composure. Like that, there's a thing we do test each other, and every time where men fail is not being able to control their emotions, which I wish they had been able to state on Mandrell's question, because it's indicative of why these conversations keep breaking down, why men aren't able to work together, why we can't be on any solution-oriented topics for too long, because somebody's emotions get like inflamed. And we did the Information Man one. I've seen Information Man multiple times. It was JT. We've seen it with Freezy. We've seen it so many examples of men unable to control their emotional state and just be rational or relational. So it was a really relevant question, and it was weird to watch it play out. Not listen to it play out, but to watch it play out was kind of weird. Now, nobody got the name calling, but it was still something where their emotions prevented like progression. And down bad can mean particularly horny to the point you get creepy, Greg. That is a version of down bad. That's not the only down bad there is.
Yeah.
That's why women start to get a little irritated. And I get it. I understand why women get irritated with us when we fall into these traps. But I also know that these men are getting emotional about it. They're getting defensive. There's a feeling. They're feeling attacked. Even when you ask a question, they're feeling attacked and they get defensive. And then they have to deflect or explain, like what shame, blame, explain, the SBE. I get it. And we really don't have solutions. And instead of being able to say, I really don't have solutions, but I'm willing to think towards some, or there's something I can do, or maybe just I can only work on myself. Even that admission is a good one. I can really only work on myself. I only have the capacity to work on myself right now. And that will be okay. So hello, Mika. I'm not sure if somebody else came in. I want to say hello to Dawn, Mika. Good to see y'all. I'm talking to Quantum. Cool. Let me see where we at. We at 211. I want to see who else responds to that.
I think they came up with.
Oh, down bad, Greg. It's just any bad state. Just any bad state. You can use that in any context where somebody's in a bad state. Like, oh man, I'm broke. Ooh, I'm down bad right now. That means I'm at a level I'm really down. So it can be in any context. Woo. Any context where you are insufficient.
Come up with a good concept,
yeah.
But they had so much venom in their voice against the women, and they forgot about they're supposed to be training men.
And that's why that's why we should reach down to our boys. Reach down to our boys and teach our sons. Look at right now. You can, and this is what I'm saying. So everything ain't bad, right? Everything that's meant for bad ain't bad, because we can take these red pill points, these red rage niggas out here, and I can say, son, look at this. These are men who have been hurt by women. These are men who have been destroyed by women. And if you make the wrong choice, you can absolutely be on one of these panels one day doing the same thing that they're doing. So, son, I need you to pay attention to this, because this could be the movie of your life if you don't get it together.
Jesus Christ. Now, I know, Reckless. I know. We talking about men, but he talking about how the women can destroy your life, and like he's a hapless victim to these predatory women who will just destroy your life. If you ain't wise, son, you gonna be up here on these panels just like the rest of us.
Oh my God, no! But you know, I'm not shocked. Once again, he's kind of like Freezy. I didn't expect anything more or less, because he did the same thing with because you remember the panel that me and Conscious had over there on his platform, and then that crazy thing went down, and then Mandrell's sister wasn't on that platform, and so she came on the following day or the following 2 days or whatever, and she said, and I remember because I seen it. She was like, let me say this, because I wasn't on that panel. She said, gay black men speak up for black women more than, straight black men, And she started going on a whole rant and saying that, and basically she was letting me know her issue is that y'all tear us down first and y'all tear us down the most. And yada yada. She went on a whole rant. And that was the message of her point. And then as soon as she got done speaking and she gave her speech, she was passionate. She put her all into it, and she was letting it pour her heart out. Yes, and then his following statements was about how black women essentially ain't ish. I'm like, you just completely just missed the point of everything she said, and you went back to doing exactly what she said that y'all do.
Now, I'm not making an excuse here. It's going to sound like one to people who already feel away. I know human nature, and I know everybody does this, and I'm not saying that to explain or like to shift blame or accountability. I just know how hard it is to sit in the discomfort of failure. It is extremely hard to sit knowing that the person you identify with, the group you identify with, has failed. It is hard to sit there and be like, we have failed. We have messed up. And I don't know how to fix it. That's even worse. Not that just that I failed. I don't know what to do next. It is extremely hard and difficult emotionally, let alone intellectually, because you don't even know. You're emotionally overwhelmed by your failure and the shame of that. And you can't even think straight because of that. So your mind is going to try to find somewhere to place blame. And this happens inside of relationships. So again, I'm not excusing it. It's something that as men, if we can't overcome that problem, we can't overcome a lot of the rest of the problems either. So I'm okay with the barrier, the standard, the boundaries that women place in front of men. Like, if you can't overcome these obstacles, you're not worthy of my time. I'm completely okay with that, because if we can't do the work on that level, if we can't compose ourselves on a panel, if we can't speak respectfully about women and children in public, if we can't do this, and this, and these are things that we can do within our minds, it doesn't even require money. It doesn't even require money to start practicing better habits in these domains. It's not even about money on this. It just takes time and intention. And if we can't even show the intention to want to speak better about each other, even amongst the men, because, we had the information man thing that I highlighted. If we cannot even show that intention, how could the women trust us with their life in the future or their children's life in future when we don't even regard ourselves and our life in future in a way that anybody would find pleasing? So I totally understand the standards. We do need to have them, and I wish men showed up better. I just can't force them to. And it's like, until we get the desire to be better for ourselves, I don't think, as long as our intention is always for sex and marriage, I don't think we'll ever come out of it. It's got to be because I want to feel healthier within myself. And I don't know how to get men to do that. It was extremely hard for me. I had to be down bad, Greg, before I decided to start changing. Oh, God. Didn't he advise his son to masturbate into a garage can instead of experiment? I don't know. Oh, God. Bravo with Sheila Network. Hello. Good to see you. Make sure y'all tap in with Bravo with Sheila. I think I have her LinkedIn here because she's got a great network as well. A lot of positive information, a lot of counseling type information, a lot of self-development. I would encourage men to listen to as many of these channels like Bravo with Sheila, Dr. Nakumbe, Nelson Counseling. We need to start working on ourselves for ourselves, because, man, some of these conversations just it exposes our problems. Everybody can see it except us. So sad. So sad. Let me see. Men who talk just need to go serve the country and shut the fuck up. Just don't be involved in the stuff they complain about, in my opinion. Men who actually want to build should link up. And I'm with that. Unfortunately, though, I also think there should be room for people who just want to talk. My only issue, when I first had an issue with Black Men and Filters channel, when I first criticized their channel, my only criticism was that people who want to talk stuff set themselves up as a building place. And for me, those two should be separate. You can be entertainment. You can be provocative. You can be whatever you want to be. I'm okay with that. But I know people who are looking for building, looking for construction. It's hard to be a construction company who practices a lot of destructive habits. So that was my biggest criticism in the beginning. If it's just an entertainment channel, you can say whatever. You can say anything. And I don't even trip. It is room to talk. Over there, not in the midst of the builders. Welcome you at home. It is a little messy. Yes, that's we'll be at 212. So we heard what they're saying. They just getting ready. They just getting ready to make an exemption. This is cute. You'll like this part, Reckless.
BMU, also OG. All three of us actually held the men accountable.
Yes, all three of us. Like,
all three of us did. But Dreddy, just want to say this. Yeah. This is one of the big problems. I'm gonna tell you what it is. These spaces are causing vitriol and bitterness to where women are not hearing men and men are not truly hearing women. Right?
Did you hear that? Like, that was true and brilliant, and I think it bears repeating. Y'all need to hear Freezy on that one again because he's absolutely right. Broken, man, it's very few times I'm gonna say this man is 100% right.
Problems. I'm gonna tell you what it is. These spaces are causing vitriol and bitterness to where women are not hearing men and men are not truly hearing women, right?
I'm like, wow, that felt like self-awareness. That felt like self-awareness. Quick second.
Yeah, it felt like it, but it wasn't, because he's the same person that still participates in said spaces. And also with that, when I can't take Freeze because he's just intellectually dishonest and hypocrisy. Yes, I understand on the surface. I'm sorry, he's always gonna get this work. He said what he said, but yet because OG's in here, 2.5 seconds later, he completely misrepresented what she said.
Yeah.
So it's like you're saying that, but yet you still participate on a network that does the exact same thing that you're talking about. And then not only that, you completely misrepresent what OG Patrice said. Okay, I got you. Hypocrisy. I'm gonna continue, but I do agree with that statement, what he said, but it's just hypocrisy for me. Once again, you can't always choose the messenger. God choose anybody to say anything. So hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I thought that was interesting too, because I'm like, wow, because it's typically the submission conversation that's one of the most contentious ones, that's the most divisive, and it's like, but we end up going back to it. So it's weird. It was weird to hear it because it was like it was accurate, but like, but this conversation continues to go on for another hour and a half in this vein. This a divisive conversation. And I'm like, men of good intention, if you know, like if everybody's coming to you, and I get the language policing. There is a thing about language policing where people just keep policing you until you have no room left to say anything. I get that. That's a real thing. But it's also a thing that if you care about somebody and you feel like something you're saying or doing is hurting them, you'll also consider the impact of that. Like, maybe I want to say something different. Maybe I can say it another way. But I also get setting up like, well, I'm not going to shift too far because I still need to communicate clearly. So that's a dynamic that people got to solve, within a relationship that they're involved in.
I agree.
Let me see. I'm going to skip a little bit because they do say at 2:16 something else important. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom.
Y'all fall short at.
Exactly.
You fall short in them rims.
And OG, guess what? OG? The thing is, I think, like I said, we got to reach out to the children, our daughters and our sons, because right now it's settled. Right now, the women are saying,
that's what I meant to say. Hello to.
What up, now they got the single mother thing going on, where they purposely want to be single mothers, right? And so now you got that going on. You got all this other stuff. So when it comes to the men now, we got to reach back to our boys and say, listen, this is the requirement. And my thing is this: to sit down today, OG, as a leader, as a man, like we are right now. If I weren't married and no captivity weren't married, and we had to go back into the dating world, and we had to sit down today and meet a nice, beautiful young lady and sit down with her and say, hey, listen, babe, I want to make this relationship go further than what it is today. And this is what I'm asking of you, and this is what I'm giving to you. As a leader, I want to make sure that you're protected at all times, mentally, physically, spiritually. I want to make sure that whatever we do, that you're a part of everything I do. You're not my doormat to step on, but you're my woman to walk with me. Now, but I do want you to understand, when you were single, you were single. And when it comes to these different things that you used to do, like girls' trips, or the way you used to dress, provocatively, going out in public, showing your breast and your butt, those days are coming to a hard end. Because now you under the protection and the guidance of your man now, and you don't need nobody's attention but your man. And now having that conversation today gets a little rough because,
man, there was 2 points in there that really tripped me up. If you want to go first, there's a couple points in there that tripped me up.
You go first.
The biggest problem with that is you find somebody, and then once they're with you, you expect them to change all the behaviors they were doing before. Not all of them, like the girls' trips and the way you dress, they were dressing provocatively. Why would you date somebody that's dressing provocatively and expect that to change? Why would you expect somebody that travels and goes on girls' trips? Why would you get with somebody and expect that to change? Like, they're building lifetime habits. We're in our 30s and 40s. Why are you expecting these people to suddenly change because you wanted to be with them? That's a little problematic for me. I wouldn't ever suggest dudes go do that. Like, you should find somebody who's living the type of lifestyle that you want to pair yourself with. Somebody that does not take the girls' trip, somebody that does not dress provocatively, if that's what you would ask of somebody. So that part was weird for me.
And also too, I'm trying to understand what the hell's wrong with girl trips. Like inherently, what's wrong with girl trips? Last time I checked, she's a grown adult. If she wants to go out and have fun with her girl, she can do that. Now, however, if they're out there and they're doing other things that disrespects your relationship, the agreement on your relationship, that's one thing. But once again, I know who I'm talking about. That's why I can't take what they say serious, is because I've seen them operate. I've heard them talk about women. And some of these people are supposed to be married.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's how you talk about women sexually behind the scenes of Black Men Unfiltered, aka Rihanna, and call all types of bitches and hoes and sluts and what you'll do to her sexually, but then yet you are engaged and married. Is that what we're talking about? But yet you want to put that same standard on your spouse, which is cool, but you have to abide by that as well.
Yeah.
Don't expect one side to do one thing. I think it would be kind of different if I didn't know who I was talking to. But I know who I'm talking to. I've witnessed these people. I've witnessed them in their conversation. So it's like it's once again, it's that performative bullshit I talk about. Because I'm like, how can you literally say that and talk about standards and can't do this and can't do that? And the thing about it is like this. They always try to put that. It's the weirdest shit to me. Because what men would do, they would literally label themselves as a protector. But then yet when it's time for them to protect, all of a sudden they want to pussyfoot around it. So which one is it? Are you gonna protect or not? I just never fully understood that shit. Like, if you're gonna be quote unquote be a protector, then protect. Because I remember that they had that conversation about the dressing and the way that women dress, and you shouldn't dress like that because you're asking for it. And I'm like, last time I checked, clothes dressing in a certain manner, it does not equate to consent. And this is what I mean when I say that the nuance and the context of some of the talking points, it's lacking there. And that's the reason why a lot of times it's triggering to hear, because it's like, when the last time did someone having on something else, a certain type of clothes means that you can go up and smack their ass or go up and do whatever to them? Last time I checked, they still have autonomy over their body. And last time I checked, they can consent to whatever they want to consent to, no matter what they look like.
Yeah.
So I was gonna leave that ass for right now. I was like,
I'm with you on that point. But I also, man, I'm gonna tell you, this is where I push back on that. Not completely. Consent is what consent is, but I also do think decency and respectability are a thing. Like people, like I would say, like a Sukiyana, she is still a human being, and should be consent is required for boundary crossing, touch, sex, whatever. I know somebody just kissed her all up in the mouth. But I will say, if you carry yourself in a really indecent and irrespectable way, we're not going to be able to control the parts of society who are uncontrollable and the way they approach you. You know what I'm saying? If you put yourself in a certain light, I do believe you can then you can almost expect some of our society to treat you the way you come across, even if it's an act. I don't know if it's an act or not. I'm just saying, if you come across like a gangster rapper, like a dude, you're a full-blown gangster rapper, I'm hard, I'm out here killing people, you might get somebody who wants to pull your card. So, I mean, that's a dynamic that I think we also need to acknowledge. Consent is what consent is, but I also think we need to understand that there's people that like carpooling. They like testing people's temperature. And if we can't acknowledge that and account for it, because we can't control, in an ideal world, yes. But in the real world, we need to account for the fact that people like to take people's temperature. But another thing that you...
I'm gonna have to push back on it, because like that, I struggle with that concept. Well, I get what you're saying, but I struggle with that concept is because this is also this false illusion that believing that modesty is going to keep you and protect you away from divisiveness, is going to protect you away. It's going to protect you away from being disrespected sexually, because we also can look at Muslim women who are covered up to their kneecaps, covered up to their ankles, but yet they're still sexually assaulted. We can also look at Muslim women or women all different types, because that's the reason why that talking point or that conversation, it doesn't matter to me, because respect is not about the person that's quote unquote that's receiving the respect. The respect is all about the person that's giving it, because what you're telling me is that if a person quote unquote looks a certain way, acts a certain way, and they behave a certain way, you're going to treat them different based upon the way that you view them, instead of the way that you quote unquote should just automatically give someone respect. So for me, it's not about quote unquote the person, like, because people say this all the time. they disrespect themselves, so why should I respect them? Okay, so them disrespecting themselves has nothing to do with you. And so what you're telling me is that if they allow you to do it, you're gonna do it. So how is that? So how should I be able to trust you in any regard, into interacting with people? If what you're telling me right now, if a person allows you to do something, you're gonna do it, despite what your moral character is, despite what you think, despite the way that you quote unquote people. Let's say this out of the way I was raised. I was raised to respect everybody. Okay, so why can't you just respect her despite what she has on? That has nothing to do with her dressing the way that she dressed. That has everything to do with her, but the way that you treat has everything to do with you.
Now that's facts, and that's what I'm saying. The ideal world is what you're talking about,
Yeah.
because we know a lot of people are not of high moral fiber and high character. So me expecting people of low moral fiber and low character to uphold a social standard of not encroaching and crossing people's boundaries, that would be foolish of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are nerds that get shot. It's not because they were dressed like gangbangers. What I'm not saying is respectability politics. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm saying is there a social standard that will put you in less likely chances of the average person mistaking who you are. The people who just do not care about anybody's regard, they don't care about anybody's well-being, welfare, health, mind, anything. Those people are going to be a problem no matter what you act like. So I'm not saying nothing's going to save you from the worst of society, but there are people in the middle, because this is just a psychological principle. You are going to see people differently based upon your interpretation of how they come across. First impressions are a real thing. So if you saw somebody coming down the street with a football and a football gear on, you'll be like, okay, they probably play football. That's a normal thing for a brain to conceive of. But if somebody came down carrying a football in a football uniform, you was like, hey man, throw me the ball. And they're like, why would you expect me to throw you the ball? That would be weird that they even asked you, why would you expect me to throw you the ball? Because you're carrying a football and you're wearing a football uniform. There are certain patterns that people participate in society, and we show that and identify it by the way we carry ourselves and the way we dress. And I think that's that's a fair thing to understand and ask people to understand when they show up in the world. Again, but there is no level where it should cross into physical violation. That's what I'm saying. But you should understand, people should expect something to you. If you're dressed super provocatively in a social setting and somebody mistakes you for somebody that's looking for sexual attention, if they're hitting on you, that you should probably expect that. If they're violating your boundaries, not taking no for an answer, if they're touching you, that's too far, and that's a sign of poor character and integrity. So I'm saying I think we have to be able to see the difference between those two things. I think we have to. So what the fuck is he talking about? So don't treat her according to what she does, but also treat her according to what she does. Makes literally no sense. Now listen, another thing I wanted to say though, because he also spoke to protecting, and that's the issue I have with that's the issue I do have with what he was saying, because he said to protect the mind, the body, the soul, and all that. Part of protecting somebody's mind, body, and soul and all that would also be protecting the image of that person that they see of themselves in the world. So if I genuinely wanted to protect, if I was married to a woman, I wouldn't publicly want to continually show the worst of Black women, which I know my wife identifies as. That would be part of the protection. Excuse me. I get calling women to be better, to maybe show my daughters and my wife that they're positive examples, whatever. However you frame that in your heart, that's fine. But always showing the worst and always talking about the worst of them, that's psychologically, people take away messaging from the things that you say. So if you're constantly talking about the worst of the women, it's hard to say that you're also protecting them if that's the only thing that you focus on. So that's where my bone of contention would be in the protection thing, because it would be weird to have a platform where you're consistently talking about the worst of the worst and also say I'm protecting you, because your image is a part of protection. We talk about ethnic image, and Black people are seen a certain way, even amongst each other. Forget respectability politics. Even amongst each other, we have a negative view of each other within our own groups. So I mean, just psychologically, continually reinforcing the worst of the worst and never giving a balancing to that's problematic.
Yep. Once again, because we know who we're talking to and talking about, it makes it really hard for them to even. It's kind of shocking that they would even. Well, not really shocking, but it's the hypocrisy that literally spills out their mouths. It's like, how can you say that, but yet you literally have a network, a platform that does the exact opposite, which is lack of protection. So that's why it's like, I just don't take anything they say serious. I don't.
Man, so Mandrell at 222 tries to reset the conversation to the original topic, which was, it is what it is. But it's right before OG comes in. Right before OG comes in, I know you did mention OG. OG Patrice.
I want to get back to the original question.
Original question.
Yeah, exactly. I want to get back to the original question.
I'm going to go back to that too, Dre.
Right. Why is it so important for men to learn to control their behavior during their emotions? Because I brought this up because, like, I had I haven't slept. Yeah, I could not sleep last night. I had a kind of a distressing phone call, and it just kind of, it's unnerving. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you just get restless, you can't sleep because you're worried about something. You know what I'm saying? Or something's on your mind, and it's like, okay, I'm always evaluating myself and making sure that I don't overreact to something or just downplay it at the same time. You know what I mean? It's a crazy balancing act that you have to do with that. And I was like, that'd be good to talk about. Why is it so important? Then I started thinking about, like, I guess those videos where you see this guy punches this woman, she's just trying to get a hot dog. Again, he paid the ultimate price for it. Like,
thanks for the glizzy.
I don't feel sorry for him, but I think this is extremely important for men to learn to control their emotions. You know what I mean? Because it's ridiculous, man. It's ungentlemanlike, and people seem to think it's okay for men to rage out like that, and I simply disagree with that. Now, before you guys answer, I want to welcome OG Patrice to the panel. Thank you for coming, OG Patrice. How you doing? It's been a while. How you been?
Now, again, he just reset the conversation back to the men and controlling their emotions. Reset.
Good, man, Drea. Congratulations on your new channel, your first live.
Thank you very much.
Salute to the gentleman on the panel. Black man, I feel to said he wanted a woman's perspective, so absolutely. I just thought I'd come up here and give it as a woman that's seasoned and mature. And I want to say to the OG black man on the panel too, salute to you, brother, because you're cooking up here. And I'm so glad that it's older, seasoned, mature men like yourself that is having this conversation with the younger generation. We need more men like that to have these type of conversations, just like we need more older women like myself, seasoned, to have the conversation with the younger women generation. And it's only for the ones that have ears to hear and eyes to see. Everybody ain't gonna get it, right? We know it's not for everybody, but it is definitely true. In my life and experience, I have never have had to, and I was married for over 10 years. And
real quick, man, shout out to the World Class and Game of Dragons TV. Appreciate you both for tapping in. Let me get back to OG.
Currently single, but I'm dating and I'm older out here, right? So I see the difference in the shift and the narrative that's happening with the younger generation. And thank God I don't have them type of problems, because there is a lot of nefariousness going on out here with the younger women and some of their behavior. But again, OG up here is telling y'all, right, this would not be if the black men step up and take the leadership roles and positions back. It won't, because women like that will fall by the wayside. There will be no room and space for them in your lives and in the lives of people around you, because you will not be choosing those women. You will not be on platforms constantly whining and complaining and having the conversations about women that you don't want. Talk about the women that you do want, the virtuous woman, the woman that naturally submits to a man. I have never had to have this conversation. A man has never had to ask me to submit to anything, because if he is a man and a man's man and a natural born leader, I naturally know how to curve to that as a woman. So that's should never have to be the conversation, right? But I hear this a lot, and I think it's because men are trying to force women to be something that they are not ready to be or that they don't want to be. And why would you want to be with someone like that anyway? Y'all have to stop being so trusting of the big butt and the smile, right? You have to stop being so trusting and follow, man, but it's good though, man, but she's giving you all kind of hell. Like I've seen men in my own family go through that crap. I'm like, why are you allowing this crap? Like, she ain't worth it. And it's the same with what I see some of the women go, he ain't worth it. They ain't worth your time, worth your energy. And especially if they're going to cost you financial burden, if they're going to cost you possibly time in jail, people like that is not worth it. So we need to stop allowing ourselves to get involved and know when to walk away from toxic people, especially as Black people.
Now, one thing I wanted to say, because I didn't really agree with, I know, a lot of people rock what she said. And you can tell me where you think I'm wrong, Reckless man. But I really hate to hear like natural leader. I don't like that term. I don't believe
It's patriarchal philosophy.
Yeah, I don't believe in a natural leader. I don't also believe that women just automatically fall in line when they meet the right guy, because you're going to, like I said, you perform how you practice. If you're doing something for a long period of time, nobody has a switch where they automatically just flip to the optimal path in life. They just automatically their mind is just attuned to the best way to be as soon as this certain thing happens. That's not how life works. And I'm not sure how we got this myth that women automatically align themselves if they meet the right person. It's definitely a myth. You can meet somebody who is optimal and good for you. And I've heard so many times, he clicks all the boxes and I really like him, but it's just, no, nothing just flips. And it keeps a lot of people messed up because they don't realize that you're going to have to do some changing to involve, you're incorporating another person into your life. So I wish we could tell ourselves I'm automatically going to figure something. It's just going to happen. It's just boom, Thanos snap, and I'm right for people. No, because each person is different. So the person you thought you were close to right for, you may be really off for this person, but maybe y'all got good chemistry, or maybe y'all just have compatible lives. It could be any number of things. You got to do some thinking and you got to do some working. And I really wish people would just ditch the myths of automatic changes. But we're building it in, man. We're building it in. Not sure why.
I agree.
Let me see. They gotta start being accountable for their own decisions and who they decide to be connected with. Facts. The only thing I will say, I do think we need to have grace. For people do change inside of relationships. People do get 5-10 years down the line and don't want the same things, and that's okay. Like, that's understandable. I'm trying to quit saying that's okay. That's understandable that people get 5 to 10 years in and they don't want something. They want something totally different, or they feel totally different about a thing. The way they go about it is typically not understandable, but it is understandable to want something different. And I think you should work with your partner on getting closer to what you want. If you've made a commitment, especially. We're still talking about male and female relationship, femininity, masculinity based on YouTube, settler colonial concepts that has nothing to do with black people. Listen, guess what? These black people were groomed in this settler colonial project. So it has absolutely everything to do with black people, because we're not from the continent. We're from right here in this here United States. This is what we've been steeped in. So if we don't understand it from the culture that we're in, it will be hard pressed to apply African concepts in an American setting. It probably wouldn't work well. We need to understand where we are and how we are, and then work from that. We can incorporate things that were meant for historical black people, but this is us black people. We need to fix us here now. When I stick my dick in crazy, I don't blame the crazy. I can't stand Greg. He is crazy. So the moment an individual group makes the rules, laws go out the window, and there's going to be a historical reset. I don't think going backwards is a plan I can be a part of. Onwards and upwards, okay? People need to understand that people will change now, instead of complaining about something that simply just happens. It happens. People change. People evolve. I don't think we should complain about it. Here's the thing, Quantum. Here's the thing. Everything for me has like at least two sides, at least a binary. Complaining is having a feeling about a thing and expressing your feeling. I don't find any problems with that. Griping is the continual complaints, and that's unproductive. But just complaining, lodging a complaint, man, that gets on my nerves when they do this. That's a complaint. That's okay. You're venting. It's not an automatic thing. Sometimes it takes work, but the ones that want to make it work will put in the work. Yeah, if you have the intention, I do believe in intention. Intention. What your intention is towards, you'll put effort for it. I completely believe in intention. It's the complaining that I hate. You're complaining about complaining. So what are you talking about? Yeah, but let me see. I want to get to natural leader Freezy. Now Freezy said this, and I want to ask you. I'm gonna let him talk. He's about to jump in because he asked a question about learning within a relationship.
I want to say this,
and I yield for now.
I want to say this. It was said earlier that the woman said, if you have to ask me to lead, I forgot exactly what she said. But There are
Ask
people
me to
that
submit. Ask me to submit.
yeah.
That's
If you
I
have to
think.
ask me to submit, thank you, OG. There are people that are already married. There are people that have already
I
tied the
like
knot.
it. Something totally
Okay,
different.
they're invested financially. They have kids. There are men that are not mature. You know, the same men that OG Patrice is talking about, but they can learn how to be better men, right? In the course of being married. And it is possible that they're going to have to ask their unruly wife, hey, you need to learn how to submit to me. And these women will have to be able to be willing to learn what that means.
Oh my
You understand what I'm
gosh.
saying? I'm talking about realistic situations, real dynamics.
Listen, man.
Freezy,
You might
shut
come
the
home
fuck.
one day. You might come home one day to an unruly wife. Come on, reckless. You'll come on. You ain't never heard of that?
No, but the thing is that gives me is that he literally just said for one it's the language for me. He literally said there's gonna be some immature men, but then he's talking as if he's not part of that. No, you're part of that, sir. I don't know why you think you're not, but you're also part of that. And then you also want the wife to submit. First off, I don't know why the hell she's a wife, but you want the wife to submit to an immature man.
Mm-hmm.
And you want him to make decisions and lead the family when he's immature. How does that make any sense? So you want, okay, so I like to use examples.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're on a cruise ship, oh, it's over here lightning, thunder about to come soon, just in case you hear it. But if you're on a cruise ship and you have whoever the fuck you got damn cruise ship, I don't know, fuck a sailor or whatever, and he's been doing this for 20 plus years, and then you have someone that hasn't even gone to school for being able to drive or sail a cruise ship, who the hell are you gonna feel more safe with, quote unquote, submitting to? You're gonna feel more safe with someone with the 20 plus years. And like the thing is, you're talking about immature. If you're immature to make proper decisions. You're immature in different ways. And how can you be able to quote unquote lead if you're immature? It's gonna show up. So once again, Freezy, shut the flying fuck up. I'm gonna give him work every time I hear him speak.
I can't stand you. Now listen, here's what I want to say though. Here's what I want to say. And I was thinking about saying that world class because people they hear what you say, but they understand what their mind is ready to conceive of. That's the thing. Because people hear what you say, but we understand words differently. Because submit to one person is not what submit to another person means. So they can't hear your intention. They only hear their interpretation. People can hear your feelings, they hear what you said at best. Yeah. And then we fill in the gaps. We fill in the gaps of what people did not say with our own understanding of words and concepts. So that's why some of these panel conversations are so difficult, because people use a lot of vague and umbrella terms, things that we know what we mean, but they don't know what we mean. So they're going to fill it in. Well, they must mean this. We do that quite a bit. There's wanting women to submit. What? Who are they submitted to? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And that's why I was going to push back. When I push back, I want to clarify when I'm reckless, because we say that like it's immature. Why would you lead? Unfortunately, here's the part. No matter what the deficiency is in your life, man or woman, you're going to want to have sex, and you're going to want to have somebody that loves you. You're going to want to be accepted. You're going to want companionship. I don't know that it's even reasonable to ask people who have some sort of deficiency to remove their feelings. Like, it doesn't matter what you want. You're immature, or you're irresponsible, or you're this. You can't have access to sex and relationships simply because you're deficient in some area. That's unreasonable and unrealistic to me. So how do we prepare these people to have relationships in spite of their deficiencies? That seems like a more responsible conversation for everybody to have, because nobody's going to stop having sex and relationships, but they're always going to be deficient in finance, intellect, emotional stability, something. So how do we bridge that gap? Because they're not going to abstain from relationships.
Well, don't get me wrong. I understand that conversation, but I'm still keeping my foot on the back of Freezy's neck, because the thing about it is that's the reason why I said, and I talked about the ego. he's also someone that's very ego driven, highly ego driven to the point it's unhealthy. So you're also going to be immature. Then you're going to get married, and then you also ego driven. So how you, if me just taking a wild guess, this is the assumption. I'm just taking an estimate. Me thinking and coming into contact with you, you're highly ego driven. Your comprehension skills are down the drain. You cut people off, and then not only that, you gaslight people. You misrepresent what people say. If you show this on the forefront, what about that makes me think that you're going to humble yourself and listen and actually take into account what your partner or your wife is telling you? Because everything that he said that quote unquote makes a good leader, especially in relationship, he lacks. And I've witnessed it. And not only that, I have evidence of it on my own platform. 11 hours of it. So once again, for me, if I didn't know who I was talking to, then he could possibly get away with all of that. But I know exactly who I'm talking to. I know the way that he operates because he did it 11 hours on my platform. He did it 12 hours on Conscious platform, and he did it multiple times on the Black Men Unfiltered. And then also he did it on this platform as well, on Mandrell's platform.
Yeah, he's a different thinker. I feel you. Is submission even necessary for a fruitful relationship from either side? Why is submission from anyone necessary? Cannot a healthy relationship exist without submission from either side? I don't think so. I know Anifa and Isla said yes, but I think submission is a vague term. So let me explain what I see when I see the word submission. And I'm going to use the dictionary because I know people never like to do that. Because I think everybody submits. I don't know why it's a bone of contention. I feel like nobody's ever actually pulled the dictionary up. Now I know the world class, he uses a lot of etymology. I'm not going into the deep etymology. I'm just going with the current understanding about the words that are in the Merriam-Webster currently. Why, when I say use another word other than submission, they had a problem with it. You can't win with these conversations. It's hard because everybody's got triggers. We've developed a lot of sensitivities, and I think the world class spoke about that. Everybody's like talking about emotional intelligence, but the truth is, you have a lot of sensitivities. People have developed a lot of sensitivities, and they're not able to admit to these sensitivities.
I'm gonna tell you, I already told you about the submission word and why it's such a bone of contention. Because it's that a lot of men, and I'm just gonna be honest, a lot of men are a lot. I'm saying a lot, not all. A lot. I'm saying a lot, not all. Men are doing that performativity in terms of they talk about submitting means cooperation. Okay, so then when you reverse the question back to them and ask them, would you submit to your wife? A lot of times they have the contention as well too. And so I'm like, okay, if cooperating is the definition of submit, then why wouldn't you want to quote unquote cooperate with your wife? And that right there is a key sign that lets you know that that's not in their minds, in their true intention. That's not the quote unquote the definition of submission.
Yeah, I get you. Mm-hmm. And that's also that's earlier why I made that point about the difference between the social and the psychological domains. Because socially, if everybody's been told you, like your word, the patriarchy, if everybody's kind of reinforced the patriarchy about when you hear the word submit, you might hear about it in a patriarchal way. God, man, woman, child. So no, you don't submit to the woman because that would be out of order. But psychologically, there's no way around, if you look at the definition of what the word is, submission
to each other.
The action or fact of accepting, or yielding. Now, here's where everybody gets tricked to a superior force. Everybody gets tripped up right there. To a superior force. And everybody, force, Or, there's an or here. Or, to the will. So you can yield or accept the will. And there's another trigger word in here. Then it says, or authority of another person. Authority does not have to mean that they're your boss. They just may know something. You can yield or accept that somebody knows enough about a topic that they could carry it. You know enough about pasta that I can trust you to boil noodles. I am submitting. You're going to cook spaghetti? Cool. If somebody says they're going to cook spaghetti and you say, okay, Do you need anything? You have submitted to them cooking the spaghetti, and you're going to assist. You're going to get under this submission. Submission, there's no problem to submission, except for the one that you make in your mind, because everybody's interpretation is the problem. And I'll bring it, everybody says cooperate is a better word. Assist someone, which I just kind of brought into submission, or comply with their requests. Compliance is an act of submission. That's it. Work jointly toward the same end. Cooperate, work jointly toward the same end. All of this is under cooperate, which sounds a lot like submission. They're almost synonymous, except for where your culture says submission lies. So if you come from a religious background, submission looks a different way. If you come from this group, submission looks a different way. We say words and pictures. So if we could strip out the emotional context of a lot of the language that we use and just look at the information of it, we could just accept, like, okay, we want to cooperate. We want to accept the will of our partner. I think everybody that's in a relationship wants to accept the will of their partner. And at times you're going to yield to it in different domains of the relationship. It shouldn't be this complicated, but we've made it so because of our sensitivities. I agree, everyone submits, and that's why I wonder what the exception was something that may not even be required for the function. But I think it's required. You have to accept. If everybody's not accepting the other person in the relationship and what they want, that's going to be a hard relationship. If you want to do this and I never accept your will in the relationship, it's going to be a hard relationship for the person that's never had their will accepted. Nothing I want is ever accepted or given into. Nothing. That's going to be hard psychologically for anybody that's grown up in this culture where autonomy, independence, and agency is heavily reinforced. Individualism. If you grow up in individualism and somebody's telling you to completely yield your will to another person, it's going to be almost impossible. So I think submission is required on everybody because you need to accept the will of another. And we're going to oscillate or vacillate. We're going to alternate between yielding to this person's will. Okay, I think you're right. We should do this. No, I think you're right on this time. I think we should do it this way this time. That seems natural to me. But I get a lot of people there's a lot of load there for a lot of people.
And I will say this as well. I do believe that there's nothing wrong with the word submission, but the thing is that a lot of times I pay attention to how the way that people use words, how they use words, because it kind of gives me insight on, for the most part, how they may operate, think, or their intention, etc., whatever, at least on a subconscious level. Because let's also be very clear as well. Because leadership and dictatorship, they both have leaders, but however, one is coming from where more of a dictatorship is telling you what to do. Leadership is more being a cooperative, but at the same time, is taking into account of what your tribe members. Taking into account of your tribe member. Dictatorship tells you what to do. Honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did see that whole thing about the hierarchy. Girl, let me just. Here we go.
Yeah. Submission inherently has a structure built into it.
Because let's actually get into it. Because the thing about it is that I think it's very interesting, and buckle up. Make sure you buckle up, Arshawn, because this live might get a little rocky. I think it's very interesting in terms of, because what gets me with the whole hierarchy thing is that when it comes down to Black men, they love the hierarchical structure in terms of when it comes down to between the relationship dynamics of men and women within society. But yet, as soon as we start talking about the hierarchical structure in terms of Black men and the white judicial system or white power infrastructure, all of a sudden they don't want to hear any of that hierarchical bullshit. So that's why I just can't. It's not serious to me because if the car can go forward, it can go backwards. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest, it is patriarchal thinking because the thing about it, one of the reasons why a lot of men will not say that they quote unquote submit to their wives and quote unquote submit to God because God is a man in the Christian faith or a lot of the Abrahamic beliefs. God is a man, and how dare I submit to the feminine? So that's really what it is.
Yeah, and I get that, Hanifa. It's some people are talking about a very one-sided submission. I'm not. That's not our culture in the United States of America. In the United States of America, that's not our culture. There are places where it would be expected for the woman most likely to submit and yield her will over to the man. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm saying is that here in this United States of America, most people who have grown up in this culture, asking them to 100% give up their will to their partner is asinine to the nth degree. How? When everything in this culture tells you that you have it your way, I this, I that, my personalized. It's so ingrained in our culture that we don't even see it. It's like asking the fish where the water is. How would you have? That's what what water? What are you talking about? I don't understand how we could separate and divorce anybody from individualism who did not grow up in an insular culture. If they lived on this landmass, they would have to be part of an insular culture or have adopted a very insular culture. If you have the influence of television and radio and print media in this country, there's no way you haven't picked up on individualism. So having a one-sided submission dynamic would be extremely problematic and psychologically harmful from anybody to set themselves up with a worldview that censors themselves. So that's what I'm talking about. Like the psychology of it. If I've censored myself my entire life, to freely give that up, because I'm going to take this out of relationships. The submission to God is hard for people, even the men who have to submit to God in that same hierarchy. The submission and compliance and the obedience to God is hard for most men. Most people fail at submission. It's really difficult to give your will over to another being, especially if you're trained otherwise, to be willful and told that you got to be a leader and this, that, and the other. How are you going to ask somebody to suddenly just change all that? That's extremely difficult. So are black men criminals or not? Because 1 second they're horrible for not following the white man's judicial system. Now the second that some black man is under it. Pick a lie, please. I think that was for reckless. I'm not exactly sure.
I know. Wait, hold on. Give me 2.5 seconds. I will address that.
Yeah, I get you, Greg. Everybody hears something different. We say words and everybody hears something different. And some people have more of an emotional load or sensitivity to certain words than others. And we do need to consider that. That needs to be a thing that people going forward, like, well, if certain words have become, because like the N word, I really ain't that bothered by the N word, but a lot of people are. So, I mean, I understand that. And I move accordingly because I know there's certain sensitivities to it. So I would never say certain things because people pick up sensitivities. And having a sensitivity is a very self-centered, individualistic thing to do. I don't want to hear certain things. That's a sensitivity, is very self-censored. But yeah.
Well, I was going to say this is that once again, you did not understand what I said. So what I said is how, for one, you guys glorify, when I say black men, I'm directing towards world class. You guys glorify the hierarchical structure in terms of the dynamic between melanated men and melanated women, as in trying to get her to submit, and also making sure that you keep the hierarchical structure where you do have to say so and you do wear the crown and you do have, the final say. But yet that same energy is nowhere to be present in terms of the hierarchical structure between melanated men and also Caucasoid men. That same, all of a sudden we hear how the system is so unfair and how the system is so messed up, and just so that you guys get treated unfairly, which is true, and it does hold a conversation. But however, you can't sit up here and glorify one hierarchical structure just because you're on top, and then all of a sudden you want to, quote unquote, I'm about to use this, gripe. Thank you for the word, the vocabulary, gripe on another hierarchical structure. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Just don't call me it talking about Hanifa. It is a term of endearment. I want you to submit because I love you. Because I love you and I care for you and I adore you. I want you to submit. Absolutely. That's exactly what we should say. I think the word cooperation more accurately expresses what you are trying to express. If you're speaking to be understood, it will serve you better. I have a problem, and I'm going to tell you, I ain't going to lie, Greg. I think a lot of people say it simply because it does inflame some people. Because here's the thing. We do need to get over some of our sensitivities, men and women. We need to get over some of our sensitivities. Like, if we're talking about black people, there are so many bigger problems than the word choices. So like the same way I talked about it, so I understand I'm okay with women like shit testing men to see what our tolerances are, because the men all got really defensive when the women kind of got defensive. I also am okay with oh, you were talking about the N-word when? I missed that. Oh, you talking about the N-word? Oh, snap. That's funny. I get you. They talking about submission. No. I get you. That's funny. But I think it's okay also. Okay, it's understandable. Let me say it like that. It's understandable. I want to quit saying okay. It's understandable for men to also use language to see what your sensitivities are. Because if you're hypersensitive to the word submit, if you're hypersensitive to this word or that word, you're probably going to be really hard pressed for me to criticize you honestly and openly inside of our relationship. If I have a genuine problem with something that you're doing, you're not going to be able to handle it if I can't even say the word submit around you. So I'm okay with people having things that push sensitivities, because if we can't get over verbal sensitivities, we're never going to ascend to the level where we can tackle truly emotionally weighty things that impact people's lives. It's not going to be possible, because if I break down over submission and I break down over black or N-word or colored people, if any of these words get you so hot that you can't continue a conversation, to the point when I did that thing on Information Man, if somebody saying something in the chat gets you so hot that you can't continue a conversation, if any of these things break you down to that level, we're not emotionally ready, number one, for relationships. We're not even ready for that. We're not capable, but we're going to pursue it because we're driven to. We're not capable, but we're still driven to pursue it. But until we can overcome some of these sensitivities, we can't have any of the relevant conversations, because there are deeper, more important conversations that we have to have past submission. But we can't even get that far. It's really strange. I mean, I understand it, but it seems like we would be able to come to an agreement on some of these things just so we can get to the actual conversation. I'm gonna tell you what the manosphere space is for me, and I know I'm ranting. The manosphere space is for me like when a man and a woman are having a conversation and they start like, well, you really hurt my feelings when you did this, but you did this, but you did this, but you did this, but you did this. And it's like, what's that? There's a line from a movie. When you get down to April 12 Angry Men, like when you get down to April 16th, 1976, let me know. Like, because we're going to keep saying, but you did, but you did, but you did, until nobody remembers what the original point was. And we're never going to settle anything, because everybody's developed these sensitivities to the complaints that each other are lobbing at each other. We have to be able to relate better than this. As adults, forget black, forget man, forget woman. As adults, we have to be able to get past some of these sensitivities, because there's nothing real that we'll ever be able to do if these words trigger you. What do you say when the person comes to you and tells you there's something wrong with your child? What do you do when they come and say that they're on the spectrum and what that's going to mean for you? What do you do when your person comes out and says, well, I'm leaving you? There are real things that happen in people's lives. Submission, it's a word. N-word, it's a word. Why? I know, again, rant. My bad. Let me just get back to the chat. Oh, God, man. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, they act like it's a curse word or something. Like, real man, I don't like hearing it, but I'm not going to let it trigger me. I'm not about to get out of pocket because somebody says real man. You're not a real man. Dude called me an FAG on the stream. It didn't bother me because there's so many bigger problems in my life than these words. These words, I can click out of here so quick. I can hit the red X in broadcast. I can be out of here. All of us can. We have the power to not take part in word battles. This is a big game of Scrabble. I don't understand why we get so hung up on these words, but it is what it is. We should then now work towards getting through the sensitivity to these words so that we can get through the sensitivity of these real life implications that these words carry. Submit isn't a conversation when you with someone who's already leading his own life. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Doesn't matter me to say I submit to a woman. Yeah. Okay, but can we agree to submit as a power word and not a gender word? I would say it's more of a power word. That's cool. But there is power dynamics within gender relationships in this country. So they're related. Men who got that don't have to talk about this stuff truthfully. The inferior submit. The superior do not. Men like me do not ask for submission. We help you find out what type of submissive you are. All right. For a man to marry a woman is the ultimate form of submission. Would you agree? No, that's quantum. My bad. Everyone has trigger points. They are to teach you something. Pain is an indicator. Submission may be someone's trigger word, and humility may be someone else's. The key is getting to the why of yes. Pain is an indicator. Absolutely. Pain is an indicator. If you're feeling a way about something, that's an indicator. That should let you know, man, I got a sensitivity here. There's a vulnerability here. There's something that it's not built up here. It's not protected. It's not guarded. So if something is getting you hot, you need to know why it's getting you hot. And it's probably for a legitimate reason. It's probably for a legitimate reason. I'm not saying you should not get hot. I'm saying you need to understand why you get hot. I don't think you should get hot about words, but that you have that sensitivity is letting you know a place where you can develop so that the word doesn't bother you. Because if people I was talking to Reckless about the way people dress and carry themselves. If people know that you have a sensitivity, there are people that just want to pull your card. If they know that you're sensitive about a word, they're gonna spam the button. You don't like the N-word? Nigga, because that's the way they're set up. So it's your job to try to guard your vulnerabilities, guard your heart. And sometimes that means building up walls and boundaries or building up tolerances. But that's all personal work. Everybody gets to it in their own time. I'm just saying. The talk about submission is due to the audacity levels of what these females demand as if they have the credibility when they in fact do not. There's something to that. To be clear, I was simply trying to suggest a way to be better. So I feel you, Greg. I feel you. And that's what I said earlier, and I don't think you were here, Greg. Here's another last thing I want to get Reckless back in because I've been ranting for a minute. There's two things at play. Let's say there's at least two dynamics to almost every single thing. There is the desire to want to be better understood. But there is also being tone and word policed out of being able to have an opinion. So you have to decide where the line is because it's invisible. And sometimes, yes, you're trying to be sensitive to someone's sensitivity, but sometimes people will use their alleged sensitivity to push you into a corner. Well, walking on eggshells is another term people say. So a lot of people don't know how to discern and navigate between that because it's an invisible line. Stop it. So women can equally have men submit, in my opinion. Now, World Class has said he believes submission is completely one way. It's a dominance, superior, inferior heart. But again, I come from a different line of thoughts. Go ahead, Reckless, my bad. I've been going for a minute. The ultimate form of submission is to governing forces, unseen principles, and remove yourself from those conversations until you figure it out. Yeah, I agree. Appreciate it.
I have a question. What do I sound like? Because I just went to a whole different device.
You sound fine. It's a little it's a little phony. You know, I mean, not phony. It sounds like it sounds like you're on a phone. Yeah, it sounds like you're on a phone.
Oh Lord.
A lot of people saying the word submission when they don't mean submission. I always try to understand what people are trying to express. Yeah. Submission talk is men being compassionate as they can to say it audacity levels. It's a way to address the outdated something for nothing hustle that men aren't going for anymore. Okay, I can respect that.
Always something for nothing. This man about to go.
But it's a feeling. I mean, but those are feelings that men have, and that's one of the things. I know you said women dismiss men because men have been dismissive to women and queer people and this and that and the other. But it's also here's where it's not a tit for tat here. If if men are what you've said they are, if men are patriarchal and men have been dominant, ignoring the dominant class, ignoring that, there's a heavier weight to dismissing the dominant class or the oppressor than dismissing the minority class or whatever word you know. What I'm saying, so there's a difference of the weight of the dismissiveness, and I know we want to equalize it. But if patriarchy is what you say it is, and men are oppressors, then dismissing them has to carry a heavier weight. So I mean, it's something to think about. That's just a thought.
But the thing is that catering has not done anything either. Like Like that's what it's, and like there we go again. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. You better ask all the women that have catered to their husband, but yet will be like a motherfucker. Ask the women that have catered to their husband, but yet still had children outside of the households. My grandfather, to be exact. So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. And the thing is that I'm glad that the world class is actually speaking, because this is what I mean. And this is the reason why some women, well, some would be a very small percentage, but I think a lot of women have a problem with the word submission because of that ideology of thinking just because I'm a man, I have a dick between my legs, I'm automatically superior. You are inferior. And the thing about the subconscious is that it does show up. It's going to show up in the way that you react. It's going to show up in your relationship, whether you want to believe it or not. Yeah. It's going to show up because your subconscious always shows up.
Yeah, these men are the children that these women have been dismissing, and that's an important too, because a lot of times we'll talk about something. We'll talk about like white supremacy, black oppression. We'll talk about the patriarchy. We'll talk about it through a historical lens, as if we bore witness to the entirety of it, which isn't true, because these men who are coming up now were not a part of the patriarchal systems where women were financially dominated by men. The men who are 30 and 40 now did not experience that life. Like in mass. Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, like yeah. Ideologically, it's off, it's skewed, but I know that the remnants and the feelings and the moods and the zeitgeist, I know all of that stuff still plays a part in media, in the way people operate. Cultures get passed down through families, and so I'm not saying it's a nothing. I'm just saying I think we need to reorient ourselves.
Which is crazy to me, because on one end it's the women don't bring anything, etc. But then when women go to get education, you guys say you don't give a fuck about the education, and when they want to bring something to the table. So which one is it? Which one is it? Do you want women to bring something to the table, or do you want them to not bring quote unquote anything to the table? Like, that's why I get confused, because on one end it's these women don't bring anything to the table and quote unquote the audacity levels, but then yet when you have women that's actually trying to bring something to the table, we don't want you to do that. We don't care about your education. So what is it?
No, I don't think anybody. Wait, repeat that again, because I don't think you said anything different. I think you gave the same choice twice. Repeat that again, because I don't think men care.
No, because the thing is that when World Class said earlier, one of his comments earlier saying that the submission has to do with the audacity levels, and men are not going to accept the you coming with nothing, something for nothing. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, whatever. But then in different conversations, when women want to bring something to the table, aka they have an education, they have a different background, the number one thing that comes from men's mouth, we don't care about your education. So which one is it? Do you want them to bring something to the table, or you don't want them to bring something to the table?
Okay, here it is. This is the best way to say it. We want you to bring something to the table, but we want to tell you what groceries to shop for. Like, bring what we want to the table. We don't want you to bring anything to the table. You care about that. Like, you want to bring paper plates, but we already got paper plates. We want you to bring dessert or some rolls.
But question is, what's dessert? That's the question. What's dessert?
Wait, you know what dessert is?
No. What's dessert? No, because we here to get deep. Let's get deep.
Okay, for real.
What's dessert?
Here's the main things. Here's the main things that men want. Men are visual. The first thing, because we have to see you first. The first thing we're going to want is to be attracted to you. Whatever that means for that man. I mean, we like them different shades, sizes, all kinds of stuff. So first thing we're going to want to be attracted to you. We are going to want, most of us will actually want to like you as a human being. Most of us, we actually want your personality and your mind to be something that we can enjoy in your company. We love to be able to enjoy your company. We have it. Yeah, Puma's right up there. We want to be able to enjoy your company. So desirability. So let me put the first one. I said looks, but let me put body, sex, sexuality. So desirability will be the first one. Desirability will be the first one. Second one would be company. We love to be able to enjoy your company. Unless we're financially strapped, your money doesn't equate. Like we don't really care as much about your money unless we're poor. Unless we're poor and we need each other. Unless we're looking for a codependent relationship, we don't care about your money or your education. Unless most men do not care that a woman has a degree. We'd like you to be able to hold a conversation smart. But unfortunately, a lot of the women, even the ones I've been around, once they get a certain level of education, some of them, not all, some of them really do get a sense of arrogance, as if they know better than everybody else. But That also happens with men, but we don't date men. I mean, not us.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, some you know, you reckless, but I'm sure there's a lot of men that probably get just as arrogant as the women do. But we're not.
Hell yeah, you know who the hell Andrew Tate is? He's arrogant as a motherfucker.
Yeah. So I mean, so as soon as I'm sure as soon as some dudes get a piece of degree, they think they you know, they invented the world. But a lot of women feel they're better than us. Sometimes even without a degree. Even without it, I've met some arrogant high school diploma holders. So arrogant.
Not diploma holders.
Yeah. I also arrogant as if they know stuff, and I'm like, you don't know. Oh God, you can't correct them. But anyway, let me just ran it in. So no, the money and the education only matters. Only matters if you're codependent. But guys that have money really don't care about the degree. They want you to bring something to the table, but it's not education. Desirability and personality are the main two things.
Okay, so if that's why I'm confused, because when quote unquote girls bring that, people still say them bring nothing. That's why I'm like, they still bring nothing. So it to some of y'all points, actually a lot of y'all points, not everybody, but a lot of y'all points, they're still bringing nothing. That's the point that I'm proving. Like that's the point. Is that they say they want to be a pretty face and sit there and have children, but then when they do that, they still don't bring anything, which is why even when the family breaks up, they believe the mother don't deserve like barely anything because you didn't work for it. You didn't bring nothing to the table. So and I get that too, but another thing that I want to do is make sure that we understand that these things that we're quote unquote reinforcing also hurt men as well, because this idea, because I've also heard men say this as well, just the woman's job to take care of the children and all that. And the thing about these gender roles is that, for one, you're a father, so which means that you're going to have your children as well. It's not strictly just a woman's main responsibility to take care of the children. You're a father as well. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when you have instances where the gender role is the mother take care of the children, she take care of the household, and that's her gender role, and she's the nurturing, all this other things. But then yet when it comes down to the father, you're the provider, you take care of the finances, you're the breadwinner, etc. Not only do you believe in those gender roles, people in the legislative branch who make the laws believe in those gender roles. People who reinforce those laws, like the executive branch, believe in those gender roles. And also people who interpret those laws, like the Supreme Court judicial branch, believe in those gender roles. So now when you have people within society, the dominant society, living out these gender roles, and now all of a sudden we're seeing these gender roles being manifested into laws, aka the child support system. So now when you have a couple or relationship break up and they go their separate ways, and just so happens that the children go with who? The designated driver, aka the woman whose gender role is to take care of the children and be nurturing, and then just so happen who has to pay the courts for the family, aka the man whose gender role is to provide and have the finances. This is what I mean when I say you are supporting your own oppression. This is what I mean when I say the child support system is the manifestation of the gender roles that's being reinforced. And then you're complaining about it, but yet you want us to reinforce and amplify the system is the reason why it manifests. This is what I mean. You can't complain about it when you bring something to the table. Or we don't care about your education. We just want you to sit back and have the children and you look pretty. But then yet if and I'm the hard if the family breaks up, I'm going to complain about you taking the children that I said your gender role and your responsibility is. Despite, and because especially on this panel, especially on different platforms, because I get it. I understand when men get into the court system and they're fighting for their children, it is unfair. Because we are sitting up here reinforcing gender roles that makes it unfair ground. That's what happens.
No, I'm with you. I mean, all of that is absolutely true, but it's hard for us to make those connections. Like, I mean, like, and I get why though. Like, reckless. I promise you, we listen to these people have these conversations, and I'm gonna draw like several different connections because I've said this before. The average American, forgetting race, forgetting the discrepancy between white and black, the average American, just equalized. The average American is reading somewhere between a 5th and a 7th grade level. Math is always, in America, unless you're Asian, math is always a lower, people grade out lower in math and reading. So if people are reading between a 5th and 7th grade level, and their math is somewhere between a 3rd and a 5th grade level, we've got problems with being able to think with our logic, our cognition, our comprehension. All of that is going to be off if we can't read and we don't have math skills. All of our thinking is going to be off. So it's hard. It's going to be hard to make connections between concepts because one, we can't read, so we can't understand them. And math, we don't have order of operations for our mind. We don't think. We don't think well. We don't have an ordered system of thinking. So we hear that breakdown in these conversations. When people's comprehension breaks down or they can't follow this conversation, they don't follow the order of operations, they get lost and they get emotional. Emotion is typically where your logic breaks down because you lose your confidence and your emotion ramps up, which is why so many people get emotional. I'm saying all that to say. Go ahead.
My fault.
No, go ahead.
No, you good. You go. I ain't mean to cut you off.
So I'm saying, so people are not going to make the connection between how they push gender roles and how society shapes laws, because there's too many steps between me saying, I think you should wash the dishes and who's sitting on Supreme Court. Like there's so many steps in between. Nobody's going to make all the connections between A and Z. Nobody's going to do it because we don't have the skills to. And I think that's by design. I think our education is what it is with intention. You can't, but that's another conversation. But I wanted to say to the bringing nothing to the table thing. I think it's important that we just get back to a place where we understand that men and women have similar behaviors. They just look different. Because I know you talked about men will complain about women, will complain about women and say they brought nothing to the table. And I'm not trying to do a what about, even though it's essentially a what about. Because when women get rid of a guy, they be like, they'll choose him. They may get married. The marriage may break up. They may say they may have kids with him. They may not marry him. They may start an engagement, but break it. However far they progress into the relationship. At the end of that, they say, well, he ain't bring nothing to the table anyway. That's a way to offload the emotion from something that failed. You didn't bring anything. It's just the way frustrated people talk. It's an offloading of emotion. So I try to take that with some language we need to understand is like you take it with a grain of salt.
Yep. And also too, I just want to say the last thing. And I don't think I do want to say as well is that I do understand, and that was also my point as well, that most households, both partners work. So to say that you don't care about the degree, but yet when that degree is bringing in a lot more money into the household and it's taking a load off of you, especially if you may be like, okay, I might need a little help, or I'm tired of but keep in mind that like men say, they can't express their emotions, and you can't express it. Since you can't express it, then you probably feeling all that and probably not getting that out. He go. Well, no, put that back up. Put that back up there. Y'all don't want men to complain, because complaining is the only power that women, LGBT or whatever the fuck have, because men are physically superior and we're better at it. Here's the thing about it. Here's the gag of it all is that let's be very clear. White men are better at it. You don't hold no power anywhere. Only time you actually hold some sort of power is in the black community, and that's only because black community, for the most part, is a black male worshiping space. But however, if this shit continues, it's most definitely going to stop being a black male worshiping space. That's just no shade. You have no power. You hold no power. Now, if you want to go there, we can, because the thing about it is that you talk about superior. Excuse me, last time I checked, you riding off the backs of Caucasoid men of what they've done. What law did you pass, sir? What pull did you do? What help did you give the black woman? And to be completely honest, and I'm actually going to go there now, is that a lot of times, a lot of black men hate that black women have to go to quote unquote the system for help, is because, to be completely honest, the system helped them more out than what the fuck you niggas do.
Yeah, and I hate when it comes down to that argument, man, because we also, because I hate the whole dynamics. I hate the whole dynamics of it, because we act like history didn't happen, but we're here now. I get it. We're here now, and everybody has a short memory. I'm with that. Yes, the system is more reliable, but that's why it's a system. That's why it's a system. It's going to be more reliable. It's going to be more dependable. It's going to be more resourced. I get that. I have power. I'm going to call my mom. Never mind, she's dead. Greg, you are nuts. I just have an issue with we've lost our ability to see our position. And it's weird because we have, I guess, a level of attainment. There's certain things that we have access to, and it allows, and I guess it's like goes back to the degree conversation. Moesha talked about, people get that attitude when they get a level of attainment. But when you're able to get stuff, in this society, it makes people feel that they're more than maybe what they are, just by having stuff. So capitalism just feeds that. You're a better, bigger, badder person if you can get stuff. So yes, certain people have more access, and yes, white men can give you more stuff than black men. Absolutely true. What's up, Ty Libra? The issue is that those same people that gave you the stuff can take the stuff away wanover they choose. They want their stuff back. So in that's why I really wish, like, the feminists, the manosphere, like, if everybody can realize that there's a power base that has us all, they choose what our tax rates are. Without us, we don't get to say. We don't get to say. Our representation is not really representing us in our interests countrywide. But it's like, I get it. I get right now in the micro where we are having a conversation between a man and a woman, we can't see like the big picture, and it'll be like, well, you can't bring nothing to the table, and I can get more from the government than I can from you. But I get all that, but like, I really wish we could have an understanding that we're all kind of needing to wean ourselves off of the system, because as long as we're, like, y'all talked about patriarchy and dominance and submission, all of us are submitted to the system. So while we're arguing about submission to each other, but we're all submitted to this system. So until we can be independent of the system, because you talked about men, a man needs to be independent for himself, a woman needs to be independent for herself, and they can combine their efforts towards a goal. That would be the relationship. But as long as we're dependent upon the system, we're going to be financially, physically, emotionally, intellectually dominated by the system because we're dependent on it. So as we...
Well, actually, I was going to say this as well, that because one of the talking points is that, because now I'm kind of there with it. One of the talking points was always that black women need the system, but to be completely honest, black men are the ones that need the system because they're the ones filling in the gap for a parent that's not there. So what are we talking about? And then not only that, and this goes back to my response to world class, is because it's this thing of, okay, you're saying you're superior, quote unquote, to said other groups or marginalized groups. But the thing is that you won't, quote unquote, take your superiority and go fight your real oppressors. So you decide to do a 180 and look back at queer people and black women and try to disrespect us. Because you're too scared to stand up for yourself. You're too scared to go, quote unquote, if you let them tell it, because the Caucasoid people done took your women, go snatch them back. Go be the leader and snatch them back. Like, for real, because like, once again, you're riding off the backs of, quote unquote, white massa or whatever. And the thing about it is that these conversations would most definitely have a lot more compassion, but it's always this gaslighting thing. It's always this narcissistic behavior. It's always this dismissiveness. And also with this, always this thing of, you don't care. It's always me. So now when everybody else in the community is like, okay, F you back. Oh, now we have to come together. Yes, we do. But your attitude gonna have to change. Because last time I checked, whenever there are, and we don't advise, which is crazy, because the thing about it is that when there are cops executing melanated men, and keep in mind, it's just an assumption that we believe that they're heterosexual, but they're executing melanated men. Guess who's on the front lines? Queer people and black women. Because guess what? If you guys are the target, if you guys are the people, if we are the target, melanated men are being the ones being executed and are under attack, You guys don't have the power to do it right now. So of course, it's going to be queer people and also Black women on the front lines coming to help you guys out because you are the target. And so this, and which irks my spirit, because whenever we get into different conversations like that Jeremy Brown, like the Megan Thee Stallion, like all these things, when it's time for y'all to step into the gap for Black women, it's never there. And if it is there, it's a small percentage. Very small. Because the thing I do, I do not only pay attention to the who's saying or who's on the pulpit or who's the preacher, who's the person that's speaking. I also pay attention to the amens and them likes as well. I also pay attention to the yes, amen. Yep, these women are out of control. They ain't say now one full sentence, but they shaking their head and saying And especially if you don't protect Black women, what you think you're gonna do with Black queer people? If you don't respect the femininity in women, what you think you're gonna respect the femininity in a gay man or a trans woman? Okay, I think I'll hold my breath on that. Okay, got you. We can continue. We can continue.
Man, now there's a lot of the issue, man. That's a conversation we got to break down because that's such a big one. But give me a quick second. I want to check something real quick. But I agree with most of this. I know Moesha said something. I agree. When I was reading some bell hooks and stuff, Moesha, the true feminism where it talked about the power structures, I think that would be a better starting point. When I say feminism, I want to be clear. When I say any ideology, most of the time I'm talking about like the bastardized version that most people today practice, where they don't have any study or like no critique or anything. But most people now that call themselves feminists haven't read much, and you can tell by the way they operate. You can tell by the things that they say. You can tell they don't have any leanings towards equality. They just believe it's like a social club. I would say the same thing about Christianity. I would say the same thing about a lot of different ideologies. A lot of people that get into politics. It's become a social club. It's become an A versus B, a left versus right, a blue versus red. So a lot of things have become like a binary social club without any of the actual values and codes and culture that accompanied it once upon a time. So that's the only thing I would say when I say when you hear me talk about Christianity and it sounds negative, or feminism and it sounds negative, is because the people I encounter in those spaces are not operating from a place where the code and culture is still in place. So that's a lot of my issue with that. Black female and the gay community is just target practice for the system. That's on y'all. Enjoy your right answer and power. It's a mess, man.
And so wait. Do me a favor. Go back to the last one, the last comment. And so this is the person we're supposed to step into the gap for? Is this the person we supposed to submit to? Well, women are supposed to submit to? This person right here, the world class? Okay, girl. Okay.
I hear you, man. But there's a thing though. And this is indicative. I promise you, this is exactly what happened with the whole submission thing. We're coming from different lanes of thought with different vested interests. And we're staking our claim on our heel independently and not together. So everybody is right in their way because they cannot incorporate the other person into their group. Now, like you said, the Black women and the LGBT have found some semblance of common ground, but it's typically been the common ground has been against men, or like men have harmed us, so that's the enemy. There's a common comrade, like, you know, we're both against
a camaraderie.
Camaraderie. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. So it's like a camaraderie, but instead of and y'all know, like y'all will say all the time that it's the white power structure that's the real problem. But your more present threat is the Black. I don't even want to call it power, but the Black unpower structure. Recognizing that, we still need to find a way where we can see each other not as combatants and enemies, but at the same time, we're acting as combatants and enemies. So I don't even know. I don't know how to solve that dynamic. MA River Collective as well. Okay, that's what's up.
And the thing that gets me is that like I tried both. Approaches. I tried the approach of being the docile, try to have the conversation. That does not work. Literally on Black Men Unfiltered, behind the scenes, when me and Contra was very docile, had the conversation, they denied everything. Denied the experiences, denied the claims, denied. They denied everything. That's emotionally and mentally violent. Basically say, what happened to you did not happen to you. And I don't know what you're talking about. But then yet, and say things along the lines of, that violence and stuff, yeah, that's not all or whatever. You know, you already know. But then yet, when Conscious and I dared them to tell their families that they're going to be transgender and actually go through with it for 30 days, they didn't want to do it because they know deep down in their hearts the true intention and everything that has happened, everything that would happen. And so that's what I mean when that being performative. So that's the whole thing when it comes down to that. It's like, it's the being performative and we're not having a real conversation. I feel like what's having a real conversation, it would be 100% genuine. Then we can get to some common ground. But the thing about it is that how can you expect queer people and Black women as well to keep being disrespected and then expect us to keep coming to y'all side, when black heterosexual men's side? Because the thing about it is that one of the reasons why there seems to be a camaraderie between Black women and Black queer people is because, for one, Black women know that most Black men are not going to come to protect them. They have seen that throughout history. They have seen that throughout the social media. They have seen that throughout the current culture, aka Megan Thee Stallion. But then at the same time, we know for a fact y'all ain't coming to protect us, so we have to have each other.
Man, I get it. It's not that I haven't seen that. It's not that I haven't seen examples of that. So I'm never going to refute that experience. And I don't know a way forward. You know what I'm saying? Like a practical way. Like just even on the psychology, because everybody's too hurt. Everybody's so wounded. Everybody's so raw. It's like if two kids just got done fighting, putting them in the room and saying, play nice, that doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be some sort of some reconciliation, and I don't know how it happens because everybody still has a lot of venom, a lot of hurt, a lot of woundedness. I don't know, me personally, Rashawn, I don't know how to clear it. Maybe somebody else does. Maybe somebody's read a book. Maybe somebody's experienced enough dealing with children and I know somebody may not think this is analogous, but we probably need to deal with like adolescents and getting them to mend their wounds. If somebody has experience with that, it's probably going to take the same thing, just broadened out, because there's a lot of hurt. I don't know how to get people. You can't just talk somebody, just it's okay, and telling people to trust. Because I wouldn't tell men to trust women, and I wouldn't tell women to trust men right now. Like I honestly wouldn't, because I don't see too many people of good intention. But our culture does not breed good intention. Our culture breeds me first, individualism. I've got to come out on top. If I'm not happy, I leave. There is no code or culture that instills people's looking out for other people's best interest anymore. That used to be like a social construct. You know, they used to be part of the American ethic, but it's not anymore. We've totally slipped up. I saw them remove social responsibility from business classes while I was still in school. Like it was like one class I had, business classes, there was like social responsibility. It was always a chapter in the business course. And then like a couple textbooks updates later, they removed social responsibility completely as a chapter, as something that even talked about. So there are lots of problems. Oh God, man, woo, it's crazy. It's crazy. But let's get ready to tap into the next segment, because a lot of things that have been coming up in chat came up in the conversation. It's a camaraderie because y'all willfully engage in race-traded behavior, misery-less company. Okay. Reckons work view identity groups move as teams. Based on his description of the white group, the reason team Black man would expect your support is because the other option is whites. It's interesting. So you understand that the men talking about consumer bonding of child abusing behavior.
My bad. I just came back.
Ray De Niro.
What happened?
Appreciate you. Now I was just reading through these comments real quick. Records Ray, appreciate you coming through. I was trying to catch up. Live in the fucking tree. That's what's up. All right, so let me get to the next spot on the video, because I
think I did catch one thing.
What's up?
Is that they expect us to come to their defense. That's cool and all, but the thing is that they don't come to ours. That's the point. They don't come to our defense. Like that. That's the point that I'm proving, is that we come to the defense of heterosexual black men, but they don't come to ours. That's the point that I'm saying. But that's
I'm gonna ask. Okay, I'm gonna challenge that. Let me ask you that.
Okay.
How does that work? Because when I hear that a lot. We come to the defense of heterosexual black men. I hear that a lot from women. But what my experience is that the people who are most likely to harm black men are the black women in their lives. So it's weird when I see what I believe. What I believe is it's easy for black women and people of the LGBT or queer folk or women. It's easy to say abstract. We'll show up for the abstract black man. But for the real black man, a lot of times what's showing up for is not really showing up for it in one of two ways. Either they show up in resources, but they degrade the person, like, you're broke, but I'm gonna do this for you, but you really need to there's a lot of tongue lashing as they do something for you, which isn't showing up for you. You'll verbally abuse me as you show up to help me in my deficit. Or if it's not resources, maybe they show up for you energetically, but it's somebody that's going to drag on your resources. So they'll show up for you, they'll support you, but it's as long as you're feeding them, as long as you're there, they won't bite the hand that feeds them. So one of those two, and it's typically, again, capitalism, it's along the lines of resources. Either I'm getting resources from you, so of course I'm not going to say anything harmful to you, but I'm also not going to look out for your best interest. I'm going to look out for mine while I drag on yours. Or I see you, black man, you don't have resources, but now that you're down, after a while, I'm going to get tired of it, and I'm going to berate you and degrade you. I don't see too often. And again, I limited sample size, but I hear it repeatedly through other people too. So I know that's a dynamic that a lot of people have experienced. So who's the we, and who's the black men? Are we talking about individual on micro levels? Or are you talking about as a whole? Y'all
as a whole. Yo, I'm talking about as a whole, only because of the simple fact that there's exceptions to everything. Like, and the thing is that what always gets me in these type of conversations is that when it comes down to black men, heterosexual or queer, and the police brutality, I'm one of the first ones to talk about it. You can go to my page, you can go and talk about it. I even do activism work, and I actually go and talk about it. And I go and I combat. And even when I come across racist spaces and stuff, I'm combating racism. I'm combating the white supremacy. But the thing that when it's time for the roles are reversed, that's the issue that I take, is because when the roles are reversed, main thing that comes, especially when it comes to women, is that they're traitors, they need to not submit, all these other things. And when it comes to queer people, you guys are unnatural, you guys are freaks of nature, you protect, like he said in chat, protect the children from all these people, black females and in the gay community. This is what we receive back. And so now you have, and keep in mind, this shit been going on. So what you're seeing now is the frustration of always being there, but then yet always getting dogged out. And so now it's an expectation that, quote unquote, other people are there. Black women and queer people are there. But now we're getting the frustration like, okay, well, fuck y'all back. So I'm talking about as a whole. Because, of course, there's exceptions to everything. I'm not saying every black woman is completely innocent. Trust me, I got a few in my goddamn family. I'm not saying every queer person is the most wonderful thing on the earth. No, but I'm talking about as a whole. That's what I'm referring to. Okay. And you can run the tapes.
Yeah, I mean, I know black women and queer. Y'all will talk about a lot of topics. Y'all will talk about a lot of things and bring to light, bring awareness. I get that. There's some undescribable value to that. I get you. But as far as the actual like group solidarity, I'm trying to think of. Can you help me think of it? I'm trying to. I'm racking my brain here to think of an example of how that plays out in a collective. Because black men, we talk about how bad black men are. If everybody's riding for us, how are black men in such a bad spot? Like, if everybody's riding for us, at what point did y'all stop? At what point did black women and queer people stop? Because black men are down bad right now in society.
Well, for one, a lot of people, especially when you start getting into the conscious community, you start talking to them or whatever, we understand, or at least a lot of people try to understand the dynamic of how racism and also slavery has played a part in the psychology of different people within our community, which is why I'm sitting here. I'm like, yo, I understand the trauma. I understand the hardships that melanated men have gone through. But the issue is that despite the hardships, despite being there, despite coming to their defense, they're the ones always, for the most part, because keep in mind, black people are mostly in connection with black people for the most part. They're the ones always not giving that same grace back. Now, the thing is that now in terms of, like I said, it's the age of Aquarius. That is when the turn of that stop giving a fuck is starting to come into effect, because the age of Aquarius is starting to come into effect. So that's why you have the what's the shit called, when the divestment movement. That's why you have the queer people, especially the radical ones, like F these niggas and really on some F fuck I don't give a fuck no more. That is when all of that started. Now, however, the age of Aquarius is not fully here, so you still have black people, black women, black queer people that are still here for the rest of the community. But however, you're starting to see that change. And the thing about it, I haven't given up on black men. I haven't. That's why I still combat racism. That's why I still combat white supremacy. But the thing about it is that what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to be no punching bag for now. I'm just saying, I'm not going to be no punching bag. So I can still be there for you, but still wrap you in a bow if need be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that line of logic that don't really fly with me. But I know I agree with you way more than I disagree with you. But that one, man, it's like black people haven't had the resources to really show up for each other in any real meaningful way. So anybody really taking credit for like showing up for the other group, it's hard for me to really, you know what I'm saying? Like, how could you have possibly shown up when we're all, you know what I'm saying, as a group, all those groups you named, like black men, black women, queer people, we're all at the bottom of a totem pole, like class wise. And it's like,
okay, so my question to you is this. So black women have not shown up for black men?
I mean, what I'm saying is, because if I can say yes to that, but I can also say black men have shown up for black women in the exact same breath and be accurate. My issue is, what is the value of showing up for somebody when you don't have anything to show up with? Because of again, we're lumping everybody together. So we're talking about the viability of the group's help. So black men don't have a lot to offer to black women. Black women don't have a lot to offer to black men. So even if you show up, like you said, it was like, we talk about it. So if you show up, it's just, hey man, I saw you down bad. So hey, I'm telling everybody that you're down bad. Like I said, there's some value to it, but it really don't lift me out of my situation. You know what I'm saying? Or it doesn't empower me. It doesn't empower me in a real way for you to talk about how down bad I am. It's just you're bringing awareness to everybody. Oh, look at the down bad person, but it doesn't really solve my problem.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. Okay, I can understand that. So what should be the appropriate response, and what should, at quote unquote, happen in terms of black women and also black queer people? What should happen, since not showing up in the way that's quote unquote needed? What should have happened? That's my question.
If we don't have resources, if we don't have knowledge, then for me, we should just, like, you know, I'm sorry that you're down bad. Like, you know, I don't have anything I can do. I don't have an option. But I'm going to, you know, I can point you to somebody else. Maybe they know. So I really don't want to. My pushback is on the. My pushback is on the
showing up,
the language of, I did this, because that's the same thing black men were, like, you were complaining about the black men on the panel talking about all the stuff they do, and it's like, well, nobody's really doing much. Like if we really like quantified it, if we look at our resources, if we look at the solutions we provided, the jobs we're creating, if we really looked at it, we'd be like, well, we're not really.
So I think, so I can take that criticism. So from now on, I guess my only response would be, I'm sorry that you're down bad. So it's sorry that you're down bad. That's the best thing I can do right now.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something you can do to actually help. But I mean, most of us don't have the capacity to help. Most of us don't have the resources.
So I wait, because my thing is, I want you to remember that, Arshawn. Because when you start stepping into my videos and I start going into the like, oh, black man was killed. I'm sorry that you're down bad. Because ain't nothing I can do. Hey, it's nothing I can do. I can't even show you the empathy. I can't show you no support. If you already down bad, then hey, then I might as well. Hey, sorry you down bad.
I mean, what's the point? Like you said, I'm gonna tell you. Like we got, I'm using a practical example, and I'm gonna use you as an example.
Yes.
You were talking about Freezy. We don't like
Yes.
his talking points. Most of us will say he probably needs help with understanding or comprehension or something, because some of his points be all off base. But he's also coming from a worldview or religious system that kind of it locks him in. So I would say he needs help to escape that ideology, because it's probably not helpful, or it probably doesn't help the group, but maybe he still believes it does. You can't really help somebody out of their belief, but that's the help that I would believe a lot of people need. But instead of helping him, like you said, you show up. What you've done, I'm gonna step on his neck every chance I get. I'm gonna step on his neck. So I get it,
because this is hold up.
I get it. Hold up. I get it. I get that it's from a place of hurt. I get that it's from a place of you've been disrespected. But a lot of the people who we're expecting to show up for us also wear the same face as the person who's hurt us. So even still, the help is looked at sideways, and after it's looked at sideways, even if you take the help, it's not going to lift you out of your situation, because there's a greater social structure there that you have to conform or comply with. Then on top of that, at the end of that, you're going to say, well, you didn't help me anyway. I've seen that happen on an individual relationship level, and we're seeing it on the macro level too. Like, so I'm not telling you how to move. You get to choose how you move. And if you want to choose how you move based on what I say, I mean, more power to you. But
no, because for me, I was just trying to get an understanding, but I think I got it.
Yeah, I just think I think men and women, and I would say now queer people, I think we often overestimate how much we truly do for each other. That's all I'm saying. And I think if we came from a place of humility and could say, I know I really haven't helped you. I want to feel like I've helped you, because you're important to me, and I really want to feel like I helped you, but I know I haven't changed your condition. If I individually have learned to lift myself out of the conditions that I was born into, maybe I can teach you how to do the same thing.
So
only if you're open to it. Only if you're open to it.
So my question to you is this then. So what is a person supposed to do when they're in the gap and helping, quote unquote, and are they supposed to get beat up on? Are they supposed to be disrespected? Are they supposed to? So, because that's what I want clarity on. Okay, cool. Yeah. The whole thing of this is what I did. Okay, I can accept that. Then what's going to be the response? Because let's also use Freezy. Freezy is also the same person that basically said that we're birthed out of trauma. He's also the same person that literally said and how we've all been sexually assaulted, even though he has a manifestation of how someone was sexually assaulted, but not queer. He also said it's a lot of things that he said. So
he said a lot.
Yes. So what would be the route?
For me, and this is my opinion.
Okay.
You do not have to stay anywhere where you are being harmed. You don't have to stay anywhere where you're being harmed, physically, emotionally. That if you have the power to remove yourself from being harmed, you probably owe it to yourself to do it. But this goes back to my thing when I talked about knowing how you're dressing and knowing how you're coming across. If your intention is to help a person who you say is at the bottom of several power structures, and you know they have done that systemically, whichever word, how you say it. If you believe that's the case and it's historic and you're passing down epigenetic trauma and you're compounding that with current trauma and ignorance and this, that, and the other, if you're at the bottom of all of these systems, I cannot then expect you to be a fully functional, normal acting human being. It would be weird for you not to act like somebody who was coming out of a psych ward. With all the things that if I'm going to accept everything that you said that's happening in society, if I accept it on face value, all the power systems and the structures and all the stuff we're facing, and we're if I take all of that at face value, there's no way I could then, because I know myself, if I'm going to help a black woman, I'm going to deal with some shit. It's going to be some bull. it's gonna be some meanness. There's gonna be some testing my patience. There's gonna be testing my intentions. There's gonna be a lot of questioning. There's gonna be a lot of distrust. There's gonna be a lot of trauma response.
Yes, but I'm gonna tell you where the issue comes in for me, is that on one end, black men say that they're in trouble and they need help, and then on the other end, they don't want it. And then you also said, well, at least a lot of the I've experienced, especially.
Okay.
No, I didn't say you. But I'm talking about the
Overall?
experience. Overall, is that you need help. Then when you have people come to your help, you saying you don't want it. So that's the issue that I'm running into. Is like, okay, you said you need help, then we're coming by your side, support, etc. I don't know, I guess the words that can be used. It's not making sense to me. So do you want the help or do you don't?
And that goes back to my social level and the psychological level. Because we have to understand, people don't run on one script. People don't run on one script. Because on the social level, we know people need help. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt people need help. And whether that help is tangible or like intellectual, like they need to learn something, like teach a man to fish. We know everybody needs help. Nobody's born with everything they need. So everybody needs help to at least get themselves going. And then once they become competent and capable, they can drive themselves. That's typically with parenting through childhood, and you learn and you become an adult and you're on your own off to the races. But we have a lot of stunted adults. We have a lot of stunted adults emotionally, mentally, financially, all kinds of whatever. But a lot of people who've been stunted in some way or another, they need help. But the psychology that you've absorbed is I have to do it on my own. It's very individualistic. I've got to figure it out. These people are self-made. If they can do it, I can do it too. I just need to grind harder. So you have both scripts running at the same time. Everybody can quote this one thing. Was it? Nobody makes it on their own. Everybody needs help. But then we'll also say, I can't trust nobody but God, and we'll say, oh, you know, we have dual scripts that conflict with each other directly.
The contradiction.
Exactly. Those are baked into us. So I don't judge people on their contradictions. I judge people on once you challenge their contradiction if they maintain it. Because if you're going to fight for the lie, I can't work with you. That's the problem. When you expose somebody's lie that they're telling themselves, that's the problem. Listen, you're saying this and you're saying this. If whoa, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say was, because I was thinking this, okay, that means we're working through some thoughts. But if you're going to fight for the lie and not come off of it once it's challenged, that's the problem. And yes, Reckless Ray, we're using a lot of vernacular that comes from certain schools of thoughts. Everybody's not under attack. Everybody's not down bad, but we're making some generalizations. So
this is a general conversation.
Yeah. What's changed on a side note? If you think, give me a second. All right, let me see. Side note, if you think I'm going to psychology, epidemic psychology, like I still feel. Can we define help? Help could be anything. Because again, like I said, we're talking very generally. A lot of people need help along, like you need education, you need knowledge, you need resources. Most people need something, knowledge or resources. That's typically the help that most people need. Knowledge, resources.
Yep, I agree, because when I had my experience of first, I guess, leaving the church and trying to find, a different pathway or whatever, I came across some very powerful knowledge that helped me like no other. Because at one point in time, I had like this, I was like in this whirlwind mentally and stuff. But when I actually got some, because I'm not gonna get too deep into it, I think I spoke about this on my platform. But when I end up coming across conscious, that's when it's like everything unlocked for me in terms of, okay, everything I thought was this before is not. That's not the truth. That's not what's really going on. And I was able to free myself from shackles mentally, so physically I can go, because where the mind goes, the body's going to follow. Yep. So the mind is going to follow.
I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying that's why we can't keep looking at each other as enemies. because as long as we're looking at each other as enemies, black men, black women, black queer, white, as long as we keep separating into camps and look at each other as the enemy, we'll see everybody in that group as the enemy and not the people that want to work with each other. Like for me, it's all about your character. If you have the character of a good human being, you want what's best for the people around you, and you're willing to take part and invest in the outcomes of their lives to the betterment of them and yourself, and reciprocate. That's my tribe. No other identity is going to take more precedent than that. The problem is they're not easily identifiable by look. It's not because they're tall. It's not because they're brown. It's not because they got breasts. It's not because they got a penis. There's nothing I can visibly look at that demonstrates your character. I've got to invest the time to actually get to know what kind of person you are and watch you over a period of time. It's more difficult, but it's more rewarding because Rashawn doesn't fall into a lot of the same traps other people do, because I'm not going to judge you simply because you're black or simply because you're a man. I'm not like you saw me fall out with a lot of people on the black man panel too, because just because you're a black and because you're a man, I'm not going to agree with you because of that. I'm not going to back you up because of that. So your identity doesn't save you, for me, from the truth. The truth is always going to reign supreme for me.
Tribalism.
So, yeah, I can't rock with that past it. Like there's a point. Like for me, tribalism is we have some of the same likes. You know, we have some of the same interests. And that's like a vibe tribe. Y'all, we can listen to the same music. We like some of the same cultural references. We all saw Friday. Cool. But the moment you say, man, you know what? I'm looking at this 17-year-old. She looked good. I'm like, you're out my tribe now. Because now you're over here looking at a 17-year-old. We're 30, 40. You know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. And I've seen that, and I'm dealing with that now because I'm dealing with people, and I'm waiting to hear back. I'm waiting to see some evidence. Because if I find out so I got a problem with people meddling with kids. And I will cut people off so quick. But I wanted to get it's a problem. It's a problem with this. The safety of kids is important. The safety of kids is really important because they are defenseless. That's the thing. They are defenseless. So I don't talk about it a lot because I don't have kids, but I am passionate about it. So it'd be weird for me to not have kids and always be talking about people messing with kids. But I'm deeply concerned about the welfare of kids because I've seen that most of our adult problems stem from our childhoods. So it's like we need to protect them so they don't become the same goofy versions
and repeat the cycle.
Exactly. We need to break those cycles by protecting them above all else. Uber Alice. We need to protect them above all else so they don't end up like us. Like Black Man said, y'all gonna be up on these panels whining and crying like us, talking about the same problems. You gonna get hurt. So we got to protect the kids, man. That's my most important precedent. I think everybody should adopt, but I think we all need help. I do think to Reckless Ray and Quantum, I don't think anybody's really helpless. We need help, but none of us are helpless or hopeless unless we choose to be. Because there's a lot of to everybody talks about the economics. I know myself. I'm I call myself the richest poor person. I don't have the what is it called? The ambition to chase a lot of money. I don't have it. But what I have learned is there are a whole lot of ways you can learn to save money on products. So you can have the quality of life that looks like some other people's lives without spending as much money if you're willing to invest the time. And if you want to make money, there's ample ways to make money where people won't even know what your skin color is or your gender is. So there's opportunity everywhere. There's opportunity everywhere. And what are you protecting them from? What do you think is the most damaging to children today? To me, it's their immediate family. Right now, today, I think it's their immediate family. Then it's everything that they might see on social media and media. There's a lot of negative influences. But right now, the most pressing thing, the main thing is the main thing. You got to protect people from their own family. The first bullies are your parents a lot of times because people's parents aren't capable, competent, loving individuals that don't really even want kids a lot of times. So there's a lot. There's a lot. They say I'm hopeless, but yeah, it's I know we got a lot of things we got to work on. It's hard to isolate one thing and work on it because there's so many things going on at once. Man. It's impossible to protect them if the adults are arguing and acting like kids. Believe they're watching it. That's the other thing too, our influence. If we're going to pieces, how can we expect them to hold it together? Doesn't even make sense. Black people need to learn how to stop being black, fictional character, and learn how to be human. Facts. I agree with that.
Actually, I say melanated people. I really don't. I try not to say black because
Try not to say black.
at least yeah, I try not to say black only because I've heard, I haven't really looked into it, but I've heard that when you identify as black, you basically classify yourself as not as a human and all that. So that was something that was going along. So for me, I always say melanated people. Melanated
Gotcha.
people, yeah. Try to eliminate that bad boy.
Angry Snowman. How's a child's immediate family a danger to children? My children are safer with me than anybody else. Now, I don't know you, so please don't think I'm talking about you. But generally speaking, number one, as an obese person, let me say one of the ways that our children are not safe with us is what we feed them. One of the ways in which our children are not safe with us because we can't afford to house them in safe conditions. One of the ways in which our children are not safe with us is because I think it's 3 in 4 girls, and this might just be the black community, but 3 in 4 girls are sexually assaulted before the age of 18, and 2 in 4 boys are sexually assaulted before the age of 18. One of the ways in which our children are not safe with us because they are being indoctrinated in, I would say, systems that might not be so fully understood by the people who are teaching them. They are being placed in the hands of people that do not care about them as human beings, whether that be teachers, camp counselors, those people closest to you are not the safest for you because not everybody's ready to be a parent. Not everybody's equipped. Not everybody has the time. Some people neglect their kids, leave them alone. There's ample numbers of ways that the people closest to you are the most harmful, because if they're not the most harmful for you, they may put you in harm's way. They may put you in harm's way. And that's just a reality. That's just a reality. They have the most exposure to you, so they have the most opportunity to harm you. So the lower the character of the culture, the more opportunity, the more likely it is that the people closest to you are going to harm you. So as the degradation of our society happens, the morals and values and standards are all declining, you're going to see more people that are being harmed. These ships don't right themselves. When a car is breaking down, it doesn't repair itself. We don't have self-reparable societies. Like, they don't fix themselves. We have to put in work to fix this stuff. So as we're watching everything decline, like, oh, that's not me, that's not me, that's not me, but it's everybody else. And eventually everybody else is going to outnumber you. Like, and then one day you're going to die off. And then everybody's going to be crazy. So we have to be thoughtful and diligent about stuff like that, because we'll let the slippery slope slide into hell because we don't want to get involved because we have enough toys. Like, even myself, I'm not preaching at anybody because I'm sitting here on the internet instead of doing stuff in real life. I could say that this is bringing awareness to something. I could say I'm having conversations with people and I'm spreading information, or I could say I could justify it a million ways. But what I'm not doing is impacting the life of somebody who really needs help right now. I'm not feeding them. I'm not clothing them. I'm not housing them. So I'm not under an illusion that I'm doing any more than what I'm saying other people are doing. I'm a part of the problem too.
But let me say this, because I hear that a lot. Like, I don't want you to downplay what you're doing in terms of on the internet, because you're very intelligent, you're very smart, and you don't know what type of impact that you do have on people. Because I just remember when I was like on the verge of ending it all, and I remember, I'm assuming God, universe, whatever anybody believes in, it was just meant for me to come across a video of conscience. And when I tell you, it saved my life. So you don't know what type of impact you are really having on, because I'm not gonna lie, I hate when you do that. No shade. So when you try to downplay yourself, and I do not like that, because you're very intelligent, very articulate, very I would say a mastery with your words. And you don't know, you may not know this, or you may, because even with me, I've had people message me and stuff. And I don't know if people have probably, or if it hasn't happened, not yet. You don't know whose life you saved. You really truly never know. And so I don't want you to downplay it just because you haven't, quote unquote, went out and did da 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 da, or X, Y, and Z, because you don't know. And keep in mind, this is the information age. Everybody's running to the internet for information. So eventually, there's going to be a lot of people are going to be coming to the internet for all types of information. And I understand that we come from a not the president of the universe, but you're very articulate. I hate when you try to downplay yourself in terms of your contributions, in terms of these spaces and the impact you may have. Because I am a living receipt that coming across the right information can keep you from taking your own life. So I don't want you to ever downplay yourself ever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, I appreciate that, and I want to say the reason I say that is because it's I can't quantify any impact I have here. But if anything I do in anything I impact and do in the real world, I know how many people I've fed. I know how many people I've clothed. I know how many free rides I've given. I can quantify the work I've done in real life. That's the distinction I make in my mind. I can know what I've done. I don't know what it meant to the person, but I can know what I've done. What I've done here, it's all amorphous. I might have done something. I might have done not. You know, so that's what I mean by I know I'm not saying that this is nothing, because the internet helped me change my trajectory in life too. So I'm not saying it's nothing. I'm not saying it's a nothing burger. I'm just saying I can't quantify it. So it's hard for me to qualify it. So yeah, appreciate that. You definitely challenge people to think deeper than they already do. That's impactful. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm not saying I do nothing. I'm just saying I can't quantify it. I can't quantify it. Quantumfy. Let me quit. YouTube is the only mentoring some people get. You are needed and valued. Man, I appreciate that. Rashawn, you inspired me to stop watching hentai. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. I would suggest you to rethink that decision.
Wait, is it hentai the anime porn?
Yeah, the anime porn.
That's a key.
Let me see, Rashawn, you were Sparkers watching it hit the streets. I know I want to. Now, listen, I know I do help out where I can. I help out some elderly people, people in my mom's church. I got a neighbor that's disabled. I help him because his father died, his caretaker died. So I try to help out where I can. I try to be a good human and a good citizen and a good steward. And I help out my nephew. I try to be a good-hearted person and try to help out where I can. But I know there's so much real-world impact that we need. We need hands-on with people. And actually, a lot of the stuff we're talking about with the internet, a lot of these internet people that we're talking about, all of this stems from hurt. Like all of this stuff that we're talking about from this conversation, like Black Man Unfiltered said, some woman's going to do this, some woman's going to do that. That's the projection of a possible hurt. So he had to see or feel hurt somewhere from some woman to get that projection. We need to find a way to get hands. We need to be able to love on people in a way that they can believe that it's possible, because people are starting to lose hope that it's even possible. So that's something that I think we need to do. I think we need to get real hands-on love of people, because what I would like, I'll sum it up with this. What I would like is for us to love people so completely as humans that when they see people on the internet talking about this is how people are, they be like, man, y'all must be crazy. I don't know anybody like that. That doesn't even sound realistic. That's what I like. That's idealistic. That's my fantasy, but that's it. Y'all know damn well Sean don't like people speaking about him. So you know what? I can't stand you. He does not believe none of y'all for real. Quantum, get out of here. Don't be telling my secrets.
Well, I'm about to say.
Yeah. And that's all. That's all I want. That's all I want is for us to love each other, so that nobody around us could ever believe that the stuff they say on the internet is real. Yeah. I know it's hurt, but it's hurt from what we see. We see people going through it. There's a concept called linked fate. And that's something I actually want to talk to either Dr. Nakumbe about or another clinician, because there's a thing what we do. And it's the same reason why when men talk about women all get defensive, even though we're not talking about them. They see their fate is linked with all Black women, or and we saw this conversation breakdown when they got defensive when the Black women got defensive. So all the Black men, they felt that sense of linked fate. Well, we're not trying to be like the other manosphere guys, but we're having a conversation about women, so it feels the same, but it's not the same, and they're trying to explain why. Because our fates feel linked, our hurt feels linked. So when somebody hurts another person that I think looks like me or I identify with, some of us take that stuff on psychologically. Over the pandemic, all the things, all of the protests that were about like black people, a lot of the people were crying tears. And I don't know about reckless. I'm not trying to shame anybody, but there'll be a person who they've never met, but they heard about their unfortunate death. They were unarmed and killed by police. They'll hear about that and be bawling for a week because they saw themselves in that person and they felt that their fate was linked, and they start becoming scared of police. All of this stuff is related. But what's weird, the other people who saw the other side is like, wait a minute, why are you're crying tears? You've been up for a week and you out here in the street for this. There are people dying in your community every day. Why aren't you crying for them? Why aren't you in the street for them? Which is actually a legitimate question. Because why do we have to see somebody that died or down bad? Why do we have to see it to feel linked to them? When we live next door to these people, they're in our families. So
that's my fault. I was actually gonna because I was actually reading a book, and the book talked about how some of us as people, we have biases and how to activate those biases or whatever. But one of the things that it's so fun that you spoke on it, because it just struck a nerve of memory, is that it talked about how when you speak about one incident, it activates the availability bias, which means it's easy to recall. And being able to, if you have one incident and it's simple, it's easy to remember, it's easy to recall, it's highly, which makes it highly to influence people to do only God knows what, is that when you have one incident, that's it's a tragedy. But if you have two or more, it's a statistic. And so I think that also plays a part, but also with that, when you actually have a face to the incident, that's also another factor that also, quote unquote, influences people to do what needs to be done. Because the thing about it is that, yes, people walk past homeless people all the time, but they don't really see your face. Like, oh, whatever, get out my face. But when you actually have a tragedy, it's so funny how this book just came up. It's crazy how you have a tragedy like George Floyd, or a tragedy like all these other people that have been brutally murdered for all different types of reasons. You constantly see that face. You constantly see it being showcased. So it's pulling on the heartstrings of people who's watching, and it does influence them to get up off your ass, and it's time to, quote unquote, protest, fight for laws, etc. Because it is a psychological influence that's there. It's funny that you said it, because I actually just read that in a book.
Yeah. And see, I know that stuff is real. Yeah, I know that stuff is real, but here's the problem though. It'll mobilize somebody, and they'll walk out of the home to go protest in the street, but they left their children that needed help with their homework, or their husband that wanted help with dinner, or the wife that we will neglect the people closest to us for these abstract people who we don't know. And that's where my issue comes in with the humanity, because the abstract is easy. Like Black Lives Matter, that's really easy to care for Black lives. But when you're ignoring the the people you know, it's not a Black life, it's Henry, or it's Mark, or it's Keisha, or it's Tiffany. When the Black life has a name, and you know their struggle, and you know that they're going to ask for money when they see you, or they're going to need a ride because their car is always broke, why don't we have the humanity to love them in spite of their failings, as opposed to, because we can mythologize this person who was just killed unjustly. Now we can care for them because it's abstract. We need to learn to love the messiness. Like when you were asking me about the help. If we really truly want to help, we're going to have to help the messiness. We're not going to help. The hospital doesn't treat well people. Like the hospital does not. Nobody walks into the hospital like, great. I'm fine. I just came here. I just showed up at the hospital for no reason. I just wanted to be here. My insurance is great. You can go ahead and bill it, but I don't need anything done. Just high five me. That's not how life works. The people that need help, it's going to be messy. They're going to be bleeding. They're not going to know where the pain is. There's going to be all kinds of, they might be non-responsive, and you're supposed to figure out what's wrong. Like the people that really need help, they need help. And help is going to possibly cost you. It's going to cost you time. It might cost you resources. And that's what I want us, when we talk about Black people, when we talk about those Black community issues, I wish we had the grace to understand that people who need the most, it's going to require the most investment. And a lot of times we want it to be easy. We get indifferent. We get short-sighted with each other. We'll cut each other off so quick. Like, man, like we talking about you, like black women and queer people, we're done with y'all niggas. And the dudes will be like, we're done with y'all black women and queer people. Everybody so quick because the issue is we all need help. We all need help. And we don't want to invest each other, and we don't want it to be messy.
My thing,
but
I'm gonna be honest.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, my thing is, I have no problem with the helping part. It's just that lack of empathy back. That's where the frustration. And don't trust me, I get it. I get the whole thing of people who need help are gonna need help, and they get to invest and da, da, da. I get all of that, but it's just the lack of empathy back. And then once you actually come together to actually have that conversation, it's the, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, are we living on a different realm or something? Like, what? So I think that's the frustration in terms of that tension between these groups. Is the lack of empathy back, as in, because like you said, yes, in terms of actually having resources, not really much that you can do, but at least the frustration, at least from queer people, I'll say some black women, is that, damn, you can't even give us empathy back. You can't even give us that. Like, damn. And so, which is another reason why I haven't given up on talking about melanated people being discriminated against or speaking about injustice and stuff, because obviously I haven't given up on melanated people. That's just not going to happen. But the thing is that I just, because we talked about this love, we talked about this, but then yet it's not showcased. and that's the frustrating part. And the thing is, I think at this point now people are starting to get to that frustrating realm, to when now you're starting to see that clash. Every time there's a panel, you're going to have a Conscious TV and me on a panel with Black Men of 50, and go see that big giant clash now, because people are getting to their wits' end. Yeah. And so I can't speak on behalf of heterosexual Black men, but I know for the queer side, it's just that we like, damn, you can't, we understand the resources and stuff, but you can't give us empathy back. Like some of y'all rejoice in us losing our lives. that's, and I do get it. It's you need help, but the thing is, it's to the extreme of, we're gonna, like, and I've seen some disgusting things, and so I think that's the biggest gripe. And I'm gonna say it. The biggest gripe is the lack of empathy back, because the thing about it is that, especially when I've come into contact with multiple people on the panel, also in real life, because I had talk about this on the panel, I also talk about this stuff offline. Submit to those being helped. I know that's right. I like what she did right now. But the thing is that whenever I had these conversations and stuff, it's like I'm willing to hear them out. I'm willing to give the empathy and all these things. But then yet when it comes down to me or other people, it's rules and regulations put on it. Oh, why did you not look respectful? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? And the thing about it, which always kind of, it's the gripe that I have, is because it's never had, come on, not vice president. But the thing is, the gripe that I always typically have is that I never applied those rules and regulations in terms of when it came down to other marginalized groups being discriminated against, or something wrong happened to them. I never did that, but it always happens to said us. And so, and my thing is that's why I wish sometimes with these conversations we can kind of get to that point, so we can kind of get to why, but it typically ends up getting heated and cussing and all the other stuff. But like, I think that's the biggest thing for me personally. I haven't given up. It's just that it just gets annoying, because it's like a lack of empathy back. And then you want to put rules and regulations on your empathy, and it's like, damn, if I really start putting rules and regulations on my empathy, y'all will really see a difference for real. So,
I get you. There's definitely cultural issues with that. Yeah, there's definitely cultural issues with that. The way we're built, the way we're taught, we're set against each other. Like, whatever your tribe is, whatever you identifiers you have, man, we do get pushed against each other, which is kind of weird. I really do think we all need each other in weird, different little ways. But I want to ask you some of the questions. People have been asking questions for a minute, and I ain't been getting to them. So give me my bad. I know this is an old one, Greg Bryant. Is there a master and a servant in a house? The servant submits. Does the master? To me, I know this is real old. Back to the submission, but to me, there's a book in not a book, a verse in Revelations. There's a book in Revelations. Now, definitionally, as you use the word, Greg Bryant, definitionally, no, you do not accept or yield to the will or the authority of the slave and a master and a servant. But you actually have to submit to the position of master because you have to always maintain the servitude. That's a dynamic that you are binding yourself to. So in a weird way, you are submitting to that servant by making them a servant because you have to always maintain their servitude. So I know that's more abstract, but I think like that. Let me see. But there was a question for I'm looking for the questions for you. You answered this one. Give me a second. The total is.
Make sure you guys thumbs up this video. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
I think where reckless is coming from. Black men didn't create laws, so why are we then held responsible for a system we didn't create? Because you like to talk about system.
And I can most definitely answer that. The reason why that conversation surrounding quote unquote, and I'm using quotation marks, black men being held accountable for laws they didn't create is because it's the trying to reinforce the law, your own oppression. You're trying to amplify, and like I said before, you're glorifying your own oppression and then complain about the side effects of said oppression. Because the thing about it, like what's the guy name? The one I was responding back to, World Class, is that when he spoke about men, it was all of y'all together. It was all of y'all, yeah, we created this, we did this, all of this. But then yet, when it's time to have that conversation of quote unquote responsibility, and I'm using that term loosely, or accountability, because I hate that word, accountability with quotation marks, all of a sudden you want to make the distinction between, they created it, but yet, in different conversations, we all created it. And so that's the thing, is that you're reinforced with some, not all, actually a lot, not all, a lot, not all, a lot, not all, likes to reinforce the said system and then complain about the side effects, i.e. men can't showcase their emotions. And then everybody else, including queer people and also women, like to reinforce that bullshit as well. And I also wrap them up in a bow as well. It's just that the reinforcing of a toxic system that's not helping anyone in the longevity of it, especially when the culture's shifting.
Yeah. And Yellow asks, if we are to fight those who we deem our oppressors, that will mean everyone we find oppressors. Y'all really not for that? Okay, that wasn't even a question. That was a comment. My bad. Yeah. If the empathy comes with the BS, yeah, we don't need it though, because the BS cancels the empathy. All right, so here's a real question. Reckless logic. So are you saying black women and queer don't experience the same attacks as black men? If yes, explain why.
What do you mean the same attack? Talking about police brutality?
Yeah, like I think you're talking about we're like subject to the system. Y'all got to protect us, like black women.
Yeah. Yes, we do experience it. But it goes back to that empathy part, because the thing about it is that whenever there are melanated black men, we're going to make the assumption that they're heterosexual. We're there. Okay, that's messed up, because keep in mind the mummification lives for a long time lived in black women. So the thing about it is when they hear anything happen to a black man, they that's so messed up. Front lines, and then you got black queer people. That's messed up, which is right, which is cool. But then yet when it comes down to when there were gay melanated people that were discriminated against, and then once people found out about their sexual orientation, especially if they were trans, people made excuses for it. Because yes, we can talk about a George Floyd. Yes, we can talk about Trayvon Martin, and rightfully so. But let's also talk about how we can also talk about Sandra Bland, and we can also talk about Breonna Taylor, that also were discriminated against when it came down to police brutality. But yet, if you actually pay attention, there was also pushed to the back. The shelf life in terms of recognition is not as long. So that's where that conversation of the empathy is taking place, because it's like, okay, when it comes down to us, it's like okay, you had to do something. But then when it comes down to y'all, it's like, okay, we here. We here. Because I was tearing them racist motherfuckers up on these streets. Okay. I'm being dead serious because I know I talk a lot of stuff on this internet stuff, but I also do a lot of stuff in real life as well. So that's why I just be so passionate about it, because it's like I see it. I'm there. I'm there. And so I think that lack of empathy is where that tension goes. That's it.
I can see that. Now, this one was for me, Angry Snowman. You might not still be here, but if you are, okay. So, what is your solution to help children that have inadequate parents? That's what I'm talking about. Unsafe. Home is the unsafest place for kids. I really don't have a solution. I don't have the power to like restrain. I don't have the incentives. I don't have the carrot or the stick. I don't have positive or negative reinforcement that I can apply to other human beings. The only thing I can say is that I wish. It's just a wish. I wish people treated their children better. I wish our systems weren't set up where people were chasing so much money that they took time away from their kids. I wish a lot of things, but I know it's a balancing act. We have to balance productivity versus family planning and maintenance versus this versus that. And there's a lot. And I'm not saying it's easy. I just hate seeing the children get such a short end of the stick so often. But I know they don't they don't make money for us, so they're a low priority because it costs to live. It costs to take care of the things that the kids want and need. It take money. So I get the pressures that people are under. I don't have a solution. It's just I know that there's a need. I was one of those kids that got kind of left unattended to a lot of times because my mother had to work and she was a single parent. So she couldn't watch me. I skipped school for like 3 months straight. I missed, oh my God, that was terrible. But nobody was there to watch me. Nobody was there to monitor me. I could have did whatever. I could have got into all kinds of mess. I could have been dead. There's so many times I was just left alone, unsupervised, because that's what happens when people are chasing money and they needed to live. So I'm not demonizing anybody. I'm just saying it's a thing. And this was the last question for Reckless. I'm going to check the live chat, but these were ones I had starred. Reckless Logic. Do these groups ever move without the Democratic Party? The Democratic Party. I don't know why I read that like that. The Democratic Party or the LGBT community? I'm not sure. That was more recent, but I'm not sure exactly what that's in reference to. So if you're still here, New Growth, exactly, because do these groups ever move without the Democratic Party or the LGBT community? I'm wondering what other group you mean. I'm assuming it's Black women.
Because I'm confused about the group, like the other group you may be referring to. Clarify that for me.
Let me see. I don't see the value of giving empathy. If you want help, grab a shovel or piss off. Do the work or piss off. I see the value of having empathy, to be clear. Excuse me. There's a certain level where empathy doesn't have any utility. There is a level where empathy doesn't have any utility. I wanted to get into this real quick, and I'll try to make this short. Maslow's hierarchy. Because this is something Maslow's hierarchy. I understand that people, the reason I say like help, because if people can't, if they don't feel like food secure, house secure, if they don't have food, shelter, clothing, if there's stuff like that, it's hard for people to think. If they're always hungry, they don't know where they're going to sleep tonight, your immediate thoughts are going to be towards solving your most immediate needs. Until you have like, what do you call that? Standardized, or you have a job and you have rent and you're paying all that kind of stuff. Until you systemize your first level of Maslow's hierarchy, it's hard to be comfortable on the second level. You're not just going to be able to just, if you're homeless and you don't know where you're going to eat, it's hard to maintain healthy family relationships. Like, you're not going to ascend, you're not going to get self-actualization. So this stuff is important in pieces.
I agree.
Okay, when I see Black women and queer, they are with some political agenda. So he's saying that when Black women and queer people are aligned, but it's also typically there's a political agenda. Now, I'll let you answer that, but I'm gonna say something else too in a minute.
Well, here's the thing: is that, and I'm gonna go back to what I hate to be that person. I'm gonna have to. It's just that he's saying that Black women and queer people are part of the a
Democratic the Democratic plantation, not a political agenda.
Come on, political agenda. So he's asking, like, why aren't they moving without the agenda?
Do Black women and queer people, do y'all ever move without the political agenda that comes from the Democrats?
Well, I'm not Democratic, so I wouldn't know. I don't identify as Democrat or Republican. So I personally wouldn't have started with Black women if we saw that there was something. So I wouldn't fully to speak to the Democrat or anything like that. But what I will say is that a lot of the times, I guess I'm gonna be that person within the Black community. A lot of the times is that it's a black male worshiping space, and when you don't identify as any of those things, good luck trying to get. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say to that. That's all I can say. It's a good luck because I've experienced it. I've seen it time and time again. Even when you enter these spaces and you don't lead, quote unquote, with your sexuality first, or you don't lead with your with women and their bodies and stuff, is that it's weird because when it comes down to the Black community, it's like they only tell queer people and they only tell women that you're Black first. But yet we don't make men choose either you're a man or you're Black. I'm a Black man. It's never to make that distinction within the community. And the reason why that's an issue is because, okay, if the community wasn't such a Black male worshiping space, then quote unquote you wouldn't see quote unquote other parties within the community branching out to other groups. Because guess what? The Black community would give a fuck about Black women. The Black community will also give a fuck about Black queer people. Because a lot of times, even when they speak, it's that separation type of language, as if you can't be Black and be queer at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a lot of being a excluding type of language in terms of that as well.
No,
so
I can see that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's definitely hard to. It's hard to separate. Like I know Reckless Ray said, like when you separate yourself into tribes, it's a form of idiocy, but it's also a reality though. I mean, people when they see differences, they camp you, like, oh, you're a redhead, like we socialize to separate. So we do that. I think internalizing that is where we mess up, is where we internalize that and think that we think that makes us better or worse than based on that identity. Identity politics is nothing more than communism. Race and victim level are the classes. And I think everybody plays into identity politics, whether they believe it or not. A lot of people think they escape an identity, but even if you say I'm an American, that's an identity. And there's a set of politics that are uniquely American. So I don't think there's a way to escape identity politics. You identify with something. You have to think that there's a you, and you have to think that you're a there. You have to think that you're somewhere. You have to think that you're at a certain time. You identify in time and space and self. We all identify at least in those three places. And there's going to be a set of politics that apply to time, space, and self. There's no way around that. But
yeah, because I was gonna say, you was on your platform, I want to say yesterday, or day before yesterday, I forgot, where you talked about how you're gonna need an identifier. You're gonna need an identifier to, if you have a message or you have an objective to target said group, you're gonna need an identifier. So everybody plays into the identity politics, etc.
Yeah, it's some way, but I know when people say identity politics, it's something more specific. But I think a lot of people also trick themselves into believing that they don't play into it in some kind of way, because you have to identify. If you vote in the United States, you identified yourself as an American, and you vote here. You participate in the politics here. So even on a very base level, we all identify and we all participate in the politics. It's just which groups do we identify with and whose interests are we aligning with. If it's a subgroup, like I'm a Black man and I vote like a Black man, that's identity politics, but it's probably not going to be the most effective because you're a part of a subgroup within a subgroup. So all that kind of stuff is stuff to consider. I don't try to live my life based on it, but I do understand it. Living and existing has nothing to do with American political parties. What? You're bugging, Moesha.
I do want to say this because she did remind me, because I was going to say this, is that another thing with these groups like the queer community on the political stance, and also when it comes down to Black women, women's rights on the political stance, is that yes, on paper, quote unquote, we have these rights, but socially we don't have those rights. That's essentially how that works, because even when there's Black trans women that are assaulted, executed off the face of the earth, it gets swept up under the rug. Whenever there's Black women that go missing, and they're missing for long periods of time. No, I'm not talking about Carly and the BS apparently she pulled. I did not look too deep into that case, but I heard she pulled a hoax. But whenever there's Black women that go missing and they're not found, it gets swept up under the rug. So, but yet let one of the Caucasoid counterparts who just so happens to be queer or just so happens to be a woman, all of a sudden everybody has pep in their step to go find them or find, quote unquote, get justice. And that's another reason why and that's the reason why that there seems to be like that empathy part, because it seems like no one really gives a fuck. Mm-hmm.
I was laughing at Ray. He's like, remember that he did that, and then they came for me. He gave me the and then they came for me speech. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm not even saying you're wrong about the communism being veiled as identity politics. I mean, because I know that BLM was Marxist. There isn't an American identity allowed. What's up, Apex in the building? But I was about to say, because I know that to Moesha, she said living and existing has nothing to do with American political parties. Like there's a Crown Act. There's a Crown Act that governs the way you can wear your hair. So just existing has become part of policy. There's no way around that. We used to be black people in this country at some point would have been property in certain areas and locations. So living and existing, because there's a law in the books that says slavery is abolished. So living and existing, it's a part of politics. There's no way around that. Even how many people can come in from certain places. What is that called? The immigration laws. Living and existing, all that goes into policy. We politicize all of that. All of that shapes policy. So all of that's important. So there are identities, even if even most of it's invisible to us. So like I said, fish and water, we don't see most of it. Your example is true from a heterosexual perspective as well. Whites get better treatment. But I'm saying that all of it, there's levels to all of this stuff. I'm not trying to argue. There's going to be semantics and nuances within all of this stuff. So don't take any one thing that I say for sure, like as gospel truth, or I'm trying to make it gospel truth. It's just the way I see the world, and nobody else has to see it the way I see it. So you're expecting the most oppressed black man to control the media push and have the world follow us? Come on, man. That's why we need to work together. I believe everybody that has a vested interest in wanting to do better, but they need help. Like the people that all need help need to pitch their nickels together. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to put our nickels together. Like we need resources. People that have knowledge. We need to put knowledge together. Maybe somebody has the knowledge of farming. Somebody else has the knowledge of machinery. Somebody can work the machines for the farm. You know what I'm saying? Like bring stuff together. But I know that's very simple. To solve all these issues, just do what I do and blame Rico and the price of oxtails. Where are whites getting better treatment? Listen. That's going to be our perception too. That's going to be our perception. You know, there's the Thomas Sowellians. The Thomas Sowellians that say they're not. They're not. So listen, I don't want to get to. I know we had a great. I've enjoyed this conversation so much, Reckless, and I know we've gotten so far off of the topic. So I'm going to read some of my my notes from the video. And you tell me if you want to hear that part, like pass or play, like play or pass. Sip it or skip it. We're gonna play sip it or skip it. I'm gonna tell you what the next time step. You tell me to sip it or skip it. Give me a second. Because American political party use our identities as platform to get support. U.S. on the ground are operating based on dim rep because we want to stop ostracizing us. We need to come together. Come together. For the right purposes, because we can't be around each other but for so long. Yes, sir. All right, so for the next one, we are at 228. So let me see. Next one is they talked about submission as a trigger word and walking away from relationships. Did you want to sip it or skip it?
I will play that just so we can get back onto the initial topic.
All right, cool. Let me see.
We talking about politics and everything.
Man, we've been all over. I enjoyed it though, man.
I enjoyed it too. Honestly, let me be honest with you. There's very few people that I've actually had conversations with that actually make me sit back and think. You're one of those people. I was like, let me reevaluate myself. Is this how I really am coming off, or this one way I'm really thinking? And I was like, does that make sense? There's very few people that I've actually come across, at least so far in my life. I'm still young. So far in my life that I've come across that made me sit back and be like, let me think about this for a second.
Man, I appreciate that. What? You have no idea what is. Uh-oh. Rashawn, where's the Crown Act for black men to not have to shave? Listen, I can't help you with that. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Mo. We appreciate you. Yeah. All right, so let's see.
Wait, hold up. Sean,
Go ahead. What's up?
is it playing?
You couldn't hear that? Oh,
No,
snap.
no.
Oh, snap.
I thought
Big
my
whiff.
phone was going crazy. I'm like, what the
Big
hell?
whiff. Big whiff. I'm sitting here watching it and listening to it.
I'm like,
That's
okay, is my
hilarious.
phone going crazy? I was like, what the
My
hell?
bad. My bad, y'all. My bad. Y'all just sitting here watching me watch something. That's the weirdest watch party y'all ever been to. I'm gonna watch somebody on stream watch something else that can't none of us see. Yo, that was dumb. Okay, my bad. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Woo.
They are willing to keep that devilish attitude and willing to break up their damn family. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. We just dealing with one
My bad.
dynamic.
I went
it's
too
a
far
lot of
back.
immature men that like the big butt and the smile, and they and this before they got married. They ain't had no business dealing with this damn.
I'm on Freezy, and I know that there are men that are in that position right now and have been in that position, right? I think the hardest thing for Black women that are the women that you're speaking of, I think the hardest thing for them is hearing the word submit, because when they hear that word, they in their minds they're thinking, I have to give up all my power to this man. And I think that that's the difference, that they don't realize that it's a difference between submitting and giving all your power. Black women, for some reason, have a problem with the word, right? So if you're in this type of marriage or relationship with a woman and you really love her and you really want to try to make the relationship or the marriage work, maybe not use the word, maybe have something, maybe address it in another way or form, right? And if this woman is still not that type of woman that wants to, like I said, I naturally curve to a man. I say curve. I naturally know how to curve and move to a man that knows how to handle me as a woman, right? Because I do believe that there's a specific handling and molding that a man that's a natural born leader that just love to do. And a woman like me, I'm attracted to that shit. I'll just admit it. I love a man's man. I know when he know his business, walk in a room. He
Okay, I thought that was your mic. That was it. Okay, let me see. No, it's not. Rashawn, your notes called me and asked if they could come out and play my notes. My notes. Did I accidentally send you my notes or something? I'm confused. What'd I do? I don't know what I did. I'm confused.
He demand the room. He know how to handle his business. He's a good man. He's a good father. He's a good pillar in his community. That's the type of man I'm attracted to, right? So if you have a woman, and she could be your wife, and this is men, y'all need to listen to this honestly, because sometimes that woman could be your wife that you have had children with, and if she is not willing to,
here we go,
address the matter, whether it be, listen, let's sit down, let's have a conversation. This is what I need from you. If you telling her, this is what I need from you, right? And she's saying to you, well, this is what I need from you. How do we get there? That's number one. How do we get to where I give you what you need and want, and you give me what I need and want in this relationship or in this marriage? And sometimes it's words for us. The moment the Black man say submit to the woman, especially these new age modern women, they have a problem with that word alone. So maybe if we address it in another form and have another word or conversation surrounding it, maybe you'll get better results. But guess what, Freezy? If that woman still ain't that woman, I don't care if she is the wife and the mother of your child.
Wife, mother.
Walk away.
Away.
Don't, matter of fact, run.
Woo! I was like, woo, boy. She could be the wife. She could be the mother of the kids. But if she ain't operating right, walk away. Run. What you think about that, Rex?
I'm kind of, I don't know.
That's a hard one, boy. That's a hard one.
That is a hard one, because it's like, if you made her a wife and you made her mother to your children, then you should already have an idea of how she's going to operate. Now, I do understand that people do change over time. And if it gets to a point to where the relationship, the dynamic is toxic, then yes, either for a man or a woman, walk away. Especially if you just walk away. I will say walk away because no one deserves toxicity, especially when you're not even creating or generating that environment. So yeah, walk away.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Now listen, I'm from the school. If you make a commitment, you commit. But if it's toxic and harmful and damaging, I think people need to walk away. If it's toxic, harmful, and damaging. And that's what the other thing I would say. I think is what OG Patrice was saying, like in different words. If the person quits showing up for the relationship, because some people like they quit efforting, they quit giving effort to the relationship. They've checked out. If they can't, if they're unwilling to go to therapy, if they're unwilling to try, you can't really partner with somebody that's unwilling to try. So that's really difficult. Oh, I see. I need to check you said I need to check my notes because I'm off topic. Did I was off topic? Oh, I don't know what I said today. I don't even know what I said. You either deal with her or don't. Yeah, that's a choice. That's the choice. That is the choice. But I really wish people, I'm not saying OG said this. This is me saying this. Toxic woman, facts. Okay, cool. I really wish people would understand, like some of the stuff is a last resort. Some of the stuff people say is a last resort. Because I think OG was saying like it's the last resort. But I know some people make it seem like as soon as you're unhappy, like bail, pull the ripcord, pull the parachute. I don't believe in that. But if somebody is just no longer wanting to work with you, and you've given them time to come out of maybe it's like postpartum or like a depression because they lost their job. It could be anything. It could be any strange thing, but give people a period of time to like come out of whatever it is. But man, it's tough, man. Ooh, that's a tough one. If you made an oath, you are in it to the end. She kills you. You kept your word. Cruise control for cool. Oh God, great. I gotta let her kill me to fulfill the oath. I don't need you to submit. I just need a partner who I can experience life with. They're willing to put in work when life gets hard. Yeah, they gotta be able to put forth effort. I got everybody typing in all caps. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right, so we're about to play Sip It or Skipping again. The excuses must stop. Okay, next one. Men need to reevaluate and to unload emotionally. Sip it or skip it.
Skip it. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. Nah. No walking. They telling men that they can't use the word submit. They don't want to walk on eggshells or they don't want to be word policed. Sip it or skip it.
I'm kind of 50-50 on that one. You decide.
Right, let's check it out.
So I remember something like that, but I forgot exactly the context fully.
Oops, passed it. Bam. There we go.
I think that for the men, OG, Patrice and OG, I think for the men have to get to the point, like they said, smile on the booty. I'm with captivity. I think some men, we're past that. And if we're not, we just immature as shit. But I think that some men need to stop. If we want to the next level with this, I think men need to stop being Bob the Builder. And what I mean by that is, if you get with a woman and she can't have a simple conversation with you, and you have to change wording and have to pander to wording and switch up wording and how you say something to her, then that's not the woman for you.
You know,
hold on. And talk to a woman, and you gotta walk on eggshells, or you gotta go in there and write a script out before you talk to her.
Well, black man, not like that. No, wait, listen. I didn't mean it like that. I meant like if you have a conversation with your woman or your wife, and you say, honey, listen. What is it? Is it the problem that I use the word submit? Is it another word that will make you feel more comfortable that we can have this conversation? Listen, it has to start with a conversation, and ask her, do you have a problem with the word submit? But see, because I think, especially if you all come from a religious Christian background, submit shouldn't be a problem to the women that claim they're Christians, right? Shouldn't be a problem to them at all because it's in the Bible, right? Yep. Hit her with that. Listen, let me tell y'all some what I noticed about men. I've said this to my brothers, my uncles, my male cousins. Y'all take a lot of stuff off of some women sometimes that you all don't deserve. But the power that y'all can take back because they don't think that you guys will walk the fuck away. That is it. They don't. They think it. Well, I got too much to lose. I got these kids. You know, I'm worried about. She gonna put child support. How about this? Leave that ass. Be that father. Put yourself on child support.
I played the next one too. Put yourself on child support was the next one.
But, I'm glad. No, keep playing. I'm glad you played that too.
Do what you got to do. No, I say that. Let me tell you why, black man. Because you will get more favor than if the vindictive woman go down to child support because she's mad and angry at you and end up putting you on child support. It's going to be worse for you in that situation. Let me tell you why. Because look, I'm just saying as an example. Look what what's his name did. He went and put himself on it because he knows that in situations it's not in y'all favor. I'm telling y'all have to think and be smarter than the serpent, because if you got a vindictive woman that don't want to listen to you, don't want to submit to you in the way that you want, and you walk away from the relationship, you don't think she's gonna seek child support on you and try to get you for everything you got. You don't think she's gonna try to get you for that half. You don't think she's gonna try to make your life miserable so you don't be available and equal enough for no other woman. She wants to leave you empty so you don't be fit for the next woman. That's what women do. Now I'm giving you the game.
Let me tell you this though.
Now she was talking the truth about people being vindictive. That part is true. I don't know anything about the child support. I don't know anything about child support.
Well, I've heard about that.
Yeah,
I heard about the making sure that you go first. When you go first, to say I want to put myself on child support because I want to see my child, I want to be there for my child, and etc. From what I've heard, I haven't actually fully looked into it. From what I've heard, they do give you more grace because you're doing it yourself and someone didn't have to drag you to court. And plus, we already know there is a bias when it comes down between the mothers versus the fathers inside of courts in terms of who's going to be able to get the children. So from what I hear, that is actually a thing. When you put yourself on, they will show you more grace. That's all I want to say so far. There's something else that happened, but I gotta remember. Oh, in the terms of walking on eggshells when you're speaking, is that when you're communicating a point or you're communicating with somebody, they may not understand the initial point of what you're saying because the way you may have articulated. So I believe the saying goes like this: you have to articulate something 3 to 5 times for them to for a person to understand, to fully understand. It's something like that. I forgot exactly how the saying goes, but you may have to change your word and not to change your point or have to walk on eggshells. It's just that you have to sometimes word it differently because so you both can be on the same frequency. I'll put it that way.
Nah, cool. We about to take a little comedy break real quick. Little comedy break. I thought this was funny, but it kind of reminded me of the whole submission argument when I saw it. So we about to play this real quick. Or the leadership, more the leadership, not the submission.
It's okay, get it out. Say it.
I got it.
Please, now, I just want to be led inside of your heart and your mind and your emotions.
Don't say nothing. The thing is this.
What is it?
You told me that I could confide in you, and I just wanted to exercise that. I know that I always had a problem just sharing my emotions and just opening up with you. And I know you talked about how that hurt.
You wearing a bonnet?
Right. I've been asking for that for a long time.
And I just wanted to do something a little bit different just because I didn't want to keep my emotions inside, because every time I keep that inside of me, it eat me from the inside out.
Okay.
And I don't want that no more. And I just wanted to take the time to just share what's been going on with me this week.
Please, I want to know what's going on with you.
So, my check been getting lower at work, and
yeah, I remember you telling me about that. What's going on with that?
I've been struggling with work. The pressure has just been getting to me.
Are you serious?
They promoted Josh over me, so it's like it's been crushing my confidence at work. I'm feeling like how did he get that promotion over me? And then now my check getting smaller, and I'm worried about taking care of you and the kids, and putting food on the table, and I'm just worried about we got credit cards, we got just like the car note, and we just bought the second car. It's just a struggle for me, and it's just been tough. It's been tough. And, I feel like every day for the past week, I'm about to just break. I'm going to crumble at some point.
Oh, God.
I don't know what to do. I wake up and I put on this good face for you, for the kids, for everybody. And I'm sorry that, I'm springing all of this on you. I know it's something that you asked for. You probably didn't expect it to be all of this, but I had to share it with you because I can't do it alone.
I thank you so much for just confiding in me and finally opening up to me. And this is what I've been asking for. This is what I've been holding in. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe because I knew it. I knew it this entire time. This whole time I knew it.
You know what? I don't get it. What do you mean?
I knew that you wasn't man enough to lead a family.
Huh?
I knew it the moment I got with you. My mom told me. She told me you was soft.
Are you serious?
She told me you was soft. You sitting here crying over a job not promoting you?
No. Come on. You've been asking me to open up to you for the past 6 years.
How you supposed to lead the family like that?
But you've been the one asking for that. I wasn't trying to open up to you. I've been keeping all my secrets to myself since I was 2 years old.
What happens when our kids see you crying and breaking down? You gonna break down because of a job not promoting you? Because we got credit card bills and bills to pay. Make some more money.
You was the one that kept telling me you need to share yourself with me. You need to share yourself with me. You need to be more inclusive. You need to put me into your world, and then I do it, and then you do this.
You should have got a better job.
I'm sitting here trying to be vulnerable with you, and this how you treat me?
How you gonna sit here? You want to get married, you want to have a whole family, and then you sitting here crying because there's too much responsibility for you. Come on, man. My dad told me you was soft.
Okay, but I've been feeling all of these feelings for 6+ years. You never knew, and I still been taking care of you, the kids, food on the table, and everything. I'm just trying to open up and tell you. So
No. That's it. No. I can't do it.
You serious right now?
I can't.
See, this is why men don't open up. This is why men don't say nothing about their emotions now. Who are you on the phone with?
Mom, you was right. He's soft.
Come on, don't do that.
No, he's not a man. He's a pussy.
Don't do that.
You and Dad was right. I'm gonna pack my stuff. I'll call you when I'm back.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't got to do that.
You can get my flight back home.
No. Come on. I could get the tears away. Come on.
Oh my God, I'm so disgusted.
They gone. Come on. I ain't got no more emotions.
I'm so disgusted. I should have never left my ex.
I'm good. I'm good.
Trap is real.
Mark was a manly man.
I'm gonna take it on the chin. It's all good.
I gotta call Mark. I gotta go.
No. Come on. Why you always gotta do stuff?
Ooh, that was funny.
Yeah. I was like, man, that whole leadership thing, man. In the moment he like let down his guard a little bit, just getting punished for it. That just felt like
that's funny.
That's what the men are afraid of, though.
Oh my God. Well, I do want to say something about that though, and that right there is your indication she's not for you. That right there is the indicator of she's not for you, and that is when you need to know who you have, and also, he already has. Oh, okay, that's toxic. All righty, but like,
right.
No, but that right there is an indication that she's not for you, and that's the reason why I say, and I talk about how women also are indoctrinated with patriarchy, as in believing that men are just these AI robots that don't have emotions, and they are just these beings that are just to do, not to feel, but just to do. Now I do know that men also, they say these things as well, but this is when I actually get on the women, and you've actually been present in my life when I get on women about this shit. It's about not allowing men to be able to express their emotions, because the thing about it, expressing an emotion, expressing it is much more healthier than keeping it in. And the thing about keeping it in is that that's energy. Energy, you can't create it, nor can you get rid of it. It just transfers. And building that energy up, only God knows what's going to happen when it tick booms. And so that's one of the things that I do get on women about, is not allowing men to be able to express their emotions and be vulnerable, because you can't ask for vulnerability, but then yet when it's vulnerability that you quote unquote don't like, or it's something that you don't like, all of a sudden you want to weaponize it. Oh, no. You ask for vulnerability. And the thing about it is that then y'all can get to the real conversations, and both of you guys are vulnerable and having the real deal, and not both of y'all, instead of both of y'all being performative.
Yeah, buddy. That's unfortunate, but that's how it happens a lot. That's why I think a lot of dudes are afraid of that. Like that scenario, like that's the nightmare scenario that plays in a lot of dudes' heads when we having these conversations. Hey, listen, Reckless, I'm gonna take a quick water break. It's like 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna play this song. I'm gonna make a little pit stop real quick, and then we'll be right back. So if you gotta grab a drink or handle something real quick, like it's like 2 minutes 50 seconds. All right, cool.
We appreciate your patience and want to thank you for waiting. We should be returning any moment now. In the meantime, like the video and make sure notifications are on, because Rashawn is impatient and does not like to keep people waiting. So see you soon.
I guess it's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you shown me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? It's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? Pessimistic cause I have glass couldn't hold me. Run it back, I can't forget what teacher told me. Time is not a fact, it's only know that cause you sold me. It's gonna fold me, not console me and control me. He really rolled me, I compose me for the homies. So will it mold me or disown me? Is he cold? Yeah, give him 50 cents, so just imagine if you owe me. I cannot repent now when I wish him to the old me. If I go again, is it proof in the box? I probably wouldn't be this low if I knew how to stop. Or I can reach the shit from home if it's smooth on the rocks. So goose for the shots, I had to know it grew out the notch. Just take me away, I had to know it wasn't no way for loving the same. I had to see the riff in the game. My tragedy, a masterpiece is there, aloof for the name. From swinging feet to energies and now there's room for the pain. There's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? It's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? Yeah, is it rude if
She does not, in fact, need another one to take care of. You need a top and a bottom, or just a bowl of wet noodles and an awkward hug. Greg is nuts, but I love it. Greg is nuts, man. Appreciate y'all for your patience. Had to make a, refresh the.
Wait, did I think Craig? I think Greg asked what he said. Why did I say it was toxic? Is that what he said? Let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah. The reason I said it was toxic is because you labeled, quote unquote, him showing emotions, or her seeing him showing his emotions as a pussy. And the thing about it is that we all know that men don't like to be called that. And so it's also like it's just language that's going to further why men don't want to, showcase their emotions, etc. But I was really just joking, but I was kind of serious but joking at the same time.
Yeah, it's a real dynamic, but it's I'm about to say it's not a bad one. They don't like Reckless and Conscious be making fun of me because I'm for the patriarchy. Like I'm for the patriarchy, but like Reckless said, I'm not about the subjugation and like the physical dominance and coercion of women. I'm not about that, but I do believe we should negotiate a social contract. Like we should have a social arrangement. Because I think everybody's so used to seeing men as leaders, like it's baked into us so deeply that it's hard to see it any other way. So it'd be easier just to fix it than try to come up with an entirely new system. Like that's just my opinion. We're lazy and we're cheap. I'd rather try to fix the system we have than try to build an entirely new one. Because as soon as you say, hey, we need to build an entirely new system, first person's going to say how, and everybody's going to shut down because nobody's going to know how. So he isn't a pussy because he showed emotion. He's a pussy because he cried about having to go to work. Now that's
well, that he does have a point.
He got a point. Yeah, you got a point. You got a point with that one.
Well, thanks for the clarity.
Yeah, got a point on that one. All right, so let's go back to sip it or skip it with this. I wouldn't call a dude a pussy for crying in front. for crying if his wife died. That's a heck of a qualifier. She gotta die. She gotta die.
Like for real.
Okay, Greg, because you said she didn't need two pussies, right? So what if she had a terrible accident and the one pussy fell off? Like, could he cry for that? Could he cry then, or would he still be a pussy? Like, would he be then her only pussy? You know, that's all I'm asking. I'm just wondering. And I know it doesn't fall off. That was a joke. People, don't take me seriously. Anyway, sip it or skip it. Reckless. Submission is a role, and women submit on the job. Sip it or skip it.
It doesn't matter about that one. It's like, yeah.
Okay.
You gonna play
Men
it?
have to leave.
Okay.
Men have to leave to escape crazy women. So the reason the men aren't available is because they have to leave to escape crazy women.
Men aren't available because they have to leave.
Yeah, they're not in the households because they're running from the crazy women.
Play that.
All right, cool. Let me see. 247.30. 247.30. Boom. Let me see. Boom. Not too far. Bam. All right. It does droop with age, though.
That go back to that question that I forgot the lady name who wrote that on that chat, Chris something, I forgot. But see, that go back. Now it's a full circle. Now she would have asked who the father was, though, Freezy. He left because he was about to lose his goddamn mind.
Exactly.
That's where he at. But see, we don't want to talk about that. The men ain't shit. The men ain't present. The men are not being fathers. The men are in the household. But we just got a solution from a woman on the panel. Leave her.
Thank you very much. I like to. I got a guess.
I know, Kenneth.
Come on, I mean, because the question was, why is it important for men?
Come on, now, dude. We got to deal with all this stuff, man.
Now, mind you, he tries to bring the question. He tries to bring the question back in again, but it's hilarious. So Freezy said, like he's I would say, I didn't say when he said he's paraphrasing. I think he might be like maybe bastardizing a little bit what OG Patrice said. He said just leave, but OG Patrice, she tried to specify. She said it's because if somebody's toxic, you should leave. I don't think everybody that men leave are really toxic. I think they may not be able to know how to get along with them, but I don't think everybody's toxic. I think we need to be tougher.
And I was.
Now go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the thing is that it's not about you can leave a relationship. I think one of the content and the whole job thing is goofy. I'm gonna tell you the reason why is because you're talking about a relationship between a job and the employee. To be completely honest, the job doesn't give a fuck about an employee. But if you're in a relationship, a partnership, you're supposed to give a fuck about each other. So there's two different things. False equivalency there, but I do understand the reason why you tried to connect the two. Now, in terms of the whole leaving aspect, I always big up people that leave toxic relationships, no matter what the gender is. Leave that toxic ass relationship. But I think one of the reasons why the whole thing of niggas ain't shit, that whole conversation comes up is because some, not all, not all, men try to equate leaving the relationships equates to leaving your family. And those two are not the same things. You don't have to quote unquote be under the same household to be able to have access to your children. Now, this is why what OG Patrice said earlier plays an important part, is because if you know that you're leaving a toxic relationship or you're leaving this woman in order to protect yourself, then you need to know about the court system so you are able to use it at your advantage. So at least if you do leave the family or you do leave her, you already know how to operate in terms of the court system to make sure that you don't get fucked. In terms of when it comes to her controlling the children, whether you can or cannot see your children. So I think that's the biggest thing is the distinction between leaving her and also leaving the family. But I also know that there is a roadblock for fathers in the court system because of these laws or whatever. And with that roadblock, you need to be educated on those on that system so you can know how to maneuver. and be like, it's instead of playing checkers, play chess. Checkmate.
Yeah. Now I know OG said that. OG said y'all need to be invested. If y'all really care about everything y'all say about, y'all need to take the time to learn these laws and systems that y'all so afraid of. I remember her saying that explicitly. I was like, dang, like y'all need to, yeah, if y'all, because the women in retaliation for anything that's going wrong in a relationship, y'all say they so vindictive and they trying to take your kids and they maneuvering and using the court system against you. And she was like, well, y'all need to learn, y'all need to be just as wise in the systems that are being used against you. So I know you and OG both said that, man. So I was actually going to disagree like New Growth is. I was actually like, man, that ain't no false equivalency. That's a great example. But then I thought about society. You know what, New Growth? Everybody quit jobs too. Don't nobody work 30, 40 years no more. I think the average job is like 2.5 years, 3 years now. Don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a job. Ain't nobody submitting to a job. They be there. They check in. They call it quiet quitting. They doing just enough. Man, listen.
Be stealing shit.
Yeah, stealing stuff, man. Ain't nobody really doing. You know what I'm saying? If it's a real equivalency, man, we doing relationships the same way we do the jobs, man. We checking in and we checking out, looking for a better one. I am absolutely toxic, but I'm a sweet summer child on Rashawn's chat. You know what? You're both. You're a toxic, sweet summer child. And that's great. I won't oversimplify an angry woman utilizing the courts that are already so biased. Nope. Seen too much. You know, that's fair. Hey, listen. Anybody that has an advantage will use the advantage. So I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just anybody. Because men use the physical domination for so long because we had an advantage. People use whatever advantage they have. So I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying everybody's going to do it. So
Yeah,
that doesn't make you a bad person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's
I agree.
Yeah. Now listen. Now we got Jay Speed talking about gender roles. Man and woman is all we need. Don't make it complicated. I can't remember what that was in relation to, man. Let me play that real quick. I remember thinking that was goofy. I like Jay Speed, but I remember thinking whatever he said, I didn't like it. Let's see it. Let me see.
Be men. Okay. So that other word has been there too, bro. Only thing I had to tell my wife, and she told me, and she said something after I told her. I said, as long as we together, I would always want you to be a woman. Because a lady is man-made. That means a lady changes from one design to the next design. What lipstick is good, what eyebrows is good, whatever. That's a lady. That's man design. A woman is God design. And that's the only thing I request of my significant other is be what she was created to be. You know what she told me? She said, I would always do that. But I would ask the same thing of you. Will you always be a man to me? And so we can go into this new vernacular and this new grammar, and we can try to change these words. But I always say to make the best food is simple. Let's just make it simple. If you find a woman that you think you have to add the ingredients of her submitting to you, you haven't found that woman. A woman knows her duties. A woman knows anything. You don't have to bring it to her. As a man knows his duty, as he's been trained, as a son or a daughter been trained, and as education, knowledge, and everything else. There's pretty much anywhere they can go in the world and see great examples of what a woman is and what a man is. And the problem is these guys go outside of this country and go to get decent women that are raised by guys who with a 3rd and 4th grade education. You have to ask yourself the question, how can a guy with that lack of education produce a woman that a person would want and for that person to be his wife? It's due to the fact is they made it simple. We got to stop making things so complex, trying to add too much grammar to it, trying to sound too smart. It's a woman or man. That's it. Either she acting as a woman or he's acting as a man. We don't, all that other stuff is just, I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, it was a nice try, but that ain't the society we got. Every woman and man doesn't already know we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be having these conversations for 3 years if the men and the women, the woman and the man, as he said, the woman and the man came out of the womb and came out of their parents' home understanding stuff. Like, so it's not reality. Like, we actually do need to take some time and we need to figure out what did we lose? What was lost? We should all be dumber as a tape. How, Sway? We grew up in a single parent home. Be a television examples. And my girl got a girlfriend. Hey, listen. But yeah, it's definitely. I thought that was a little crazy. The next, sip it or skip it. I hate that we're making it too complicated, man. I think we try to make everything too simple. We don't understand it enough. Okay, this is real quick. This will be real quick. It'll be real short. Bree told me this theory. It's an understanding of stuff. Like you move from chaos to confusion to mastery. So in chaos, you really don't know what's going on. Like when you first start a job, you don't know what's going on. Then you go through orientation. You're still confused. You have a better grasp of what's going on until you learn your role and, mastery. So the same thing with relationships. Right now, we're in chaos. Like people don't understand like some basics. We need to figure out, we need the orientation. We need to get oriented so that we can at least move to confusion and then get to mastery. But right now, man, we are in chaos, man. People don't know right from left right now. But next, I think Reckless had to step away. I ain't heard his voice in a minute, but
I'm right here.
Okay, cool. Next on Sip It or Skip It. Traditional models. This ain't boring. Traditional models. And they said traditional models have gone away, but what fills the hole left by traditional models? Sip it or skip it?
You can skip it, but the only thing I'm gonna say is that tradition is, I'm sorry to say, because from a spiritual aspect, it is gonna go away. That's the reason why people aren't really getting married like that. That's the reason why traditional, I'm using that term loosely, relationships are not really forming or quote unquote lasting, working or whatever, is because from a spiritual aspect, we're moving into the age of Aquarius, which is new awakening, new information and stuff. And then eventually we're going to go to a whole new phase in life. And so it's just going to continue. So like I've been saying for longest is that it's going to happen whether people want things to go back to the old way or not. And the thing about it, if you don't catch up with the times, you will get left behind. And I know it's real harsh when I say that, but the thing is, that's really what is going to happen. It's kind of inevitable. Sorry.
Nah, you cool. That's facts. I got a question.
It's kind of like the same thing like with technology.
Yeah.
If you don't follow technology, you're going to be left behind.
You're gonna get lost.
Mm-hmm.
It's moving fast.
Yep.
I didn't ask you how much time you have for me there. We've been up here 5 hours, man. Do you have another like 30 to 45 minutes?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, cool. We got about 6 timestamps left, and we are about to get into now. This one I ain't even want to ask Sip It or Skip It because I got to point out our resident troll, our resident villain, the resident naysayer and hater, Quantum, stirring stuff up in the chat, gets called out here. I want to get this call out.
Not call out.
Right? That's true. But I think when we have these type of conversations, right? And it's not really a pushback because I agree with everything you said. But when we have these type of conversations, I'm gonna just use myself for an example, right? I refuse to walk in my house on eggshells, like worrying if I'm gonna make a mistake, if I'm not submittable today, but I'm submittable tomorrow. In my practice and belief, in my belief, in my culture, what I believe, what I practice, right? And I can go to the scripture where it says in 1 Peter, it says, likewise.
Oh, real quick, I just wanted to pause to remind everybody that the conversation was about this part of the conversation was why is it important for men to learn how to control their emotions? That's what we've been listening to for the past couple hours. Why? Anybody that came in later, why is it important for men to control their emotions? That's what we're listening to. That's what we've been reacting to. So I just wanted to point that out for some of y'all that might have came later. Y'all might not have known that from the dialogue we've been having.
Wives, be subject to your own husbands, so that even if some do not obey the word, they may be won without the word by the conduct of their wives.
Come on, man.
So that's a good point. When we look at this dynamic, and there's a beautiful young lady in the chat named Quantum Dean of Metaphysics. She wrote a chat saying
that one right there.
It was at 5:43 p.m. She said, if I'm looking for you to lead and your ass ain't got no plan and don't know how, you getting ran over, period. So this is the problem. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the problem. So if I was with a woman like that, she telling me, if I ain't got it together today, if I lost my job, right? If I'm off balance, if I get depressed, right? So She's telling me, Freezer, you're gonna get ran over. No, that's not right. Even at that point
Freezy,
in time,
I don't think that's what she means. I don't.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, OG. She shouldn't be saying ran over, period.
My lord.
No. But see, again, I think you're taking it out of context. I think.
5:45. What I do? What I do, Hanifa? Oh, when he called out the time, 5:40. It was at 5:45. He did call out the time. He was sitting on that one. When I arrived on the panel, they were already in the middle of this discussion, so I had to address it before I answered the main question. Excuse me. I wish I had a Von Bryan voice. It's all that smooth. That was not my point at all. Yeah, we get you. You are the problem, but not for the reasons he has given. Facts. F that. I'm going to get a whole truck and run your ass straight to F over. Okay, Quantum, all right. All caps.
Oh, Lord.
This is what we get OG, this is what we get in the murky waters because we got women try to explain that shit away. And this is dangerous.
No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm saying I think the wording.
Listen to what I'm saying. She's saying he's going to get ran over. I'm suggesting to everybody.
Now, I'm going to say, though, when I read that, that's what I thought she meant. I thought she was saying from my own perspective, if I'm the language, this is a fair comprehension thing right here. Excuse me. If I'm looking for you to lead and your ass ain't got no plan and don't know how, you getting ran over, period. So I would have took that was from Quantum, not a generalization. So, Quantum said it was a generalization. OG said it was a generalization, but, I think they were capping. But that is a dynamic I think a lot of people experience. That's a what you call that patriarchal expectation of masculinity, the performative masculinity. Yep. Like that clip I played with Nowsy Niles. If you ain't working and the money ain't coming, you ain't getting no sympathy. You ain't getting
there we go. Because one of the because I want to say this before I forget, one of the side effects of this system is that it lacks humanity. It literally gives everybody a gender role. And so when you present yourself as a leader, you present yourself as a man, and then these are your assigned roles, or you present yourself as a woman, and these are your assigned roles, and you have been assigned to do these tasks and duties, and you can't fulfill those duties. And it comes from a place of dehumanization. You're gonna run into people that's gonna treat you like crap because you were given quote unquote this task and you can't carry it out. And so that's what I mean when I say when all of us as a culture, we reinforce our own oppression. And like you talk about, they don't care about me because I didn't have a job, but you guys really talked on the panel about gender roles and talked about how some of your roles are to do X, Y, and Z. So now that you can't carry out X, Y, and Z, keep in mind with the patriarchal philosophy, I'll always expect a patriarchal requirement as well, or expectation. Ooh. So I'm just saying, and that's a toxicity.
Yeah. Did they ask what she meant? Yeah, they explained. Let me go back to it. Let me see. 300. Let me see, where was we at? I was about to skip forward to Canada because Canada came in hot. I couldn't wait for that part. Canada came in hot.
I was laughing.
Listen what I'm saying. She's saying he's going to get ran over. She ain't the right one, too, right?
She responded to you, Free. She said, women who are not going to, hold on. She said, hold on, go back up. She said, yeah, you would be the problem for staying is the actual point.
See, but that's the problem. Breaking up. Who are really breaking up the families?
Okay, cool. Thank you. It's Freezy.
Okay.
That's a whole other conversation.
Y'all ain't really hearing me though.
Freezy.
He laid it back.
I understood her analysis of it. I think you're taking it meaning like she's a woman that she's saying. I think in general she's saying if you are a man that doesn't have a plan to lead, to be the leader to that woman, it's women out here that will take advantage of that and run over you. That's how I think she meant that. I didn't think she meant it in the way you're saying. I think wording, right. You know what I mean? I think it was the word.
She would run over a man. That's what you're saying. She wasn't saying that she would personally run over a man, but a man would get run over in this society if he doesn't have a plan. And what I'm saying is that's wrong. That's wrong.
Now it is wrong, but he was trying to attribute it to her. But it's still a solid point. Like that's a problem in society. Reckless has said it's a problem. That whole patriarchal expectation it's a problem. We need to reevaluate the way we think, the way we expect, the way we feel about the things we expect, all of that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's a known fact that some of these men are definitely getting ran over by some of these women, and they are allowing them to do it. 100. But when Pat says, leave me, follow me, or get out of my way, they put it on truck commercials. Great point. It was cleared up, and on another panel with those same men, it was understood perfectly. Hey, listen. He's right. If everyone knows, I talk about submission personally, so shut the fuck up. It wasn't about me personally. Okay, Quantum. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me quit instigating. 305-50 because Candid Ann. Can't listen.
When she came in, I was like, Candid Ann. Okay, girl. We already know how this gonna go. They gonna grab.
I'm gonna say this. The first time I heard Candid Ann, or one of the first times, it was on Yellas. And I always hear whenever Candid Ann, I always want to say it like this. I wish I could say it as cool as Yella. But as soon as she came up, it was like, Candid Ann in the motherfucking building. But he says it's so cool. You know Yella's voice. He got that cool voice. Candid Ann in the motherfucking building. And she just popped up. It was so cool, man. I don't know. But Candid Ann is cool as heck. But she came in so hot. I loved it. Here we go. I enjoyed this one so much because she was coming for Freezy. Woo. All right. No, this ain't the first one. I think she came for Freezy on the second one. Okay, this ain't the one. Well, she came for Freezy on the second one. All right, here's the first one though.
Or the panel, whomever, I don't know, where the conversation somehow got back into blaming Black women, submit Black women, and the same nonsense that you guys always talk about all the time. And I hope, I don't know where it went. I'll have to rewind and figure out where that happened, but I'm hoping this isn't a 2.0 of something that already exists. I'm hoping that this is completely okay, cool, awesome. I don't know what happened.
Like I said, I'm taking notes.
It was the second one. The second one, she came in. I was
working on the framework of how I want the show to be run to bring people back on subject. Because my question was, why is it important for men to learn to control their emotions?
Man, that's the topic.
We get back into
somehow we got here.
Right? Some way we get back into women submitting. When the only thing that any one of us can do is be responsible for yourself. The only thing you can do is look in the mirror and be responsible for yourself and make your own choices. I resigned from having conversations about man versus woman because my shit is intact. I got a man. I got no problems. I'm about to scrub my floors and do what I do, right? But it's sickening, it's annoying, and it's the same. I don't want this to be a 2.0, 3.0, 5.0. We got so many channels dedicated to talking about they can submit the job, though, right? They can submit the job. They don't know how to submit in the house. Like, can we push the brain level? Can we push the conversation forward on this channel? Y'all can do what you want someplace else. Right, but I'm hoping.
And this, I agree, Candace. How are you, sweetie?
Candid.
I agree, Candace. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. Whoo. Oh man, but yeah, she came in. She was not feeling. I got a man. My stuff is tight, but I get sick of hearing y'all. I don't want this to be no 2.0, 5.0, 6.0, 7, 12, 13, 15. Shut up. See, you never have to worry about misunderstanding Candy. Yeah, she came in on that one.
Well, don't worry. Freezy always misunderstands.
Oh man. Now I'm gonna tell you, I appreciated this so much from the world class. I know you and him was going back a bit. I'm gonna play this. I appreciated this from the world class in a second. Let me see. Language usage, 10 of 10. She said, push the brain level. Facts. Now, this one from the world class, I was shocked because everybody else, now this happened a couple of times. I skipped a couple of the timestamps, but a couple of times people kept saying like manosphere red pill, but they would divorce Black Man Unfiltered from the manosphere. Like, you're not manosphere. Like, you're not manosphere. But then all of a sudden, world class came in. I was so thankful to hear this. It was the first time I heard anybody tell the truth about this part. Let me see.
I was about to say, because Black Manosphere is most definitely is manosphere.
Yeah, but nobody wants to be manosphere. Like, that's a weird part. Manosphere for me is just men that have a space to talk about men's issues. Like, that's manosphere for me. And then red pill is a subset of that. But manosphere is just a space for men to talk about men's issues. And that's what I think they do. Like, barbershop talk is definitely manosphere. Like, that's what that is. But I know it has a brand associated with it. I know it's a label. I get it. And does not mince words. Was she controlling her emotions? The beauty of hypocrisy. Oh, new growth. Oh, snap. Oh, okay. Listen, I like what world class said here though. Give me a sec.
So what had happened? What I've been listening to, same thing. Like, we want to say that this panel is different from the other panels, and they have not been, because we keep talking this bullshit about men taking responsibility. OG Patricia's got up here and said, men walk away. Men have been walking away for the last century and been called a bunch of names for doing that. It's the most disingenuous disrespectful things.
Tread lightly, Noble. They
Tread
gonna get
lightly, Noble. They
tread
come
lightly,
looking.
dog.
They on Mandrill ass.
Goddamn.
Telling Mandrill he gonna be 2.0, 5.0.
Tread lightly, bro.
But what I wanted to say though was that he did say this panel ain't no different. No, if we start having the same conversations, it doesn't matter what we call it, what channel it's on. It's the same conversation. Like, we got to be able to admit that. We got to admit when we're having the same conversation. Like, we got to.
It's the comprehension for me because they talking about tread lightly. He talking about y'all.
But but what he slipped into was that we've been blaming men forever. Yeah, so it's interesting. Like, that's why it's like, oh, tread lightly, like, watch yourself. But it's weird. It's weird that they did that because that's what he was saying. Like, we've been policed for a minute and it ain't helped. So you policing me is actually reinforcing the point. You're doing the thing that I'm saying we've been doing for a long time and it didn't work. So, and them doing it, they thinking they'd be funny, but it's weird that they're illustrating the point in real time.
Hey, bro. Down, you know, Mandrill, listen, just calm down, bro.
Listen, y'all know me. I'm not pulling no punches. He don't have to pull no punches on my channel. I'm not pulling no punches. It's because we've been doing this and we're going to continue to do this if men do what y'all say and take responsibility for something you have no control of. Black females have had control and custody of our children at a rate of 80 to 92% for the last 60 years. You are 80 to 92% responsible for these weak men.
Now he's going into a point. I'm gonna let him play his point, but Vaughn said it is not a talking point if everyone is saying it. You still don't understand that statement. Now I get that one. Like, if everybody's saying it, it becomes like a truth. It becomes an accepted term. It becomes an accepted understanding. So like the sky is blue. Like, the sky is blue is not a talking point because everybody says it. The truth is the sky is not blue. Nobody thinks about that. We all understand that the sky is blue because everybody says it, but the sky is not blue. So that's an illustration of that.
It's called relative truth.
Right. There we go. Relative truth. If enough people accept it, it becomes the understood truth, even though it's not absolutely true. It's the relative truth. We have a lot of that, especially culturally. We think a lot of things are true because we believe it. But if you go other places, that's why everybody be like, well, if you travel, you'd understand that blah, blah, blah. Or if you got out of your neighborhood, you would understand that blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of relative truths that we think are absolute truths, and they're not. Why do they keep saying that wrong ass stat? Listen, we going to accept some wrong stats now. Yep. It's because of truth to the ones who agree. It becomes a truth to the ones who agree. Yep. Talking points are often true. It's about what they're not saying. All truths are half truths. Ooh, I like the third truths though. Now, some truths are 1/3 truths. See, Quantum, you were only half truths. It's been proven that the majority is wrong the majority of the time. Wasn't it the majority that said crucify him? Yeah, it was. Moesha, what is the actual stat? Ooh, don't ask for stats in my chat. I fell out with a content creator because somebody asked for a stat. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh Lord.
I'm joking. I'm clowning. You can ask for a stat. They may not be able to give it to you, but you know. I'm not saying Moesha can't give it to you. I'm just saying even if the person can't give it to you, that's still true.
Well, I'm about to say, because one thing about Moesha that at least I've come across, she gonna find what she talking about.
Yeah. But I just wanted to play that part where he was like, nah, this conversation ain't different. Because I thought that was a cool point. I'm gonna move on to the next one. Because I really want to get to that next Ken to them. When I thought I was like, woo, she came in, she felt the way on that one. Woo. Let me see.
I know that's right.
Let me see. What about the children? Oh yeah, what about the children? Let's do what about the children.
They kill me with that. Ugh.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. I love it.
You cannot think and you cannot move forward, and also your vision, your words, and your mind are fucking clouded. And I'm gonna gun this down for cats in the streets.
Oh, Jay, stop it, Jay.
Damn.
Not stop it, Jay.
Because Jay be going off, man. Jay be going off, and it'd be like in moments that really didn't recall for it going off. Like it didn't call for it. I like Jay though. He's cool. He just be like the energy always like it's like a little off from the room. He might be a little high when it's low, or he's low when it's high. But Jay cool. Everything Time and Soul says is factually true. It's the fact he only gives you 25% of the information. I like it. I got you. no stats. Ooh.
Oh Lord. Not they fighting in the chat.
Yeah, not Negro. Listen. Moesha from over there in the conscious crew. They be ready to battle in the chat. They know how to handle themselves in the chat. You better watch it. JB live for no damn reason, man. It was on Yellow Stream. It was hilarious. We were having a normal civil conversation. Now I remember Jay came in and he got the mic. He was something like, "I'm a hateful wolf," and I was like pearl clutch. I was like, Jesus Christ, like why? It's like, I'm a hateful wolf. I was like, where did that come from? We was having a nice, friendly, civil conversation. Yellow. They're pulling from a stat that came from 60s, if I'm not mistaken, that talks about unwed mothers not fatherless children. Now, that's a thing we still misunderstand. I had to get that right in myself. When they talk about 70 to 80%, is that the stat that they did? 70 to 80% of single children are from single parent homes?
I believe so, but don't quote me on it though.
Now I'm gonna tell you. I looked up that stat recently. What I found out is that 1/3 of households, roughly, are married with children in them. 1/3 are unmarried, but the couples are together, and it's roughly 1/3. And another last third are where it's a single parent raising a child, which is mostly women. So like out of that 30%, 33% that's being raised by a single parent, like a high percentage of that is women. But it was like 1/3 of the country is married, 1/3 of the country is unmarried together, and then the last third is single, which a majority of that is women. So that's when I looked at the stat recently within the last 2 months. It was around that kind of breakdown, because I always thought when they said that large, like 60, 70%, it was all single parents with the other person was living somewhere else. But no, within that 60 to 70%, roughly half of that are people that live together. They're just not married. I'm chilling like the ceiling. I ain't got no weapon.
Yeah, the reason I act like I always kind of like wanted to look into that stat is because even correct me if I'm wrong, even on taxes, if you're not married, you have to qualify as single, right? Because I kind of just give my tax to somebody to do it for me. But, like, because when you file, you have to file as single if you're not married. So I was wondering, like, what about the people that are in a relationship? They're not married. Are they also accounted for in the statistics when they have a child or whatever? I always wondered what was the dynamic in terms of the statistic in terms of that.
See, I
can't
remember, because I think they're single, and I think there's single head of household. And I think there's like 2 separate ones. So I don't know, but it's been a minute. I always do singles, so I don't know. I'm not very tax knowledgeable either.
Same here.
Yeah, but I know there's a bunch of designations, and I don't know.
Okay.
So let me
see. I always do single, and I'm like, just pass this on to the lady over here.
Yes, sir. Let me get to this one. This is for the children. I know this is a favorite, a oldie and a goodie.
I did not take
about
it down,
10 seconds.
He really just
it's connection to that. I was gonna say the biggest thing, like I keep hearing on these panels, and it just irritates me because it's to Breezy's point. It's like, what about the children? We see all this fake virtue signaling from these, I don't care what you're gonna call them, feminists and feminist adjacent, feminist friendly people that's in the space, dark skin, whatever. It doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, the dad not being there thing is solely, at a minimum, 70% because Black mothers, Black females, period, have a culture of child alienating. We can act like it's not the deal, but that's not the reality. Because we've overheard plenty of so-called Black females, damn, that nigga ain't gonna see his kids if he don't If I don't get what I want, he ain't gonna see his kids. Now we know that this happens. We know that this is a culture that will allow them to sit on these panels or sit in real life and talk about dad wasn't there. You moved to another state. You called the cops when dad showed up. But then once the relationship broke down, he stopped coming around. You got another dude in the house with you. So you'll keep the dad away from the children. And then with another dude that's validating your end all be all, he'll give you some dick that week. He'll bear around the child more than the dad will be.
Now, I thought that was interesting because he flipped it for the children. Instead of saying like, oh, the normal, we got to protect children. He was like, the Black women need to quit acting like they care for the children because they do parental alienation and all kinds of stuff. So what you think about that?
There's truth. It's truth to that. And that's why we keep saying again and again and again. This is the reason why I get annoyed, because we keep saying the same thing over and again. Learn the system. When you learn the system, you know how to operate. No one can pull a chess move over you. The same thing when I tell whenever we, because I know world class, because I wasn't it live. He was like, "Oh, this emotional intelligence stuff." And the thing about it is
Yep.
that when you know about emotional intelligence and you're emotionally mature, no one can pull a fast one on you. Like one of the biggest things that men typically always say is that women they can't fight us physically, so they knew how to hurt us emotionally. Well, my thing is, why are you emotionally defenseless? You need to educate yourself on your emotions. You need to educate yourself on the system that's hurting you. And the thing about it, how can you defend yourself in a said quote unquote war environment if you and the baby mother, you and your significant other are going back and forth and just about the gloves are off? How can you defend yourself when you don't have the information to defend yourself? So what you gonna do? Just sit back? No, and that's what I always say. Learn the information. Learn the information of how does the court system work, and in terms of child support and child custody. How does the information dealing with you processing your emotions and knowing and being able to identify when someone's trying to gaslight you, when someone's narcissistic, when someone's trying to trip you and get you to react in a certain way. When you have that information and you apply that knowledge, apply that information, you allow that game to be taken to the next level to where you have the upper hand. Because when you identify something and you notice it, then you have more of an opportunity to be able to take a different course of action instead of just being and just existing and reacting. And so that's why I always say, learn it. When you learn, you have the power to be able to change and do whatever you need to do. You have a better opportunity, because we know there is a bias when it comes in terms of children and the mothers, being with the mothers, and children not really getting a chance to be with the father. We know that bias exists, so y'all gonna have to do y'all gonna have to do the extra work. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be some work no matter what. No matter what, if we want something to change, it's gonna be a lot of work involved. And I think that's what everybody shies away from. Nobody really wants to take on the work without a guarantee of success. So it's like it's gonna be a whole lot of work, and you may not get the outcomes you want. So that's the part that sucks. That's the part that really sucks. That is a crazy freeze frame, ain't it? Yeah, buddy. Now listen, this is where Candy Dan came in a little extra hot. She came in a little, 2-piece extra spicy. Whoa, woo!
She was done with Freezy ass.
This one was my favorite because she was like, "Nah, bump that. I'm taking private conversations public. We about to have this publicly." I was like, "Woo!" Okay, let me let y'all hear it for yourselves. My bad.
All right, go ahead, Mandra.
Okay, thank you very much.
Freezy, how was your relationship with
Emotional
your dad?
damage.
Freezy, how was your relationship with your dad? Where was he?
So what now?
Your relationship with your father. How was he? Where was he? Was he around?
Why you ask me that?
Because I know the answer, and I just want a different perspective.
I'm saying what my father and my relationship, my father got to do with anything.
Because there seems
Hey,
to be.
wait. Let's talk about me. What kind of husband I am. What kind of father I am. Let's talk about that.
So the reason why I brought this up is because to balance this conversation regarding everything is the woman's fault. I know that there are irresponsible women out here, and I don't run away from that. But it seems like these conversations are always very one-sided, and we don't get no one ever talks about, like, I'm happy for you to talk about what kind of amazing father you are, how responsible you are. You know how much love I have for you and how much I want you to profess that. But it seems like it's not spoken enough. We'll be happy to talk about how these women don't submit, how these women don't do this, and they feel their wounds are
let's get candid.
But we won't have conversations about the fact that you guys also have real life experience.
Well, let's get candid. Let's talk about my father. I don't care. Let's talk about my father, right?
Yeah, I bet.
He
I
does
was like,
care.
man, I thought that, because if he didn't care, he wouldn't have been defensive when she asked about it. He's like, why you want to talk about my father? Let's talk about me. Now once he caught himself, like this is to the point of the stream what it was supposed to be. This is why emotional control for men is important, because once he caught on and she was trying to get to a point, he was able to catch himself and be like, you know what? This is something I've talked about publicly before. I can get into it. I don't need to be defensive. He was able to catch himself being defensive, which is a good thing, which is actually a good thing. He actually employed a good skill there. But, it was a little funny right there. I thought that was like, whoo. She was like,
she had that reckless logic's Holy Ghost on her. And I was ready for her, because I was like, yes, get him, girl, get him, because Because here's the thing is, and this is the reason why I'm sorry I stay on Freezy, because he's being very performative. How can you literally say a lot of these talking points when your life is a manifestation of the opposite? Of the opposite. Like, of the opposite. I would think at least you'll be more balanced and try to level out both talking points and be like, yeah, like if I know something, I'll be like, yeah, you know, I do understand this all happened, but also this as well. Da 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 da. You at least try to balance it out. You can still feel how you feel, at least try to balance it out. But when your life literally manifests the exact opposite of what you're preaching, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, are you not listening to your own life? It's like you're so committed to these talking points, but yet your life experiences is telling you otherwise. That there's more context to what you're saying. And I know Kennedy was tired of him, because that's sometimes I be feeling when I be hearing him speak, and I be like, I just know these up here saying what they saying when we already had a conversation behind the scenes. And once again, it goes to that dressing it up in different conversations, and then having more raw, authentic conversations in different perspectives, and then they forgot what they said in different conversations. And so Kennedy was like, okay, so what's the rest of the relationship with your father? Because you're trying to make it seem like they alienate and all this other stuff. Okay, cool, we know that, but then let's also talk about this as well. So,
Yeah. Just to address it, New Growth, I didn't like it when I first heard it either. I'm gonna tell you though. I understand now. Like, and they said they've done a stream and they talked about personal stuff publicly about them being caretakers. So, and they is right on that. That may have came out then. I didn't like. I was like, ooh, it was rough. It was a rough tactic. It was a rough tactic. But as much stuff as he talks, as when I heard this much into the conversation, I had no more empathy for Freezy. So I was like, ooh, it hurt, but ooh, I'm gonna watch, see what happened. Woo! And I'm gonna tell you also, OG Patrice, they don't know what balance is, but here's the catch-22. And I've learned this from listening, from watching them, from listening to them, from listening to women talk about them. This particular crew from that channel, they can't really have balance because you can't invite a different perspective, because that other perspective is never going to be respected or seen as safe. Like, they're never going to be safe. A lot of times they get attacked. And people will comment. It's even been commented here today. Well, they weren't attacked as bad as if I would have been there. It would have been worse if I was there. If I would have got them.
You already saw what happened. You already saw what happened between me and Conscious, and also you yourself and Yellow, all of us. So I was like,
they can't have a different take. Anybody that has a difference of opinion, because I've seen now Tarus can take it. Tarus gets shamed over there. Like he I don't know if he's still over there. I haven't seen him the last few times I peeked in over there. But Tarus used to get it, but he just took it in stride. He took it as a joke. But it's hard to have balance when you really jump on everybody that has a difference of opinion. Like by numbers, like 10 to 1, 6 to 1. It's hard. Yeah, so this proves this is a war. No one wants solutions, just to win. We need to learn to see ourselves as we are and not just who we want to be. Analyze our damn self. How you know the nature of the opposite sex more than you know your own nature? It's a good question. I think her questioning threw him off, but she using the statement as a humbling mechanism. This is where the confrontation takes a different type of twist. Facts. And I don't even think she was trying to use it as a humbling. That could be a word for it, but I think she was trying to, like, a reality check. Bree used this word one time and I thought it was slick. Like, we need reality tests, because every now and then, like, your perspective needs to be tested against reality. Like, how does your perspective apply towards real life? How did it apply towards your life in specific? Like, real life, your life. Like, I think we need more of that. They don't want to do that word. Whatever. He is speaking like an expert. Experts are always questioned for bias. The internet is Thunderdome. He knew the rules. Absolutely. But for her to just throw it out, it meant it was planned and strategical. So when a man goes at her, we can't say nothing, right? Definition of war. Now, New Growth. I can say something because I don't believe in equality. Now, that sounds bad when I say it. I don't even care. I believe in an imbalance. I believe in things being balanced, but not equal. I believe in some double standards. I'm okay with them. Certain ones, I'm a ride for them. I believe in certain double standards. Other ones I won't. Great Brand, right? You speaking like an expert. So answer some motherfucking questions in. Go ahead. If you say the problem is single parents, my first question is going to be, were you raised by a single parent? Excuse me. Okay. Ooh, I know very well most guys who want to yell at each other online and humblest fucking person. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I'm cool with a different opinion. I'm not cool with not reaching some level of agreement, though. Then why are we sitting at the table talking? I mean, I get you, yo. It feels like a waste of time sometimes.
For real.
Sometimes, man, I think that's another thing. I think we need statements of intent. For some of these conversations, I think we need statements of intent. Give me a second. Like, are we trying to reach an understanding? Are we trying to reach a resolution? Or are we just having a conversation? Or are we trying to be entertaining? I think we need to have statements of intent. Like, what is the point of this conversation? I think some of us like kind of feel like me and Reckless, we like understand this stuff. Like me and Reckless, I've talked to Reckless enough to know that like we like understanding. We both like hearing what other people have to say, trying to come where they come from. And if you're a person who has an unharmful intent, like if you have a harmful intent, we don't really rock with you. But if you're misguided or ignorant, we're there for you. We'll try to inform you or try to move you towards a neutral position at the very least. And if you have a positive intent, man, we have a great conversation. That's why I think we've been rocking today. So I think me and Reckless both share that in common. Bree is a whole philosopher out here. Let me write that down. Yeah, she is. Bree is dope. Bree's, if not one of those, if she's not the smartest person I met, she's one of. I feel you and I can agree, but we must tell that female her shortcomings. If not, she becomes out of control. Now listen. New growth. Like, bring it in, buddy. Listen. Candid and married. She good. She ain't gonna listen to nothing we gotta say. You know what I'm saying? She ain't listening. She gonna do what she want. She grown. All these people grown. They gonna do what they want. But just saying. Now, do I think it was a little extra? I think it was a little extra. It was extra spicy.
I live for it. No shade.
I'm gonna tell you, Candidan and Freezy have also had extensive dealings with each other. They know each other probably more than me and Reckless. Like they probably spent more time talking to each other than me and Reckless. So I believe so. I know at least they did one really long stream, but it was like a really personal stream. So I don't know. Maybe the quality of time I don't know. I'll say it like that. They have dealings with each other. They've been around each other. They've been in spaces together. So I would give them grace that I don't know their dynamic. That's what I would do. I would give them grace that I don't know their dynamic. It's 3 years later, still talking though. And is or statements of ineptitude. Entertain, no question. That's what's up. But generally speaking, no, I wouldn't like that. New growth, I'm with you. Generally speaking, no, I wouldn't be with that. Yeah, generally speaking, I wouldn't be like, it has to be spicy.
I think for me, I'm gonna be honest, and then maybe this is just my bias speaking. Probably is. I really don't be giving a fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you because I feel like every single time I've been in conversations, people don't hold back. So I feel like, yeah, they typically don't. Especially when you get to that gay shit, they don't hold back. So I'll be like, okay, if I gotta come in here, I'm not holding back either. So I live for what Canada did for it because I've been in, me personally. Speak for me. I've been in situations where I've held back despite everybody else done said whatever they wanted, just talked all that ish and and I'm like, nah, fuck that. We just gonna have to go there. I guess I'll apologize or whatever later, but we just gonna have to go there. So I think that's the reason why I liked it, because I know that typically when I get in conversations, people don't hold back. So i.e. Black Men Unfiltered platform. When the hell we was over there.
I get you. My thing is kind of like when we were talking about that respectability piece.
Yeah.
I know how I govern myself. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that to Freezy. I feel completely comfortable disagreeing with Freezy. I've said stuff he said is stupid. I was outright calling him stupid. Like, okay, you said enough stupid stuff. I'm gonna call you stupid. But I don't think I would have brought family into it. Family is just something I try to leave alone, like kids, parents.
I can get with that.
You know what I'm saying? Wives and husbands. I try to leave that out. Except for a good your mama joke. But even your mama, now that a lot of us are like, I'm in my 40s. Some people in their 30s. I even try to leave your mama jokes. I don't know if everybody's mama's here. You know what I'm saying? So what exactly? No, she just talk about what about your father in specific. It was just specifically pointing out his father and his specific relationship when we're having a lot of these general conversations. So it felt like she had some knowledge of, and she had some knowledge of his relationship with his father and brought that to the forefront of an open panel without him knowing that she was getting ready to do that. I know I've seen another, I would say a clinician, a therapist. I saw somebody else do something like that too, ask about somebody's trauma publicly without their foreknowledge. So that's stuff I wouldn't do. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's right or wrong. It was pertinent to the topic. Yeah, it was pertinent to the topic though. You know what I'm saying? So it just felt, it felt the sensitivity level is up. You know what I'm saying? I can't say right or wrong, but the sensitivity level was like, ooh, that's extra spicy. I felt that spice on that one. Ooh.
I don't know. I think maybe this is my bias just speaking. I don't know. It probably is my bias. Yeah, it probably is because didn't earlier they talked about, oh, I'm not gonna tiptoe around people's sensitivity. So now we got to tiptoe.
Ooh, that's a good point.
So like that's why I just don't take it serious, and that's why I don't hold back. And that's why I don't hold it back, because like they say stuff in the earlier points of the live, and which is why I didn't care that she said what she said, because I'm like, didn't we just have a whole conversation about quote unquote not walking around on eggshells about people's trauma, aka sensitivities? But then once someone brings up your trauma or your sensitivity, you want people to care, and that's what I mean is the lack of empathy back. And when you return that energy, all of a sudden, yeah. So
I mean that's fair. I mean that's fair. I just know, man, even if somebody says that, boy, Rashawn sensitivities, I still wouldn't feel really comfortable doing that. But yeah, if he's spoken about it publicly, and like everybody's saying, as much as because they're doing that, like, I'm gonna make this conservative liberal, but this is not conservative liberal. The people that be like, oh, the other people are snowflakes, and then they can't take a joke. Like, they kind of feel like that too. You can't be calling people snowflakes. I ain't about to walk on eggshells and da 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 da. That's a lot. And then, somebody can't say, but what about your father? Like, I don't know. That's tough.
But I do want to say thank you, New Growth, for sticking up for me in that chat when everything had went down. I appreciate it. That's everybody in the chat. I appreciate it.
When we have these conversations under the umbrella of check mode, we open the door for conflict, which leads to a back and forth that makes both individuals look foolish. Okay, she can't dig that well. That's what's up. All right. Let me see what else they get to. Let me see.
Right. My father was not an exemplary man. He was not. Me and you have discussed this before, and I don't care. I could tell the whole world. But
I be trying.
What I probably haven't told you is that my mother and my father had a tumultuous relationship. My mother used to talk to him like he was less than a man all the time, and I used to sit back and hear that. A lot. And let me tell you something. My dad always told me this: son, you will never understand until you get older. Because when I was younger, just like so many other young boys, I took my mother's side. See, kids don't understand the full dynamic of mothers and fathers of their parents' relationships. Most of the time, they get their mama's side, and that's a fact.
True. That's true. I mean, by the numbers.
I'm mature enough to say this right here. My dad was not an exemplary father, right? But it didn't help that my mother continuously beat him down with words. Now, if I'm gonna tell the truth, I got to tell the truth across the board.
That's what I want to hear.
So all I'm saying is this: who did it affect the most? I agree with you, Candy Dan. I don't like these circular arguments about men and women. No, we always skip over the most important victim. It's the kids. I'm
for the children.
I'm the one that
shut the fuck up, Freeze.
So I'm trying to fix that.
I mean, it does sound good though, man. I think that's a solid go-to, man. It's for the kids.
Ain't no fucking kids. My damn nerve when he be saying that dumb ass shit. Don't get me wrong. That point does stand, but coming from him, I'd be like Freezy. Oh, you know how to irk my spirit.
Man. All right, y'all. We to the last timestamp. This gentleman, lost in translation. Y'all see this square? I don't know if y'all can see the little mouse. This square over here. First of all, you ain't heard Vaughn talking forever, right? I skipped past Black David. Even if you watch the stream, you only heard Vaughn talk like once. Black David got a little bit of time. This person you never heard was up here for hours and hours. Never heard him. I want to play his bit because he didn't get a lot of airtime, but he did say some decent stuff. So I wanted to let him get his minute in. Then we'll give Reckless his final thoughts on the conversation and different things that came up. But man, it's been cool.
Mandra, that you asked, why is it important for a man to maintain his composure? Here's the thing. We have to realize.
Oh, real quick, he decided to answer the original question since everything else was about submission and leadership. So he decided this when he got his turn. I'm gonna answer the original question. Like, forget all y'all. So I'm gonna just go back a little bit so y'all can actually hear him get to that.
Yeah. And we want to make sure we're courteous to that time as well. Mandrill probably not saying that because he's the host. He probably shouldn't say that, but I'm gonna come out and say that, and I'm gonna keep this thing high and tight. Now, back to the original question, Mandrill, that you asked. Why is it important for a man to maintain his composure? Here's the thing. We have to realize that men are 6 parts. That's the reason why the number of man is 6. You have your mind, body, your soul version of yourself. You have the past, present, and the future version of yourself. It is important that you maintain control so you don't sabotage the future version of yourself, because you don't know who you're going to have to deal with in the future, who's going to have to be a partner or an ally to assist you leading your family in the future. Now, with that being said, women, the reason why the women don't respect us is because we don't respect ourselves. It seems like to me, every chance we get, we want to tear down men. And my thing is this, why should the women respect us if we don't respect us? I see these panels all the time, and everybody likes to take cheap shots at men and always say men are not smart enough, men are not good enough. Damn it, if we built this world, we're good enough. Now, my thing is this, we're going to have to learn how to control how we talk to each other and how we talk about each other in these streets, because these broadcasts are forever. And people will come back and they're going to listen to that. That's the reason why the women say, who are you to lead? Because we don't advertise the brand as leadable. They're not going to believe it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to put out bad press about men saying men ain't this and men ain't that, and then you're going to turn around and then all of a sudden you expect them to fall in line? That doesn't make sense. Now, as far as women and men leading and all that stuff, 1 Peter 3:7 says, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them accordingly, which is your wives. Give honor unto your wife as unto they're the weaker vessel, and being heirs together.
What just happened?
Together in grace of life, that your prayers not be hindered. The reason why our prayers are hindered is because we're not listening to them. If there is nothing in it for them, why should they submit? That's all I'm saying. My whole thing is this. We're going to have to make sure that we as men always make sure that we hold each other in high regard and in high esteem. People love talking about Proverbs 31 woman. Well, if you read it down in there's a Proverbs 31 man. And what he does, he props up his wife. He speaks highly of her. He makes sure that his kids speak highly of her. And guess what's going to happen? She's going to speak highly of her husband. And after that, you're going to be held in the gates in high regard. That's what that is. That's all I'm saying. So when we get to these panels, when we start talking about men don't do this, men don't do that, say that to a real man face and see what happens. It's easy for us to get on these YouTube streets and say what men aren't and what they are and what they aren't. But if you stand flat-footed in front of other men and tell them he ain't about nothing, I guarantee you your tune will change. So my thing is this: I'm gonna wrap this up and I'm gonna land the plane, and I'm gonna stick to what I was saying before. Make sure that when you open your mouth and you say you want to correct a man, make sure it's followed up with a doggone thing to help him be better. You can't tear down somebody else without building them back up. That's a management trick. Anybody that's ever been in management knows when you want to correct somebody, you always start out with something good. Then you put something in that needs to be corrected, and then you turn around and say, "Hey, look, this is where we go from here. You're not a bad person. We just need to do this." That's all I'm saying. We have to make sure that we manage the brand. We have to make sure that we stay on code. Thank you for Andrew for giving me my piece. Thank you.
No, you were gonna get it anyway, man. I was trying to make my way to you, but
yeah, wanted to definitely, man, let him get his shine because he waited patiently on that panel, man. But that was an interesting conversation. I took a lot away from it on the good and the bad side. There were a lot of good points made in between. I know I skipped quite a bit of content because a lot of stuff was repetitive. Like a lot of stuff was repetitive, but I tried to timestamp like some of the more important key points and things that people made. But man, thank you for taking that trip with me. But what overall do you think of the conversation? I'm gonna get a couple of chat questions out of the way, and then but tell me what your overall thoughts were with the conversation. Two, real quick. This was part 2. They had 2 conversations on the panel. The first one, again, I think we said this earlier, but this first part was completely about something else, kind of a spiritual conversation. Kind of went off without a hitch. They kind of grounded it when 2 people were Freezy and Jay Speed were having like a detail, like were the Hebrews black or say the word. It got really detailed and like really something that nobody would be able to prove. So they kind of grounded that one. They flipped over to why is it important for men to have emotional control, and that y'all saw how kind of anybody that stayed this entire time saw how that kind of went off into a little side rabbit trail. So I wanted to make it. There was a whole nother conversation for about an hour and a half, 2 hours before this, and again, it was a good conversation. But what did you think about what you heard? Both parts, like the part we didn't review, and this part that we did review.
I just remember watching the panel, and I first thing because I seen you in the chat, and I was like, "Hey, Arshawn, what's going on?" And I was watching the panel, and after I heard, people speak, I was like, "Yeah, are you going live tomorrow? Can we talk about this?" 'Cause I remember because I wanted to I also wanted to get another mind that I kind of trusted in terms when it comes to analyzing stuff, or sometimes when I say things, be like, "Okay, who's not scared to give pushback." I think a lot of times too, because I'm very outspoken, some people I feel like are scared to give pushback for real. And so I want to get somebody that's like, okay, give pushback as well to come be like, okay, maybe let me actually think this all the way through, which is why I like talking to conscience as well too. Now, in terms of the panel, Mandrell did a very good job, especially for his first panel, especially when he had to try to keep it on task. He kept trying to ask the question to keep everybody back on track. He did a good job there. The only thing I just hope that he says not going to be a manosphere type of channel. We gonna see. We gonna see. But I got faith in Mandrell, but we gonna see. I'm gonna put my faith in him. We gonna see. But in terms of us analyzing this panel, so I think we did a really good job. Really did a good job. We didn't agree on everything. We didn't disagree on everything. So it gave a good back and forth. And also too, being able to engage with the chat also gave us perspective as well. So I liked it. It was cool.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see. I'm gonna get a couple chat questions. Hanifa, of course, but I can't stand y'all. All right, let me see. Kansas Dan checked in. Kansas Dan in the motherfucking building. FYI, Frazee has spoken about his dad publicly. He doesn't run away from hard topics. I only wanted to have a balanced perspective. Respect. Again, when I first heard it, I was like, ooh, it's like your mama. It was like your mama, your daddy did. That's the way it felt. But I know y'all have more dealings with each other. Y'all know each other, and y'all had that great discussion about caretaking. So I know you had more dealings with that. So I trusted you, and I knew I was like, I'm gonna trust Kansas Ann to know what she's doing. I don't think you wouldn't have just did that to anybody. I've seen you operate, and you don't just attack people with digs like that. So I knew it wasn't. I knew it couldn't have been the way it felt when I first heard it. Ooh. Is it possible that these men talk about single mothers raising ain't shit children because they feel like shit themselves while having been raised by a single mom? Yes, quite possible. This really brilliant content creator I heard about a year or so ago, she was like, men come online to have the conversations they're scared to have with their mothers and their women. I want to say her name was Hanifa Naila. It was something like that. So yes, Hanifa. It was a content creator. If I find her information, I'll send it to you. I think she's taking a break or something because I haven't seen her streaming for a minute. But Hanifa, it was something like that. And she said that one time, and I was like, wow, that feels true. It feels amazing. I'm so glad I heard it. It was great. Anyway. Because it is weird to think most of them were raised by single women and are all six-figure earning, upstanding men. Are they the exception? Ooh, I don't know. What you think? Rex?
I think there's different layers in terms of what quote unquote what a good man is or whatever. And I think you can be a good man through philosophy, as in the way that you view things, the way that you think. You can also be a good man, quote unquote, through society and the gender roles of quote unquote providing. So yes, a lot of these dudes, they may be good men in terms of providing, because from what I hear, a lot of them do make good money or whatever. But however, it's also the philosophy, the mindset, which is something that a lot of women do complain about, because which is why they say that even when we date the people who don't have a lot of money, we have the same issues. When we date people who do have the money, we have the same issues, which made me think about maybe it's the philosophy that's also embedded within the person. So
yeah. Shit. And before anybody moves, don't anybody move. Before I get my final thoughts in, before I get my final thoughts in, please go support Mr. He Said. They are celebrating 350 subs. Make sure y'all go over there. I know you had mentioned what you thought about what Hanifa said, but did you have any final thoughts on the conversation that like the gentleman? I know you've had your contention with the gentleman from Black Man Unfiltered, but when you listened, was there anything that you took away that was positive from the conversation, or was it all pretty much what you're used to hearing? And then what were like final thoughts, like your impressions, and then your final thoughts?
The only thing I really can say, I think for me it's gonna be slightly different because I've already engaged with them, and I know what it gives. I know what it gives because they say one thing on a panel, but then I've also been in their back shows, they after shows, and I've seen the way they really talk. And so I think for the forefront, it gave what it normally gave, which is a performative type of thing. But then yet I know behind the scenes, they talk completely different. It's like a light switch. It's on and it's off. And the way that they were talking behind the scenes, it was too much to the point that I'll be a fool to not believe them. I'll be a fool not to believe them. So I think it just gave what it normally gave, just performativity. Now, don't get me wrong, some of the points would make sense, or I would take account to what they say if it comes from you, because you don't give what they give. And I know what they give. They give performativity. We care about the family and the kids and yada, yada, yada. But behind closed doors and behind our after shows, we give something completely different. So I think that was the factor that kind of altered my perspective on them, honestly. But I would say they would have made some good points in terms of how women may alienate children, in terms of the fathers, how women may weaponize the judicial system in terms of the courts, in terms of being able to have custody of the children, and also being able to take money away from the father and probably use it for only God knows what and stuff. So it was a few good things, but like I said, I think my perspective has been altered because I've seen them in real life, real day, etc. So that's something I can say. But I do agree with what the last man said, the lost in translation, because he said what I said earlier when I said that when you don't check each other, how you expect your tribe members to respect that y'all are righteously checking them. So I kind of repeated it. That's it.
And that's something else I never really heard. I've read through the Bible, and there's certain things that resonate. The Proverbs 31 woman, I never really paid too much attention to, but I guess he said there's even more passages in that chapter that talk about what the man is supposed to also offer. And I never hear the men that talk about Proverbs 31 woman talk about that. And that was the first time I'd heard anybody say, oh, there's some Proverbs man in there too. I was like, oh, really? So I'm gonna have to actually read that at some point. But I was like, wow, okay, that's actually good to listen to. So Lost in Translation, I just subbed him up recently because he's a thoughtful individual as well. He lying. Nah, he cited it. It sounded familiar. It wasn't a whole bunch. Okay, you know what? You know me. I'll pull this up real quick. Boom. Sorry to make y'all do Bible study with me.
Greg is funny.
Men want a woman who is always horny and doesn't talk too much. Shocking, but it's for the kids or something. But this the wife of a king that's described. Let me see, because the way he said it. Her husband is known in the gates. Let me see. Her children. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that she shall have no need of spoil. Okay, it doesn't say a lot. He's known in the gates. I don't know. That sounds like he's for the streets. He's for the gates. Oh no. But he does trust her. Okay. Well, listen. I don't know. It says like two things. I thought he said three things, but it's not that important. But at least it says something about him. If it said nothing about a guy, I'd have been like, ooh, unsub. But y'all, I really appreciate the fact that y'all sat here and rock with me and Reckless for the last 6 hours straight, man. Y'all been in here tough, man, keeping the chat going. I appreciate all of y'all. I will be on Shame Sunday, and I'm gonna drop that link. If y'all I know everybody's not into the shame, but I really am a big fan of Mr. He Said, Mr. She Said for various reasons. I'll be over there on Shame Sunday tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, so y'all can check me out there. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm not sure exactly what my schedule will be this week. I want to actually handle a couple of, I want to go back to some, I want to get some more brainy stuff in. I've been doing some like little messy fun stuff that everybody can get into. I know I'm only going to have 5 people watching when I do it, but I want to tackle, like tonight, the topics that we handle today. There's a dynamic called the drama cycle. I'm going to say the villain, the hero, and the victim. I actually want to break that down and talk about that because that's something that all of us are witnessing play out. These conversations happen. What they were, when these guys were talking about women, the reason they couldn't stop talking about women is because they see themselves as men as the victim, women as the villain, and then they've got to find the hero. Somebody's going to be assigned the hero, but there's a role play that we do in our heads. When you see people have these emotional reactions, there's a whole drama cycle that we're playing out. So I actually want to go over that. I was supposed to do it a while back, but when I did some brainy stuff, I had like 5-6 people watching, so I didn't do it again. I'm gonna still do it anyway. And I want to do a stream on character. There's something I have prepared for character because I want to go through that too. So I want to do something. So it's going to be a little bit more nerdy. I know fewer people to be watching. And I know I'll be doing it during the day when most of y'all at work. Forgive me. Watch the replay because y'all don't be watching the replay either. So forget y'all. Anyway, absolutely great show, Rashawn. I appreciate conversing with y'all in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all. Again, go check out Mr. He Said. My final thoughts on the discussion real quick before I let Reckless go. Before we bounce out, I really thought Mandrell did a good job for his first run. I'm glad that he finally took the risk to get out there. I do think that sometimes we need to get out from under other people so that we can discover our own voice. And I think Mandrell is taking that journey the same way I did. That's why I tried to advise him, like, just get out there, just do it. Excuse me, just hit the go live. Just hit the go live and just talk. Talk about anything, talk about nothing. Just get out there and get that fear out of the way. Because I feel like he took the same path where I wanted everything to be perfect, but nothing's going to be perfect. And as soon as you try to be perfect, everything's going to go wrong. So sound will be off, the microphone, the TV, the screens will jack up. Everything's going to go wrong. Everybody that streams knows that. What can go wrong will go wrong. Was that Murphy's Law? So I'm glad he did it. The conversation went with the conversation went the only place the conversation could go because the people there are stuck in details. They get stuck in semantics and details. Like, because I really wish the first conversation could have continued, but they got stuck in a detail and had to stop it. And then the second one, they got stuck in an emotional place when the women got defensive. When the women got nervous and got defensive, it made the men nervous and defensive. But man, I can't be a chat menace in the replay. That's true, Greg. But what you can do is be a comment menace. You can be a menace in the comments. I wish you were live streaming so I could talk about dick again. And that could be all up in the comments. And they might ban you. They might report you, but they might not. And I would appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's it. I will be back. Monday, Tuesday for sure. I'll be here Tuesday at 3 p.m. for sure. But it's either going to be the drama cycle to explain why this kind of stuff happens, or it's going to be about character. And then I'll probably do a second stream this week, but there's a lot of stuff I need to get done this week, y'all. Yeah. Listen, after the stream, if y'all were listening, I'm not one of those people. If y'all were here this entire stream or here for a length of time during the stream, don't worry about leaving a comment after the stream. Don't worry about that. Do not worry about that. If y'all were here, y'all left y'all's comment in the chat. I'm good with that. The comment after the stream is for the people that ain't watch it. They watch the replay. Then y'all can drop a comment. Y'all catch the replay? Drop a comment. But yeah, let me see. Let me see if they still going. Yeah, they still going. Cool. Plug the show. Man, okay, cool. Me and Yellow. I didn't even think about that. So Sunday, Shame Sunday, I'll be there. Tuesday for sure I'll be here. Maybe Monday, Wednesday. I don't know. Thursday, the 27th, we'll be on Harris Tribe Media Group. Me and Yellow. Bree will be away. She is being absconded off to a tropical location in the south of the United States. So you can go over and check out Harris Tribe Media Group. Me and Yellow will be there 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be having a conversation about villainism. So we're going to be talking about the villains in our lives. So we'll be having that conversation. So it's gonna be. I've got something Thursday. I'll do something Tuesday for sure, and I'll be on Sunday. So come check us out in the various places, spaces with some new faces, and hope to see y'all soon. And I'm trying to get Bravo with Sheila maybe in a couple weeks or a couple months. I have to check her schedule. I want her on to talk about something, and I want Dr. Nakumbe. I just got his contact information, so I want him on too. So man, it's. I want to have different conversations. I want to have some stuff. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. Bree is abandoning us again. The YouTube moderator actually emailed me about it. I think they thought it was funny. Facts. Yep, I go where the bag resides. Y'all enjoy your Leo season. Happy B-Day in advance. Thank you. Thank you. All right, y'all. Get ready to head up out of here. Reckless, man. Been a pleasure. I'm going to play some outro music. If you dip while the outro's going, that's cool. If not, I'll chop it up with you and, man, say goodbyes afterwards. I hope all of y'all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see y'all soon. Peace.
God bless. God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm going to end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot it. All right. Officer Tuckerson was already dead, motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh.
I'ma head out. Okay? Good luck, ladies.
Thank you, everyone, for critically drinking. We are so grateful for your continued support and viewership, and we know we wouldn't be here without you, so we really appreciate you choosing to spend your time with your favorite dime. We hope that you're enjoying the show, and we promise to keep bringing you refreshing conversations week after week. Thanks again for watching, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
You retain an advantage by staying liquid.
Yeah, now, yes, man, how I felt. Imagine a used dish rag in your head. Picture it. Now imagine feeling like that.
Okay.